Chapter 506. That's right. Bing said solemnly. The single valve stronghold's idea is to force the enemy to split up and form a one-on-one situation. But that is the stronghold's valve entrance. The attacks will be extremely intense, and the battles will be frequent, so we need a strong person to guard it. No need. Bing said, the single valve stronghold has another use. It can gather the energy dissipated from the battles, and when the gathered energy reaches a critical point, it can form an energy layer, and from there, seal the valve and obtain the opportunity to rest. Bing's expression returned to normal, and there were no traces of him losing his composure. Yes. Tang Tian nodded his head vigorously. The surroundings were quiet, everyone was stunned by Bing's reaction. Only Tang Tian thought of something, and asked with concern, "Uncle, no one can stop it, no one, not even 10,000 years of time can stop it." It happily took the star rock and started to chew on it. He paused for a while, then said solemnly, "But, I am not lying. Fu Zhongshan's strength is stronger than yours, but his potential and endurance are far from yours. I believe in your endurance and ability to take it. This is a gamble, and also an extremely good opportunity. In the past, all of you spared no effort to protect me, now I can finally protect all of you." Fu Zhongshan and the rest were shocked by Master's words. Everyone looked at each other, but no one made a sound. Yang Haoran nodded his head helplessly. That's the only way. Tang Tian was taken aback by Kang Yangyu's trust in him. Me? No, Tang Tian will guard the stronghold. Bing said, I only trust him. Yaya was so excited that it somersaulted, squeaking and shaking its butt. Little fool is playing with it again. Tang Tian patted his chest, bursting with confidence. Don't worry. This godlike young lad will definitely beat them until they look for their teeth on the floor. Screw, I want to bring you back to the army, I want to cure you, I want to bring you to see Shin, we want to bring you to find the commander. Even we did not die, the commander is such a monster, how can he die? Fu Zhongshan was also helpless. Bing looked like he was not bad. Why did he take such a risk? To let Tang Tian take such a risk, was it worth it? However, he knew that the other party wouldn't listen to what he said, so he could only say, let's all stay alert. If anything goes wrong, we'll attack. Fu Zihong saw that everyone's atmosphere was somewhat stiff and quickly said, what about the materials? I'll go. Fu Zhongshan said in a low voice. He was the strongest among them, so he stood up without hesitation. Renovate the city lord's mansion. Bing said solemnly, I followed Zihong to see the entire groundsmaster establishment. Initially when we were constructing it, we referenced the structure of many strongholds. If it's like that, we can transform it into a single valve stronghold. Let's gather and drink to our heart's content. Tang Tian beamed with joy. Really? Ha 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 ha, so I'm actually this strong. That sounds great. Now that you mention it, I think it makes a lot of sense. Not far away, Fu Zihong heard the conversation between the two and was completely dumbfounded. Was it really not murder? Actually, this uncle was a spy sent by the enemy. Which subordinate would instigate their own leader to take such a risk? Which leader would be stupid enough to rush to the most dangerous place? Bing scoffed. But, we still need to take advantage of the time before those assholes outside react, to make some preparations. Little fool hesitated for a moment, but still picked up a star rock. All right, to prevent this brat from bothering me, I will reluctantly put on an act. I am not happy that I am not able to die together with all of you in the last battle. I am really not happy. Compared to being afraid of death, I am more afraid of leaving all of you. When the sun rose at dawn, the entire groundsmaster establishment had changed beyond recognition. In the martial spirit chamber, Little Fool floated in the air, lost in thought. We will fight side by side. This brat has grown up, he has become braver. Bing smiled mysteriously. You will know when the time comes. Because it requires star power, Sexton's constellation's star power. Kang Yang explained. Only Sexton's constellation's star power can allow Sexton's eye to complete its transformation. This is what he instructed me to do. We will sing the war song together. Tang Tian did not decline. Although he still had many suspicions, but he could hear that Kang Yang and that person's relationship was not shallow. He nodded his head. All right, then let's do it. I will guard the pass. Bing's words made Fu Zhongshan and Yang Haoran angry. Yang Haoran wanted to say something, but was stopped by Fu Zhongshan. Fu Zhongshan said solemnly, "If it doesn't work, we will change the general when the time comes." Little Fool slowly nibbled on the star rocks, and rolled his eyes in his heart. When will this kind of life come to an end? Suddenly, he remembered that Bing once said that the crippled spirit general was his comrade. Could it be that he also came from 10,000 years ago, 20 days? Kang Yang continued. Once the refinement is complete, Sexton's eye will have a function. It can produce a temporary star door. The range is within Sexton's constellation, and we can use it to leave. Little Fool was startled by Yaya's babbling. He was slightly angry. But when he saw Yaya's fawning look, his anger was slowly extinguished. Fu Zhongshan and Yang Haoran, who were far away, looked at each other. They were dumbstruck. Initially, they wanted Tang Tian to guard the pass because of this. Now that the situation was critical, they had time to discuss all the suspicions. They had to pass this pass first. The enemy could launch a sneak attack at any time. The most important thing now was to immediately build the stronghold. "I'm fine. I've let everyone see a joke. He is my comrade. I never thought that I would be able to see him again," Bing said calmly. "What preparation?" Tang Tian was at a loss. Fu Zihong stared blankly at the two abnormal people. Bing wiped away his tears. He looked at Screw, who was in the ice coffin, who was not complete, and was shouting like a lunatic. His gaze was resolute, the endless fighting intent in his chest surged and burned, like the era of war. Everyone was moved. "How many more days do you need?" Bing asked. "Don't tell me you don't want to ask me why I asked you to guard the pass," Bing suddenly asked. Little Fool could still vaguely remember the friendship he had with Yaya before he was awakened. "Catcher," he helplessly bit on the star rocks. Fu Zihong looked at the strange stronghold. She could not help but look at the middle-aged man who was biting on the cigarette. She knew that Bing was the one who set up the defense. She knew about the single-valve stronghold. But she did not know how to build it. The single-valve stronghold had been lost for many years. She did not expect him to know about it. Bing did not notice Fu Zihong's gaze. He was not as calm as he looked. He and Tang Tian stood side by side. He bit on the cigarette. "Are you ready?" "Yes." Kang Yang laughed. "They will follow you in the future. Please do not reject them." Yaya jumped around Little Fool. Fu Zhongshan and the rest looked at Kang Yang. Kang Yang looked at Tang Tian. "You decide." Bing pointed to his feet. "Cold wave ice bricks. We will use cold wave ice bricks to construct it. Our martial artists are not good at fighting. But using them to create ice bricks is not a problem. The structure of the stronghold is very suitable to be changed into a single-valve stronghold. If we are fast, we can complete it in one night. Should we advise, Master?" Yang Haoran's expression was sluggish. He muttered to himself. Such a boss was not a worthy person to rely on. He did not trust his father. He did not have any leeway. But towards Tang Tian, he followed him blindly. She acknowledged Tang Tian's strength. But, in all fairness, compared to her father, Tang Tian's strength still had an obvious gap. It really made her feel helpless. "Why?" Tang Tian was startled. He shook his head. "I never thought about it. I trust Uncle. And, this is my problem. Why do I need others to risk their lives for me? How much I want it, I should work hard. Since I must get it, then I should risk my life. If not, wouldn't I be lying to myself?" Tang Tian listened carefully. Bing would not lie to him. Bing definitely had his considerations. Bing puffed out a smoke ring and laughed. "Yo yo yo, godlike young man. You are filled with passion." In her mind, Bing squatted on the ground and cried out in pain. She had never seen a man cry like that. The shock she felt at that moment was extremely intense. The spirit domain that you are training in is a rarely seen form spirit. Now, no one knows how to control it. Bing said, "But I believe that as long as you continue to fight, you will definitely find a way. This is a special sparring session. It is very dangerous. But I believe that you will definitely be able to do it. Because you have extraordinary battle instincts. 10,000 years ago, we fought side by side. 10,000 years later, we met again. I am still safe and sound. But you have been crippled for 10,000 years. This extremely unfamiliar name caused everyone to be confused. Only Fu Zihong's face revealed a look of surprise. Single valve stronghold? What happened today had a huge impact on him. Kang Yang-yu, Sexton's eye. He did not know anything about it. In the past, he thought that he knew a lot of things. But now, he realized that the things he knew were pitifully little. He had too many doubts in his mind. He wanted to ask Kang Yang-yu. Although he knew that Kang Yang-yu might not know the answer. Bing guided him patiently. Think about it. When will you be able to find so many saints to spar with you? This is an extremely rare opportunity. If you miss it, you will regret it for the rest of your life. The entire Grounds Master establishment immediately started to move. All of the disciples were mobilized. The ice bricks underground were inexhaustible. Especially when they heard that they could avoid battles by repairing the stronghold. Everyone could not help but cheer. They were extremely motivated. Everyone's spirits were roused. The urgency of the situation had already caused everyone to feel the immense pressure. Everyone felt that they were at the end of the road. They did not expect that Bing would actually have a way. What is a single valve stronghold? Yong Haoran asked. Tang Tian's words were straightforward. There was no leeway. Just like 10,000 years ago. It was extremely anxious. Little Fool was not playing with it anymore. It dug and dug out a bunch of star rocks. Eagerly, it brought them to Little Fool. There is a way, Bing said slowly. Fu Zihong looked at Bing and immediately explained. The so-called single-valve stronghold is a type of extremely extreme stronghold. This type of stronghold structure is extremely unique. It is formed by intersecting layers of dark caves. Its defense is extremely strong, but this structure will leave an obvious gap, just like a valve. This gap will become the enemy's only point of attack. Thus, we need a strong martial artist to oversee it. Yaya brought the star rocks to Little Fool. His chubby face was filled with anticipation. Why don't you guys leave this place? Bing suddenly asked. If you guys want to leave, there must be another way. Chapter 507. Refining spirit treasures and what not depended on Little Fool. Qian Sen was startled. Remnant pieces of spirit treasures? Of course, the powerful Southern Cross Army naturally does not need such small playthings. But now, you can make use of it. Oh my, I was wondering why the mood was so good this morning, so it's because of the arrival of an esteemed guest. Qian Sen's face was flushed red. This small shop has many good items. There is a bronze spirit sword. The quality has reached the middle grade, extremely outstanding, only 200 billion star coins. Spirit treasures were expensive, but remnant pieces of spirit treasures were much more affordable. Tang Tian nodded his head and took out the dormant spear. How much is this dormant spear worth? He looked at the Grounds Master establishment and grinned. The exterior of the Grounds Master establishment had completely changed. Between the front courtyard, west courtyard and east courtyard, there were many crisscrossing ice brick caves, and most importantly, Bing had directed the cold wave from underground to the outer wall, causing the outer wall's defense to increase by a few times. Qian Sen did not have any temper. Look, what a tyrant, to want to play with refining. Before even starting, he threw out 70 billion. He became even more passionate. Yes. That's right, playing with refining, cultivating one's mind, how elegant. You are just starting. I suggest you buy the entire set, from the entry level to the bronze high-grade refining spirit books, adding them all up, it's about 12 billion. To refine, you need a fire spirit technique. I have a good fire spirit technique card here, Cygnus Constellations, Graceful Cold Flame, it's exactly 8 billion. Qian Sen was so happy that he could not close his mouth. His business was good, but they were all consignment businesses, and he only took some money from them. It was the first time he had a business that was close to 100 billion. Most importantly, the majority of the profits from this business would fall into his pocket. Upon saying that, he regretted it. Oh my, please do not offend a tyrant, 35 billion of profits will fly away, and Sai Lei had absorbed all sorts of bronze formulas from the army in the past, and had even greater breakthroughs in this domain. and Sai Lei had already started to experiment with spirit gold and secret gold. The so-called spirit gold was the combination of martial spirits and metals, and secret gold was even more astonishing. It was the purest metal extracted from mature treasures. I must be imagining it. Compared to martial artists, saints were naturally rich, but when they truly entered the saint ranks, they knew that the landlord did not have any surplus, and the saints' days were not good either. These independent saints did not have any financial backers, so their days were actually very tight. "I'll sell it to you for 70 billion, Tang Tian said straightforwardly. Little Fool played with it for 2 days before throwing it to Tang Tian in disdain, saying that it could be sold. Doing business with a nouveau riche was really cool. Tang Tian muttered in his heart. For example, Tang Tian did not expect that Bing would actually target the brand. Qian Sen brought Tang Tian to a room, and then took out a chest from the vase. Inside the chest, there were all sorts of broken pieces. All of them had dim light auras, and all of them had strange shapes. Tang Tian returned to his original appearance when he fought Yi Zhao Ji. Tang Tian felt his heart ache. He glanced at them and asked, "How many in total?" Understanding of the laws was more important than strength. With a deep understanding, it would be easy to break through this barrier. If one's understanding was shallow, no matter how much effort one expended, they would still fail. Even if he succeeded, he would not be able to unleash the true power of the spirit treasure. As long as 200 billion star coins. Tang Tian's heart trembled. He had just spent a large sum of money for the saint unit. He already felt that it was exaggerated enough. Now that he heard that a spirit treasure was worth 200 billion star coins, he only had one thought. Could it be that the saint's money was not money? In that moment, Tang Tian felt sad. Why was he not an Aquarius saint? It was said that the Aquarius saint's vase was filled with star coins. Under Qian Sen's warm farewell, Tang Tian left the ancient cold restaurant. Just as he walked out of the restaurant, he stopped. Seeing the person not far away, he laughed. The two of them flipped through the spirit books with all their might. They truly found the remnant pieces of the spirit treasures. When refining spirit treasures, one had to leave behind their own imprints. All of these imprints contained the refiner's understanding of the laws. Qian Sen received Little Fool's spear and inspected it carefully. Then he said professionally, "This spirit treasure's grade is not high. It's a lower bronze grade. But the craftsmanship is seasoned and the craftsmanship is excellent. It's the best of the lower bronze grade. Its estimated value is around 80 billion star coins." Qian Sen's mind was roused. As expected of a tyrant. "All right, Uncle Bing has some standards. Godlike young lad, I will reluctantly admit it. Inside are all remnant pieces of spirit treasures. 100 million star coins for one." Qian Sen pretended to be generous. "You must be clear about the market. Remnant pieces of spirit treasures are not allowed to be picked. When I saw you, I felt that we hit it off. You can pick anything you want. Furthermore, there were many saints in ancient Cold City. Some of the more active people started to do business. Normally, everyone would stay in their own place. It was rare for them to meet each other. Now that everyone was able to meet, they could use the things they did not need to exchange for the things they needed. The current mechanical laboratory was rich and overbearing. Adding a bunch of lunatics, the atmosphere of innovation was extremely feverish. The materials used to refine spirit treasures were mainly star treasures. However, every single star treasure was a body of its own. It was formed after thousands of years of nurturing. This stable state was an invisible barrier. Breaking the barrier of a star treasure required a huge amount of power. And to fuse and recombine different star treasures, not only did it require power, it also required a deeper understanding of laws. Qian Sen immediately perspired. "Don't tell me you don't know. So expensive." Remnant pieces of spirit treasures were truly cheap. Normally, only saints who could not afford to buy spirit treasures and wanted to refine their own spirit treasures would buy them. They wanted to use the remnant pieces of spirit treasures to figure out how to refine spirit treasures, and to inspire their own thoughts. "Are there any spirit books that can refine spirit treasures?" Tang Tian asked. "Truly enemies on a narrow road. The origin mark box in the past was limited by the metal material and was unable to seal higher-grade origin marks. Now Bing was filled with anticipation towards the origin mark box. Chen Sen's heart trembled. He was an expert in observing people's expressions. Scholars had the aura of scholars. Strong martial artists had the might of strong martial artists. Different people had different temperaments. It was not strange for people with a similar might to appear. For example, Elder Rongbo, he actually had it. Even the remnant pieces cost 100 million star coins. Saints were practically burning through star coins. The news of Dawn being sold at an astonishing price had already spread like wildfire in ancient Cold City. In ancient Cold City, a complete spirit treasure, even the lowest grade bronze low-grade spirit treasure, would be sold for 50 billion star coins. The techniques to refine low-grade spirit treasures were not profound, but the difficulty was not low. It was time-consuming and energy-consuming. Ordinary saints would find their own treasures and spend 2 to 3 years to refine spirit treasures. Thinking about that, Chen Sen immediately became even more passionate. He immediately flipped through the records. Coincidentally, there is a batch of remnant pieces of spirit treasures placed in my shop for sale. Please follow me. Oh, I felt that it was interesting. I wanted to give it a try. Tang Tian said nonchalantly. Bing had obtained the entire ancient Cold City's defense map from Fuzi Hong, and actually linked the grounds master establishment and ancient Cold City together. Tang Tian could still remember the expression on Fuzi Hong's face at that time. He was completely stunned. And the current Sai Lei and the rest had made huge breakthroughs in their metal formulas. Every single aspect was much better than their generation. After the era of the three great armies, the mechanical techniques as a whole started to decline, by a large margin. However, these mechanical engineers who were lost did not give up, and in some small areas, they still made great progress, and metal formulas were one of them. Should I give you the remaining 20 billion star coins? Chen Sen asked. Could it be that he liked to refine spirit treasures? Tang Tian quietly walked out of the groundsmaster establishment. In the process of refining, this understanding would be reflected in the spirit treasures, and that was the imprint. Of course, these imprints could not be compared to saint spirits. But to Tang Tian and the rest, it was more than enough. The price of saint spirits was even more speechless. When everyone came together to analyze, they all felt that the mysterious man had purposely set up a trap to swindle the Honorable Martial Alliance. To swindle the Honorable Martial Alliance, everyone was happy to see it. But to swindle them so profitably, everyone was jealous. Uncle Bing ran to Three Spirit City to make some boxes. Although Sai Lei and the rest had moved away from Three Spirit City, but there was still a portion of people in the mechanical laboratory to help the base repair mechanical spirit weapons. Customizing a box was not a problem. Many saints were interested in it. Coming and going, business was good. Don't tell me there aren't any. Tang Tian frowned. It was just an instinctive reaction. But in the eyes of others, it gave off an imposing aura. I have seen such a thing before. When I saw Screw, I thought about it. Screw had worked on it before. It has two uses. One is to help you understand laws. And, it is very suitable for you. You are a zero-energy body. These imprints that remove energy are also called origin seals. Screw thinks that they are the origin of laws. He has always been trying to break them and assimilate them into the mechanical weapons, but to no avail. Because all these origin seals form their own bodies, and are difficult to break apart. Not only that, they are extremely destructive. Once they are sealed in metals, they will quickly destroy the bronze. Until after that, he researched on number 09 bronze, and was finally able to seal the origin seals. He created a very special thing called the origin seal box. Seeing Tang Tian's arrival, Chen Sen's eyes lit up. Tyrant. Tang Tian coughed lightly. Do you have any remnant pieces of spirit treasures? As for Tang Tian, he wanted to buy the items that contained the imprints. He could forget about the saint bones, as the price would definitely be hard to accept. But Bing said that when Screw was researching, he definitely did not use saint bones. Look, the tyrant buying remnant pieces of spirit treasures was different from others. This grandeur, This style. Without saying a word, he extended out 5 fingers. 510 pieces. I will be able to buy 500 pieces. 50 billion. Qian Sen's heart moved. Saints who were proficient in crafting spirit treasures were the saints that businessmen liked the most. Spirit treasures were expensive, but the market was still in short supply. There were too many tyrants. Tang Tian was pressed for time. Once he obtained the item, he immediately threw it to the martial spirit chamber's waiter. Deal. Tang Tian was straightforward. The price he quoted was 80 billion, which was relatively conservative. He had the confidence to sell the mature growth halberd for around 100 billion. Now that he bought it for 70 billion, in the blink of an eye, he would have a profit of 30 billion. 50 billion remnant pieces of spirit treasures was not a high profit, but it was still 5 billion star coins. With that, he would have a profit of 35 billion. Yes, yes, yes. He immediately replied. All right, tyrants are all eccentric people who came to buy cheap goods. Qian Sen agreed without hesitation. Deal. Tang Tian arrived at the ancient cold restaurant. The place had already been rented by a saint called Qian Sen, and was used as a trading ground. The hall of the restaurant had many wooden boards, on them were written the items that one possessed, the items that one wanted to exchange for, and the room that the owner was in. It was Tang Tian's first time witnessing a trade between saints, and he felt that it was interesting. Chapter 508. Although the light was weak, it lit up the darkness. However, I also came prepared. Under the state of weak light, Yi Zhaoji's 6 senses were all raised. Tang Tian's moves that were so fast that he had difficulty defending, were now extremely clear in his vision. How is that possible? How is that possible? Saint blood was the source of a blood meridian saint's power. The power of the saint blood flowed through every cell of the blood meridian saint's body. The nature of the saint blood was also a type of spirit domain, so when it was used, it would more or less produce undulations. That was why Tong Ji had such suspicions. The opponent definitely knew about the strangeness of the saint spirit. The sword blade swayed, countless of light dots transformed into light needles, like a rain of light, following the sword. He initially looked down on Yi Zhaoji. He had the capital, he had a spirit value of 124 points. Even with so many saints in ancient Cold City, there were only a few that could surpass him in spirit value. Yi Zhaoji acted as if he was facing a great enemy. The sword in his hand suddenly pierced. Ding! The sword tip seemed to have pierced into a shadow, the sword blade suddenly bending. The astonishing power caused his palm to heat up, but he did not dare to be distracted, and concentrated with all his might. The light was like rain, entering the sword blade. There was no dazzling light aura, only a faint and gentle light aura. This was the path that belonged to him, Yi Zhaoji. This was a tyrannical and fierce demon without any weaknesses. Tang Tian's heart trembled, he felt a strong sense of danger. Yi Zhaoji, who was in front of him, was like a regiment of light. Although gentle but pervasive, in that moment, he felt as if he had nowhere to hide. After being locked up for a full 15 years, using countless torture methods, the red-haired fellow was like a demon, his gaze forever filled with cold mockery. Ever since the clan elder told him, the imprint was William's, in his heart, he had already sentenced the mysterious young man who defeated him to death. That was William, the infamous red demon William, so beautiful. 544 points. The big-statured man sucked in a cold breath, his face changed. Tang Tian of course did not have any good intentions. He initially thought that he had cheated someone, but in the end, he was almost cheated. This feeling was extremely terrible. When Elder Rongbo was here, Tang Tian was unscrupulous. Now that Elder Rongbo was not here, truly. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. His body lit up with a faint light aura. He saw this as an opportunity to sharpen himself. It was a rare opportunity for so many saints to gather. The sword shadow completely disappeared in the air. During their last encounter, although this mysterious man showed obvious hostility towards him, his killing intent was not strong. Today, the naked killing intent seemed to have materialized. He admired Elder Rongbo a lot, but he didn't agree with all of Elder Rongbo's ideas, such as not using a knife to kill. The elder liked to scheme, but that was not what he was good at. His future path was to use the blade to kill. Tong Ji only nodded his head. He did not refute, he came from Onyx Soul. Naturally his understanding of blood meridians was not something the big-sized man could compare to. Indeed, there were no fluctuations of divine blood, but the few that he knew of were completely different. The battle between the two instantly alerted the saints of ancient Cold City. Although the energy fluctuations were not strong, the momentum was quite frightening. Everyone was even more interested when they saw the two of them fighting. Tongji muttered, "It's hard to say, but this person should have some background, just that we have not clarified it yet." The energy from the fist and sword clashing exploded in the air. Ripples after ripples in the air were produced and dissipated at an astonishing speed. The ripples that dissipated were like blades or swords, bringing forth incessant sounds of breaking the air. Tang Tian did not even say a word. He exerted strength in his legs, and his body disappeared into the sound barrier. The two of them were like two blood meridian saints, using the most direct method of attack, without any fanciful moves. Who knows, it might be a special kind of saint blood. The big-sized man laughed. He was only joking, the mysterious man trained in the form spirit. The higher-ups of the martial group were enraged, and stripped his saint spirit. Even when he was stripping his saint spirit, the cold ridicule in his eyes did not change. His corpse that was tied to the pillar of trial did not have any signs of decay. He looked at Tang Tian in a daze. He was somewhat envious, as expected of the number 1 bronze-ranked spirit technique of the Honorable Martial Alliance. He continued to ask, how is their physical body strength? Are they walking the path of Blood Meridian's saints? Glimmer. He did not die. This fellow actually did not die. Tongji's spirit was roused. The big-sized man beside him also kept his smile, and revealed a serious expression. A wisp of ice-cold, demonic red flame wrapped around his fist. But none of the spirit techniques that he trained in could be compared to Glimmer. Tang Tian saw Yi Zhao Ji activating Glimmer, and became even more excited. The last time with Glimmer, he paid the price of both his hands to win. Tang Tian was an out-and-out battle maniac. On this point, he was no different from Ling Shu. Towards the majority of things, he did not take them into his mind, but towards battles, his focus was extremely high, far surpassing normal martial artists. Yi Zhaoji's pupils were ice-cold, the energy in the air around him quickly ignited. Tang Tian did not summon Little Fool, but brazenly rushed towards Yi Zhaoji. Yi Zhaoji only felt the hair on his body standing. An intense sense of danger surfaced in his mind. The opponent wanted to kill him. The speed of both parties was extremely fast. The stripped martial spirit was extremely strong, extremely pure, but no one in the Honorable Martial Alliance dared to use it. This demon-like murderer would definitely not let go of any chance for revenge. Even after death, he would not let it go. Everywhere he passed, the air ripples that came into contact with everything, all shattered into pieces, ice shards flying everywhere. He did not die. His movements were not fast, but it gave people a feeling of ease, without any ruthlessness or craziness. A flower in a greenhouse would definitely not grow into a useful person. In the past, he was known for his craziness and battle thirst. After being bestowed as a saint, although his explosive craziness was restrained, but he was not afraid of competition and battles. Tongji explained, he has not even entered the sect. 4. Glimmer. To be able to become the number 1 bronze spirit technique in the Honorable Martial Alliance is because of its uniqueness. The initial spirit value of training requires 25 points. In the history of the Honorable Martial Alliance, the saints who trained Glimmer to the highest realm, in the end the spirit value of Glimmer reached 544 points. If a Blood Meridian's saint wanted to increase his strength, he had to continuously evolve. Not far away, a few people were also watching the battle. One of them was Tongji. The big-sized man beside him said, "Do you think this person can be roped in?" Suddenly, he felt something, and could not help but raise his head. When he saw the person not far away, he was instantly stunned. Like a flaming meteorite falling from the sky, bringing with it a rumble that caused people to tremble, suddenly arrive. Tang Tian grinned at him. Yi Zhaoji was 100% sure. That smile definitely did not have any good intentions. The battle outside the city last time was a feast for everyone's eyes. Forever pursuing personal strength, this point, he would definitely not waver. Tang Tian's eyes suddenly became serious. Without any hesitation, His body was like an arrow, raising his fist, bringing with it a whistling sound. If it was said that the promotion of a spirit domain saint was to expand the spirit domain, then the promotion of a blood meridian saint was to continuously evolve the saint blood. There were two directions for the saint blood to evolve, one was to purify, the other was to devour. Such a terrifying talent. Saint blood was strange, especially those blood meridian saints that walked the path of devouring. The saint blood that they cultivated was even stranger. Finally unable to hold it in any more. It was not that he had too many pursuits towards the spirit law, the elder's words were not wrong, the accumulation of the honorable group was far from what the outside world could compare to. As long as he could maintain a higher rate of improvement, the honorable group would definitely not be stingy. Ever since Elder Rongbo left, Yi Zhaoji had always maintained a low profile. Although he was a genius of the Honorable Martial Alliance, but in the Saints, he was a complete newbie. If he could completely comprehend Glimmer, among the Bronze Saints, he would definitely be invincible. But now, it was more important to tuck his tail between his legs and be a talent. A spirit technique that required 25 spirit value points from the start was already very powerful, and to be able to expand to 544 points, that was enough to prove that the lore contained in this spirit technique was rather high level. Because only high-level spirit techniques had such a shocking expansion space. So Yi Zhaoji thought that fellow was dead for sure. In the entire Honorable Martial Alliance, no one believed that devouring William's saint spirit would be safe and sound. He was already considering to go to the front lines after a period of time and go through the tempering of blood and fire to be able to improve even faster. Blood Meridian's saints were different from other saints, their blood meridians would undergo a qualitative change. This brand new blood meridians contained extremely astonishing power, was called saint blood, and the saint blood itself was a special type of spirit domain. Among the spectators, many of them revealed looks of surprise. Tong Ji's eyes suddenly lit up. Yi Zhaoji had improved. His expression was as though he had seen a ghost. He quickly felt tired, he understood the opponent's intention, it was to use such a fast rhythm, swift and fierce attacks, to make him unable to activate Glimmer. Yi Zhaoji's face was emotionless, his expression was serene, as though he had comprehended something, even the sword light was gentle and sharp. Yi Zhaoji does not live up to his name. The big-sized man shook his head, his eyes filled with disappointment. Is this Glimmer? Glimmer. But this person appeared. His eyes lit up with a faint light aura, the shadows in his eyes became much slower. But it was only slower, he needed to be fully focused, to be able to barely keep up. Tong Ji shook his head. Yi Zhaoji has blood meridians in his body, I am not sure about that mysterious man. The mysterious man is slightly stronger, but it is a little weird, I did not feel the undulation of saint blood. It is not a blood meridian saint. His physical strength was quickly depleting, although he had blood meridians, but after being bestowed as a saint, he still walked the path of the Honorable Martial Alliance, and his blood meridians did not evolve. The battle from the last time, in his mind, was repeatedly replayed. William's hands were stained with the blood of the Honorable Martial Alliance, the number of elites of the martial group that died in his hands were unknown, and there were even more than 10 saints. The martial group used an astonishing amount of power to capture him, but, no matter what methods they used, they were unable to obtain any valuable information from him. He was even more dissatisfied with the bitter battles he had suffered in the past. His hatred for failure had already seeped into his bones. Ding ding ding. Very quickly, Yi Zhaoji sensed that something was wrong. No, if this goes on, my physical strength will be exhausted, and that will be bad. Chapter 509. Previously, in his eyes, the coma dormant spear was already extremely crude. And after a round of cramming, he looked down on it even more. In truth, he did not like the elegant cold flame, but luckily the elegant cold flame only required 10 spirit value points. The entry-level refining spirit technique required 10 spirit value points. It showed that spirit treasures were not easy to refine. He did not feel any energy. What was that? He went underground. Tang Tian was silent. After a while, he raised his head. What kind of person is he? Little fool is so powerful. Kang Yangyu laughed. Any desperate person will be willing to be bribed like this. Kang Yangyu muttered, I am not clear about his matters, but looking at the time, he should be preparing for his funeral. The reason why I did not directly give it to you, for an old man like me, I can roughly understand. If I have a very important but dangerous thing, I hope that my descendant can take it, but I am worried that he does not have the ability to do so, and will lose his life in vain. Like this, if you do not have the ability, then it will disappear by itself. If you have the ability, then you will have the chance to find it. Of course, this is just my guess. The surroundings were dead silent, so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. The saints who did not change their expressions in front of them could not hide the shock on their faces. What do you plan to do with him? Kill him? Fu Zihong pointed to the unconscious Yi Zhaoji and asked Tang Tian. Bing looked at Tang Tian and sighed in his heart. It was a good thing that Kang Yang had explained everything clearly, as Crazy Tang could not hide his thoughts. He had also swept through the 500 remnant spirit treasures. The battle would not start so soon. Fu Zihong had said that the single valve stronghold had been lost for many years, and the opponent would definitely not rush over. Taking advantage of this time, Tang Tian had many questions to ask Kang Yang. They initially thought that it would be a fierce battle, and to them, Yi Zhaoji had a higher chance of winning. Previously, Tang Tian's victory, in the eyes of the majority, stemmed from Yi Zhaoji's underestimation of the enemy. Tang Tian suddenly raised his head and asked, "Did he mention my mother?" Bing was slightly disappointed. He turned and asked Tang Tian, "What else do you want to ask? What exactly did you do?" At that time, he was still exclaiming in his heart. As expected of Glimmer, but the turn of events after that was something he could never have imagined. Little Fool decided to refine his first spirit treasure. Little Fool was fully immersed in his work, the few spirit books on refining spirit treasures. Little Fool glanced at them and threw them to the side. With his IQ, he only needed to glance at the simple content. "The thing he left for me." Tang Tian was a little absent-minded. "Why didn't he give it to me directly?" Bing opened his mouth, but did not say a word. After a while, he asked, "Is it worth it?" The deafening explosion and blinding light that he imagined did not appear. The gentle light sword burst like a bubble. It looked at Little Fool with admiration. "Yi Zhaoji." Fu Zihong jumped in fright. Fu Zhongshan and Yang Hao Ran, who were at the side, were also startled. They had heard the commotion outside the residence, but they did not expect that it was caused by Tang Tian, and that he had even captured Yi Zhaoji. No. Kang Yang shook his head. His condition at that time was already very bad, as though he was injured. He only said that he was going to do something very important, and did not say anything else. But I think, to drag his injured body and go, to arrange for his funeral, it must be something dangerous that he had no choice but to do. Bang! Kang Yang laughed. "Why is it not worth it? Just like your comrades, there are many things that you think are worth it. If you think it is not worth it, then there will be no such things. What's wrong with your body?" Bing looked at Kang Yang. But, the scene that happened just now, was clearly seen by everyone. Even Glimmer could be destroyed. That was something that Tang Tian did not expect. But his sharp intuition, when the opportunity appeared, his body had already instinctively reacted. Wait a minute, his figure disappeared like a ghost, teleporting, and at the same time, a palm extended out from behind Yi Zhaoji's head. Yi Zhaoji then awoke from his daze. Before he could release his energy shield, his throat tightened. A strong force caused his chi to become chaotic, and the energy shield that was not fully formed immediately dissipated. He had already lost the ability to resist. The wealth on Yi Zhaoji's body made Tang Tian extremely disappointed. He was after all one of the top geniuses in the Honorable Martial Alliance. How could he be so poor? How could it be? Yes. Tang Tian nodded his head. What exactly is Sexton's Eye? What does the spirit general beside him look like? Bing suddenly asked. It's spirit transformation. Kang Yang explained. The cold wave here is too heavy. It is beneficial to martial spirits, but to humans, it is extremely disadvantageous. I might as well spirit transform myself. After spirit transformation, I will become an existence similar to a spirit general, and can instead train here. Kang Yang smiled. You have doubts. Tang Tian regained his senses. I bought it. He had always been trying to figure out how to use this weird flame. Later on, he realized that this flame was extremely unique. It could annihilate energy. This discovery made him feel as though he had obtained a treasure. He started to think about how to use it in battle. He turned and asked Tang Tian, "Hey, little Tang Tian, have you bought it?" Kang Yang Yu revealed a look of reminiscence. "This is hard for me to describe. Some people say that he is ambitious and ruthless. Some say that he has a pure heart. But in my heart, he is the one who saved my life, the one who gave me hope." Yi Zhaoji only felt his vision blur. He was in a room. Before he could react, he teleported again. After teleporting a few times, Yi Zhaoji had already lost all sense of where he was. The opponent's meticulousness made him secretly fearful. This escape route was definitely carefully chosen. Kang Yang Yu's words were like a heavy hammer that struck Tang Tian's heart. He could not help but clench his fists. He casually threw Yi Zhaoji to Fu Zihong and the rest. "Maybe he intentionally bribed you." Bing's voice came out. "I don't know." Kang Yang Yu revealed a look of reminiscence. His body was shrouded in black smoke. He did not speak much. He was extremely strong. The big-sized man beside him had a face of shock. Although he previously thought that Yi Zhaoji did not live up to his name, but Yi Zhaoji's sword made him change his opinion. He had already been a saint for 20 years. Due to the lack of resources, he could not improve further. But his accumulation was deep, and was much stronger than the average person. Yi Zhaoji's mind was shaken. He never thought that he would actually enter the grounds master establishment. This mysterious man was actually someone from the Kangyang fighting grounds. Yaya's small eyes widened as he stared at the white flame. Every time the opponent teleported, he would land inside a house. The distance of teleportation was only 500 m. But the complicated terrain of the city gave him the best help. If he did not even know where he was, how could the people outside find him? Yi Zhaoji was obviously startled. He had already prepared for the explosion. Although the glimmer looked gentle, but when it exploded, it would be extremely violent. Tang Tian did not think that the effect would be so good. But he had originally planned to use it to surprise others, and then grab hold of this floor. This was the grounds master establishment. Yi Zhaoji's glimmer sword was definitely not weak. This time, Yi Zhaoji would definitely not underestimate his opponent. Not only that, from the sword just now, Yi Zhaoji had obviously improved. This terrifying talent caused everyone to be shocked. It also made them believe that Yi Zhaoji would obtain the final victory. "Alright, let us try." Bing was also eager to try. After going out for a walk, Tang Tian had already deeply understood the high prices of goods in the Saint world. Star coins were like water. Tang Tian, who had not lacked money for a long time, was already feeling the pressure. Yi Zhaoji's head was hit hard. His vision immediately turned black and he fainted. Tang Tian understood the logic of rare goods being hoarded. A genius saint, such a person, should be worth some money. Little Fool had already confirmed that he was extremely suitable to refine spirit treasures. As the spirit was extremely pure, it allowed him to control energy to an unimaginable level. In the process of refining spirit treasures, the control of the flames, the adjustment of the internal structure of the star treasure, all required a strong and precise control, and that was what Little Fool was most proficient in. If he could have a deeper understanding of laws in the future, he would be able to become a strong spirit treasure master. Anyone with a bit of insight would know that it was the strange red flame, but no one actually recognized it. Everyone had not regained their senses from the shock, because the one that was broken was Glimmer, the #1 bronze spirit technique in the Honorable Martial Alliance. Glimmer. Just now, what was that? Fu Zhongshan and the rest had always been paying attention to the situation in ancient Cold City. Yi Zhaoji was such a famous genius, how could they not know him? Just that they did not expect that after going out for a walk, Tang Tian would have one more captive, and it was such a famous genius. To Tang Tian, who had astonishing intuition, how could he let go of the fact that the opponent was in a daze during the battle? Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Tang Tian grabbed onto Yi Zhaoji's throat with one hand, and his figure suddenly disappeared. Blink. But he did not have the time to fear, his face was filled with disbelief, and his mind was filled with only one thought. Asshole. Who exactly are you? That red flame. Tang Tian completely ignored the gazes from all directions. He was extremely pleased with himself. In the martial spirit chamber, Little Fool extended his chubby palm. Whoosh, a white flame rose up, the white flame, emitting a cold intent, that was Cygnus constellations, graceful cold flame. Bing laughed involuntarily. That's true. Tang Tian had already started to plunder all the valuables on Yi Zhaoji's body without caring about his image, without raising his head. Kill him? Don't kill him. It would be a pity to kill him. I have decided to ask the Yi family for ransom. He should be worth at least 100 billion star coins. He carefully extended his palm and touched the flame, a layer of frost quickly spreading along his fingers. Yaya shivered, the thick flesh on his body rippled like water. With a squeak, he jumped far away. What is that? Tong Ji muttered to himself. It is a coordinate. Kang Yang Yu explained, but it is not the coordinate of the treasure deposit that is rumored to be outside, but something he left for you, and only you can open it. The result in front of him was something he did not expect. Chapter 510. Tang Tian picked up another copper box. He wanted to seal the blade imprint inside, but the thin stream, when it touched the copper box, SSSSI, a light paper tearing sound, the copper box was instantly smashed into pieces. The thin stream immediately retracted back into Tang Tian's body, and once again became a blade imprint. Little Fool secretly clenched his small fists. He loosened them. It was just the beginning. He then took out 12 arrows. It was the bronze treasure of Sagittarius constellation, the 4 seasons arrows. Spring, summer, autumn and winter, every series of bronze arrows had 3 arrows. He could only think of it that way. Little Fool had ingeniously merged the stars into the spirit treasure. Seeing this spirit treasure, no one would ever think of the Ursa Major star's umbrella. But Little Fool was able to use the various transformations of the Ursa Major star's umbrella. Do you guys need the imprints inside the spirit treasure? Kang Yang Yu suddenly asked. Interesting, 0 energy body. Kang Yang Yu pondered. That's right, if the spirit transformation is a complete energy body, then there will definitely be a 0 energy body. Origin imprint. This name is good. This way to comprehend laws, although it will be more difficult, but it is more direct. Without the modification of energy, it will be closer to the essence of the laws. After moving the star rocks, it curiously guarded at the side. In any case, there was a pile of star rocks as a sponsorship fee. Yaya looked at Little Fool with envy. Little Fool was so powerful, he could float in the air while meditating. Tang Tian did not believe it, and picked up another copper box. The result was the same. The copper box was once again destroyed by the sharp blade aura. After completing the 3 materials, Little Fool did not continue immediately, but instead sat cross-legged and meditated. The difficulty of refining the materials was not considered high. It was just a matter of grinding. He was just warming it up, although he had absolute confidence in himself, but he was never careless. Tang Tian's mind moved. He felt a thin stream of energy flowing from his fingertips into the crystal copper box, and on the surface of the crystal copper box, a whirlwind imprint appeared. Little Fool did not feel it. Time passed, and he threw a few star rocks into his mouth. He was secretly surprised. The difficulty of refining spirit treasures was much higher than what he had imagined. He finally understood why spirit treasures were so expensive. In terms of purity, the energy in his body could not compare to the other saints, but in terms of quantity, the other saints could not catch up to him. This time, Bing brought the crystal copper box. It was the size of a mung bean cake. Its surface was glossy, not as dark as normal bronze, but slightly brighter. But on the surface, it was still quite inconspicuous. But Tang Tian looked at the entire chest of remnant spirit treasures in front of him, and suddenly realized an important problem. He stammered, how do I get the imprint out? Who? The ball of light flew into Tang Tian's body. Were they all poor? Okay, let's call it Yaya Umbrella. Kang Yang Yu waved his hand towards one of the remnant spirit treasures, and the remnant spirit treasure flew towards him. He turned and asked Bing, the outer shell is useless? He first refined an umbrella handle. He chose a treasure from Lacerta Scorpion constellation, bronze rank, dark copper rod. The graceful cold flame quickly wrapped around the copper rod. like flowing white sand, continuously polishing the copper rod. Seeing that, Yaya immediately placed the star rocks in front of Little Fool, and in the blink of an eye, the star rocks in front of Little Fool were piled up like a mountain. The finished product made Little Fool more satisfied. The snow-white umbrella surface, the reflection of the lake under the snowy mountains, and the faint ripples of the water could be seen. Ordinary bronze rank spirit treasures would not have more than 3 treasures, but Little Fool, who had always been conceited, would not be interested in ordinary goods. Kang Yang Yu muttered to himself. Tang Tian wanted to try again, but was stopped by Bing. Let's get rid of these remnant spirit treasures first. Little Fool thought about the pile of star rocks just now. This was what it meant to be taken advantage of. Little Fool was satisfied. The graceful cold flame was indeed a good choice for the entry-level refining spirit techniques. At least the appearance of the refined items was not bad. Just looking at the thin rod, it was comparable to a work of art. Other people did not have enough spirit value, and were unable to train in new spirit techniques, but he had a lot of empty spirit value slots, but did not have any spirit techniques to train in. Towards the first spirit treasure that he had refined, Little Fool was extremely confident, and muttered to himself, "What name should I give you?" Kang Yang Yu floated over, and asked curiously, "What is this?" Tang Tian's eyes widened, and without waiting for him to react, a few rays of light aura flew out from Tang Tian's body, and a whirlwind imprint appeared on Tang Tian's palm. "It definitely cannot be like this." Bing was startled, rubbing his chin. He was not too sure. "This is indeed a problem. Don't tell me you want to eat it." "Why not? You try it." "The taste of spirit treasures. I think it should be good. Maybe it's delicious." "Seal it in the crystal copper box," Bing immediately said. When Yaya heard that, it immediately came over and started to make Yaya gestures non-stop. Feeling Yaya's happiness, Little Fool's mood also became better. "If you can think of another way, I don't mind." Bing waved his hand, a face of helplessness. "Don't tell me you intend for our grand plan to fail prematurely." "Origin imprint box." Bing proudly pointed at Tang Tian. "This fellow has a zero-energy body. His body will strongly repel energy-converted things. After these imprints lose their energy, they will become origin imprints, and seal the origin imprint in the copper box, and it will become the origin imprint box." Yaya immediately beamed with joy, jumped to Little Fool's side, carried Little Fool on his back, and then flew around the martial spirit chamber, his mouth releasing yaya sounds of joy. Little Fool's spirit value was as high as 80 points, teleportation took up 10 points, graceful cold flame took up 10 points, and there was still 60 points of space. The spirit technique of the Ursa Major Star's umbrella required him to comprehend it himself, but he had to reserve spirit value. Little Fool felt that the potential of the Ursa Major Star's umbrella was huge, and he planned to reserve 30 points of spirit value. Tang Tian's face immediately turned green. "Eat." "Hey, uncle, are you kidding me?" Little Fool understood Yaya's meaning, and shook his head. "No way." Bing whistled, and was slightly excited. Success. Next was the umbrella cover. Little Fool chose the bronze treasure of Cygnus constellation, the Lake Shadow Cloak. The graceful cold flame refining Cygnus constellation treasures could be said to yield twice the results with half the effort. Little Fool could clearly feel that the energy consumption was much smaller. "Who knows?" Bing shrugged his shoulders. "We have to speed up, we don't have much time." He was rather picky. "I, Little Fool, am so good to you, but you can't even give me a name. Can we still play happily together? Are we still good brothers? Can our feelings not even be compared to a name? I have already given you all my rations, and you are actually like this. You are not loyal, as a spirit general. How can you be like this?" "That's right." Bing nodded his head. "Do you have any ideas?" Everyone jumped in fright. Little Fool's eyes flashed with a light aura, his exquisite face revealed a look of concentration. Little Fool concentrating on controlling the graceful cold flame. The martial spirit of a bronze rank star treasure was not strong enough, it had the most impurities, and required patience to refine and purify, to raise its quality. The umbrella ribs were completed. "Seems like this blade seal is not an ordinary item." Bing was slightly surprised. "Your luck, this rascal, is surprisingly good." Bing did not use the 09 bronze, but after communicating with Sai Lei, he ordered a new metal that Sai Lei had recommended, crystal copper. The cold, graceful cold flame wrapped around the arrow. The sharp tip of the arrow was polished perfectly round like a water droplet. The arrow body became even thinner, and even more transparent. The spring arrow body was like a tender emerald, the summer arrow was like a hot and unrestrained polished red crystal, the autumn arrow was like a mature wheat ear, the winter arrow was as transparent as an icicle in the winter. The ambition to be the master must not be given up. While Little Fool was refining the spirit treasures, Tang Tian and Bing were also preparing for the upcoming battle. Little Fool checked the arrows one by one, seeing that there were no flaws, his face revealed a satisfied smile. Little Fool said weakly, his childish voice was filled with helplessness. Why is it that around this fool, even bud spirit generals are so stupid? 12 bronze arrows were thrown into the graceful cold flame. All right, although it was not worthy of my meticulously crafted masterpiece, but it can be considered as a sponsor. No. Bing shook his head. Little Fool secretly decided, after this wave of things was over, he wanted to refine the spirit treasures and earn a sum of money. If the future plans were to fall into the hands of the fool, then it would only be dragged into the abyss of stupidity. Little Fool looked at the finished product in front of him, his exquisite face revealing a tinge of pride. Inside the white graceful cold flame, the bronze rod slowly became thinner. Little Fool replenished 2 more star rocks. Following the removal of the impurities on the rod body, the bronze rod became glossy, shining with an enchanting light aura, and actually had a bit of a crystalline texture. If the refining spirit technique was more powerful, the quality should be able to go up another level. Alright, the graceful cold flame that had a spirit value of 10 points, to be able to reach this stage was already pretty good. Yaya umbrella? How could such a masterpiece have such a name? Bing's spirit was roused, pointing at Tang Tian, imprint the seal into his body. That meant that he still had 30 points of spirit value left. The graceful cold flame emitted a cold intent, causing the surroundings to be dyed with a layer of frost. The demonic and exquisite umbrella handle, the black gecko, attached to the handle body, the 2 blood pupils, were exactly where Little Fool was holding. The 12 umbrella ribs contained the changes of the 4 seasons. The umbrella's surface was like a painting, the water rippled, the reflection of the snowy mountain on the water surface. The most amazing thing was the starry sky above the snowy mountain, which was also reflected in the lake. Such a passive situation could not be allowed to continue. Kang Yang Yu nodded his head, without saying a word. A thread of mist coiled around the spirit treasure, quickly seeping into it. His eyes suddenly lit up with a ball of light aura. The mist wrapped around a dim light ball and flew out. Little Fool was speechless. He understood Yaya's anger. Maybe I can try. Kang Yang Yu explained. After my spirit transformation, I am powerless against physical objects, but towards energy objects, my control has increased by a lot. Yaya was immediately angered. With a pout, he jumped up and down around Little Fool, squeaking non-stop. When Little Fool dispersed the graceful cold flame, a slender long rod that his small hands could hold landed in his hands. The slender rod was thicker than chopsticks. Little Fool's hands were too small, and he was helpless. The rod's body had a translucent crystal texture. The black stripes formed an ice-cold gecko, entrenched on the rod's body. The 2 demonic red spots were like ice-cold blood pupils. But, even with his surging energy, he felt that his energy could not keep up. Then the other saints could only imagine. Also, the graceful cold flame was only a 10-point spirit value entry-level refining spirit technique. In the future, when refining spirit techniques with higher spirit value, the consumption of energy would be even more terrifying, and the consumption would be long-lasting. Chapter 5:11. Another saint barged in, and in 10 seconds, the light barrier turned green. The legendary lost single-valve stronghold, and the unfathomable Kang Yang Yu. For the next few days, no one dared to challenge the stronghold. Soon after, another brave saint who did not believe in evil stepped into the stronghold with a face full of killing intent. Then, in less than 10 seconds, the light barrier turned green again. When Shifeng saw the enemy in front of him, it was as if he was struck by lightning. He was completely dumbfounded. Coupled with the meticulously arranged dark caves, even a saint would find it hard to escape unscathed. Once he stepped into the light barrier, his face changed. This light barrier was weird. This defeat was too fast. He immediately extended his hand to try, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not get out. "I surrender," the other party shouted, causing Shifeng to wake up from his daze. "Win in one move. This little one will follow Master's lead from now on. I will follow your orders." Due to the battle between Tang Tian and Yi Zhaoji, there was a huge uproar. When people realized that the groundsmaster's residence had changed beyond recognition, it was already noon. This strange shape was obviously intentional. The saints were definitely a group of people with the most profound knowledge. Very quickly, they found the name Single Valve Fortress, and some of the characteristics of the Single Valve Fortress were also revealed. At the same time, Little Fool of the Martial Spirit Chamber opened his eyes. Is it coming? He was also looking forward to this battle. The first spirit treasure he had refined was finally going to experience the test of battle. The dark caves did not attack, and he arrived in front of the light barrier without any problems. He was slightly nervous, but after thinking about it, if he did not take some risks, how would he gain anything? Gritting his teeth, he stepped into the light barrier. Another saint, in 10 seconds, the light barrier turned green. The depth of his schemes was evident. Some of the characteristics of the single valve stronghold had already been dug out by everyone. Once the light barrier turned red, it meant that the battle was not over. And once the light barrier turned green, it meant that the battle was over. The reason they gave was sufficient. It was not that this fiend was the strongest, but that he was the coldest, most ruthless, and most scheming. Offending him meant that no one would be bitten. The first time he tricked Yi Zhaoji, this fiend only used the form spirit, and that weird red flame did not appear. And to numb Yi Zhaoji, he did not hesitate to cripple his own arms. Sensing that someone had arrived, Tang Tian opened his eyes. Could it be some kind of powerful special spirit technique? Someone whispered. Therefore, when Shifeng saw Tang Tian, his last bit of hope was completely extinguished. And when he saw the waiter's umbrella, he shivered. This person actually had a trump card. He had never taken this umbrella out before. Shifeng had done some research on spirit treasures, and upon seeing Yaya's umbrella, he knew that it was of outstanding quality. One-on-one? Ren Yu Hai frowned. How is that possible? Hence, before the opportunity presented itself, it was better to put on an act. Who was inside? Meng Ta remained calm as he slowly walked into the stronghold. The reason why the single valve fortress could force the enemy into a one-on-one battle was not only because of the crisscrossing layers of dark caves, but also because of the place Tang Tian was currently guarding, the light barrier at the valve mouth. Let's go take a look at the single valve fortress, Ren Yu Hai said. This time, there were no gasps of cold air, there was no sound at all. Everyone was completely shocked. On the third day, someone entered the single valve fortress, and immediately attracted everyone's attention. No one wanted to be the first to stand out. It must be an extremely powerful saint. The people outside could not see the situation inside the stronghold, but Fu Zhongshan and the rest who were watching from the dark caves could see everything clearly, and they were completely dumbfounded. What was going on? How could this be? One-on-one? 1 gold treasure, 36 silver treasures, 72 bronze treasures, were arranged by Bing in this area, and thus formed a roughly 300 m diameter hemispherical light barrier. Treasures, cold wave, star power, formed a perfect light barrier to seal off the area, and if there were more than 2 people in this area, it would be forbidden to enter. That fool's attitude towards his enemies had always been extremely ruthless. And for a potential enemy like him, he would definitely not be merciful. Although he could not kill him, he would definitely be able to completely suppress him. Shifeng surrendered without hesitation. Other than Tang Tian's origin seal, there was also a lot of analysis of Tang Tian's battle. This beast's schemes were truly deep and terrifying. The single valve fortress is an ancient fortress that has been lost for a long time, and has not appeared for a long time. I never expected it to appear here. Tongji's tone had a tinge of surprise. The single valve fortress's greatest specialty is that it can forcefully form a one-on-one situation. Tang Tian took a deep breath, and said, "Come, let's fight to the death." Ren Yu Hai was curious, but, one-on-one, where did they get their confidence from? Although Fu Zhongshan's strength is not bad, but he is far from being able to fight with us. Feng immediately felt like dying. Why did he jump out to be the first to stand out? Then who could it be? Ren Yu Hai asked. This was especially so for the saints who had discussed with Feng before. Their expressions changed slightly. This guess caused many to be excited and agitated. Feng straightforwardly surrendered, causing Tang Tian, who was just about to pounce forward, to stop himself, and looked at Feng in shock. Little fool. He had made up his mind, if there were any signs, he would immediately run back. One sect with 3 saints, that was an extremely impressive achievement. Kang Yangyu's strength had never been displayed before, and no one knew, but to be able to groom 3 saint disciples, he was definitely not simple, and no one dared to look down on him. Although Feng was a saint from a small place, but he still had some foundation. How could he be defeated so quickly? Feng originally did not want to be the first to stand out, but he still held on to his luck and decided to give it a try. He had always stayed in the Delphinus constellation, which was a small constellation in the northern sky's 19 continents. This time, he also had the attitude of giving it a try. When everyone was discussing, they all agreed that they should definitely not be enemies with him. A few nosy saints even made a list of dangerous people. On it were people that they could not provoke, and this person was impressively at the top of the list. He had been guarding here for 3 days, and was already getting impatient. In truth, I am also not sure. Tong Ji shook his head. This type of fortress has already been lost, and no one knows the theory behind it. When Brother Li was here, did you hear of it? Such a terrifying and ambitious person, how could he, an ordinary saint, be his opponent? Was it finally here? Could it really be Kang Yangyu? Tong Ji calmed down, his eyes flashing with a strange light. Seems like the main character has appeared. They did not know that the battle where Tang Tian kidnapped Yi Zhao Ji was currently the hottest topic in the entire ancient cold city. What exactly was the flame on Tang Tian's fist? Until now, no one had discussed it. To be able to restrain the glimmer, such a spirit technique was definitely not an ordinary spirit technique. But no one was able to say where it came from, causing the saints to be bewildered. The more he thought about it, the more afraid he felt, his thoughts diverging even further. Could it be that ancient cold city was actually a scam set up by this person? Very possible. If not, why would this person appear in the groundsmaster's residence? Could it be that he was the real mastermind behind this scam? They truly did not understand. Where did Kang Yang fighting grounds get their confidence from? Fu Zhongshan's strength was considered not bad among the Bronze Saints, but he was definitely not a top expert. This checkpoint should only be placed when there were absolute strong martial artists. How could the Kang Yang fighting grounds have absolute martial artists? Unless Kang Yang was planning to personally appear? Tang Tian took a deep breath and stood up. And this time, after Rongbo left, this person then displayed his true strength. He did not even use his form spirit, and easily took down Yi Zhao Ji. When the 5th saint barged in 10 seconds, the light barrier turned green. This time, no one dared to make a sound. In everyone's eyes, the stronghold was like a monster with its bloody mouth wide open, waiting to devour people. This caused everyone to be extremely surprised. Maybe we will know in a while. Tong Ji laughed. I believe there will definitely be a lot of people who will not be able to hold back. Feng's heart trembled. This was a life and death battle. And Yi Zhao Ji was also killed like this. It was still unknown whether he was dead or alive. These few days, he tried his best to not appear in front of Tang Tian. He suddenly realized a problem. If Tang Tian knew of his true identity, with his character, his own days would be even more difficult. This was the first battle. Tang Tian did not dare to be negligent. A good start was more important than anything else. Little fool, Yaya, all come out. Tang Tian had to give it his all. That mysterious person and Yi Zhao Ji's movements. Ren Yu Hai asked. There is no news at the moment, but one thing is for sure, Yi Zhao Ji is not dead. Tong Ji said, he had insider information. Although Yi Zhao Ji had disappeared, he was not dead. Isn't this the mysterious person who kidnapped Yi Zhao Ji? Feng's face was full of smiles, and he was extremely careful. Definitely not Fu Zhongshan. The saints who were watching the battle outside the groundsmaster residence only saw the light barrier turning red not long ago, suddenly turning green. Everyone could not help but gasp at the same time. Everyone's conclusion was the same: this person was extremely dangerous. Decisive in killing, ruthless and cruel. For the sake of winning in 20 moves, he did not hesitate to mutilate his own hands. Such a ruthless person must definitely not be provoked. Looking at his shocking battle instincts, terrifying battle instincts, but what was truly terrifying was his unfathomable shrewdness. Tong Ji and the rest's faces were extremely ugly. Li Ruo was hysterical. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The old man has already soul transformed. He definitely can't fight. H, I want to see, what kind of saint is this? A burly man snorted and stepped out from the crowd. Seems like I can only fight to the death. He made up his mind. Tang Tian's body slightly leaned forward, as though he was about to pounce. Li Ruo's injuries had already recovered, he said with resentment. It must be that old bastard, H. Seems like he has been guarding against me since the beginning. Everyone's spirit was shaken. This person was called Meng Ta, one of the strongest saints in ancient Cold City. His spirit value was as high as 136 points. He had been famous for many years, and his battle experience was extremely rich. Many people's eyes lit up. That's right, it might be some kind of special spirit technique. Usually this type of spirit technique, usually powerful, but the consumption is also very high. Chapter 512. Then let's work together. Meng Ta said contentedly. The outcome was better than what he had imagined, and he could accept it. He could not even feel bad about it. The other party did not do it on purpose, it was all because of the situation. This battle was not easy, but the situation, how did it become like this? Work together. Meng Ta was startled, and asked, how do we work together? He regretted getting involved in this mess. Bing felt that the situation before him was extremely exquisite. One by one, they could not escape, they had to make a choice, and the best thing was that the independent saints came to him. He could not blame anyone. It was him. The other was to surrender. Too shameless. He was eagerly waiting for a strong martial artist to come and defeat the fool. Not good, someone beat me to it. Meng Ta's expression was calm. I did not expect you to be the one guarding, what a surprise. With just a few words, Tang Tian could feel the confidence that Meng Ta had in his strength. An expert. Little fool was fuming with anger, his gaze could kill. He was still holding a grudge against Meng Ta. You did not even make a move, and you still want me to refine a spirit treasure for you? Bing smiled. Subduing the enemy without fighting was the highest level of military strategy. The most important thing was, this feeling was simply too satisfying. Meng Ta's face finally changed. Until Tang Tian revealed his identity, Meng Ta's attitude made Bing's eyes light up. Tang Tian waved his hand. Small matter, when the time comes, I will let little fool refine one for you. That's right, the opponent is also very strong, to be able to hold on for so long. This was intimidation and threats. Meng Ta regained his composure. I do not wish to fight with you, nor do I wish to surrender. What do I do? The muscles on his face kept changing, and returned to his original appearance. Tang Tian stood up, and encouraged, you have worked hard. Good. This is a good idea. Bing praised, Mr. Meng Ta is indeed talented, this is a great achievement. Meng Ta suggested, Master, everyone outside is watching, this is the best opportunity. We only need to purposely attack, create some momentum, and they will think that you are exhausted, and will rush in impatiently. Master, when the battle drags on, the people outside will think that you are struggling to hold on. At that time, you only need to do the same and you will definitely be able to capture all of them in one go. In ancient Cold City, the people from the 12 ecliptic palaces had been sparing no effort to recruit saints, but it was a pity that there were not many results. Most of the independent saints were undisciplined and did not like to be restricted, so it was extremely difficult to recruit these people. Tang Tian was stunned. I don't think so. Meng Ta smiled modestly. You flatter me, Master. Let's put it another way. However, these saints were no fools. They were well aware of the consequences of offending an overlord like Tang Tian. If Tang Tian publicly revealed his identity, he would be ganged up on. It would also attract the vigilance of the Honorable Martial Alliance and Onyx Soul, and increase their strength. Looking at the youth in front of him, he smiled bitterly in his heart. This was troublesome. The fact that the other party had revealed their true colors meant that there was no room for compromise between the two sides. Meng Ta had rich battle experience. He knew that in a battle of life and death, it was not entirely dependent on a person's strength. Those who were dangerous would often display extraordinary strength. Even if he was already suppressed to a corner and was in imminent danger, he would still be like a poisonous snake, ready to deal a fatal blow at any time. For the spirit treasures, Meng Ta sold out everyone in the blink of an eye. Meng Ta immediately became excited. If it was said that he still felt a tinge of regret previously, now he only felt that he had profited. Spirit Treasure Master. Tang Tian was actually a Spirit Treasure Master. To the independent saints, Spirit Treasure Masters were the most welcomed. Not far away, Meng Ta continuously bombarded the ground. His power was terrifying. After a while, Meng Ta stopped, wiped his sweat, and said to Tang Tian, "Master, it's about time." He was waiting for an opportunity. Only when the fool was heavily injured could he regain control of the body. Little Fool, who was wielding Yaya's umbrella, had absolute confidence in his own strength. Meng Ta was startled and immediately said anxiously, "So Master is also proficient in refining spirit treasures. There must be contributions. There must be contributions." Once they joined the Ursa Major constellation, it meant that they could not join other constellations. In the end, a strong martial artist came, and then cowered, and then signed a cooperation contract. Actually, he had hidden a trap in it. In the current situation, to the saints, there were only two choices. Of course, true experts were arrogant, they were tough, they could not be subdued by force. How could they surrender? Meng Ta noticed the Yaya's umbrella in Little Fool's hands, and his eyes lit up. This spirit treasure is not bad. Independent saints were undisciplined and arrogant, but they were definitely not stupid. Stupid people would not be able to become saints. The only one who was not happy was Little Fool. His delicate and adorable face was gloomy. The previous 5 surrenders had already caused him to be unable to tolerate it. With the previous surrenders as a reference, this plan seemed to be much better. Meng Ta did not expect that the opponent would actually think of such a strange plan. After thinking for a while, he understood Bing's intention. It was such a good opportunity. If he were to miss it, he would definitely regret it till his intestines turned green. Meng Ta was overjoyed. "Thank you, Master. Simply too shameless." That was the brilliance of Bing. No powerhouse would reject the entry of a saint. On the contrary, every constellation was trying to recruit a saint. Bing's heart was blooming with joy. Furthermore, it was the saints who walked right into the trap. "See, you can't blame me. It was you who barged in yourself. There was no choice. It was not me who wanted you to surrender. It was the stronghold that forced you." If the opponent was just a saint, no matter how powerful he was, Meng Ta would not be afraid. But an overlord was different. Behind an overlord was a huge constellation, countless manpower and resources. There were many experts. It was a huge interest group. "It's my duty. It's my duty," Meng Ta hurriedly replied. He left through the door behind Tang Tian. One was to kill Tang Tian, and then be chased by Ursa Major constellation. Outside the stronghold, when everyone saw that the light barrier did not break, and instead returned to green, there was an uproar. Fu Zihong's eyes lit up. Uncle was really good at borrowing power, to actually break through the situation so easily. Tang Tian glanced at Meng Ta, and said lazily, "Do you want to surrender too?" Everyone outside saw that the light barrier was extremely calm. There were no signs of fighting. Suddenly, there was a loud rumble. The light barrier trembled. It was obvious that there was a fight going on inside. "That's easy." A voice came in between the two of them. Bing floated out from Tang Tian's body. He had always been watching the fight. The previous 5 surrenders caused him to be dumbstruck, but he could not help but start to think. Military leaders were the best at thinking. In such a strange situation, an inspiration appeared in Bing's mind. The other party's attitude made Tang Tian retract his lazy look. Of course he knew who Tang Tian was. Ursa Major constellation was like the sun in the sky, consecutively swallowing Sky Dragon constellation and Cetus constellation. their strength was close to the ecliptic palace constellations. Sitting on such a constellation was the most popular overlord recently. The method of cooperation is simple. You will join our Ursa Major constellation as a partner. We will not force you to participate in the battle, but if you choose to participate, then you will receive a corresponding share of the spoils of war. The more you contribute, the more benefits you will receive. Our Ursa Major constellation is considered a big constellation. In terms of strength, I believe you can be assured, the resources we can obtain will definitely be more than yours. Also, I believe, Ursa Major constellation's initiative, most probably no one will doubt it. The other party is not feeling good either, the battle is too intense. If Tang Tian was outside, using Ursa Major constellation's name, using such a plan, Meng Ta would definitely not care about it. But under such circumstances, he felt that the proposal was not bad, at least there was a certain degree of freedom. He did not put Tang Tian's strength in his eyes, but, if he killed Tang Tian, there was no need to wait for tomorrow. Ursa Major constellation would use all their strength to deal with him, his family, disciples, no one would be able to escape. Definitely no constellation would protect him, even the Honorable Martial Alliance would not. Ursa Major constellation was a group of battle maniacs, with a fearsome army, it would immediately signify war. A cold laugh resonated in Little Fool's mind. The saint was not a lone ranger. Meng Ta laughed bitterly. Can I pretend that I have never been here? Unknowingly, they had actually laid out an extremely ingenious plan. Meng Ta's face was full of smiles. My spirit treasures have always been inconvenient, I wonder if Master could. Tang Tian sat on the ground, leisurely eating an apple. Although Tang Tian had already promised, but Meng Ta knew, if he did not contribute, Master might not remember him in the future. Little Fool's gaze towards Meng Ta was filled with disdain, and hatred. Little Fool was extremely disdainful of the Fool's origin seal. As expected of Meng Ta, this power is truly terrifying. If they were to use Ursa Major constellation's name to recruit these saints, not many would be willing to bother with them. The reason why independent saints were free was because they did not want to join other powerhouses. Thinking about this battle, it was a battle of life and death, there was no leeway. Respecting the strong, Tang Tian said calmly, I am Tang Tian, the master of Ursa Major constellation. When Meng Ta stepped into the light barrier, he saw the person guarding it, and his gaze congealed. He had personally witnessed the battle between Tang Tian and Yi Zhao Ji, and he agreed with the analysis of Yi Zhao Ji that was circulating around. But he was confident in his own strength, and was not afraid, but rather wary. Fu Zhongshan and the rest were completely shocked to the point that they could not speak. When Meng Ta appeared, everyone's heart sank. Meng Ta's reputation was well known, he was an absolute expert, even Fu Zhongshan admitted that he was inferior to him. That's right, for such a long time, such an intense battle, even an Iron Saint would not be able to endure it. Surrender. Meng Ta chuckled, although your strength is extraordinary, but it is not enough for me to surrender. But, I am very curious about your true identity. The cunning old Bing coughed lightly, we can work together. I just refined it, I have not tried it yet. Tang Tian said. If Tang Tian publicly threatened the independent saints, then he would be attacked by all the independent saints. Not to mention, if all the saints in ancient Cold City were to unite, they could sweep Ursa Major constellation a few times over. Meng Ta suddenly shivered, as though he was being stared at by someone. He looked around, and suddenly felt that he was too happy. Both parties signed the Saint Spirit contract. Meng Ta actually failed. Hee. First time refining, Little Fool seems to be very talented in this aspect. Tang Tian reacted, and explained, Little Fool is my form spirit. Chapter 513. Everyone was in awe of the stage-keeper's tenacity, but they all agreed that even a man made of steel would not be able to last long under such intense battles, and would crumble at any moment. Swindling and deceiving were all left to Bing, and Bing would be able to do it outstandingly. Not all saints had families to support them, and there were some who were alone. Against such a stubborn person, Bing would resort to tempting them. Little Fool's face was as black as a sheet. He was treated like a trophy to be showcased by everyone. Walking on the street, feeling the chill of the night, Tang Tian was energized. He was originally prepared for battle, but who knew that he would not be able to use a single move, and the origin mark box that he had prepared was not even used. Fu Ying did not say a word, and turned to leave. A moment later, Fu Ying appeared in the ancient cold inn. When he walked out of the inn, he was holding onto a Hu-Fa dagger. The terrifying blade aura was like a light python, suddenly crossing the entire street, straight towards Tang Tian's face. Impossible. She seemed to know something. She knew about Sexton's eye. I'll ask her next time. He flew up into the sky, closed his eyes, and sensed carefully. A young man in white, with a cold expression, stood amongst the crowd, and was extremely eye-catching. Tong Ji's pupils constricted. He recognized the young man in white. Teleportation? Fu Ying's eyes flashed a cold look. Also, we do not need to be the first to pass. Tong Ji revealed a look of confidence. Don't forget, there are still Fu Zhongshan and Yang Haoran inside. Their strength cannot be underestimated. When the time comes, I'm afraid that their counterattack will be even more ferocious. I never thought that he would actually come. Tong Ji sighed. This is troublesome. The surging blade aura was like a torrent, scorching the ground in a radius of 30 m. The aftermath destroyed the surrounding houses, and a few saints flew out in a panic. They wanted to curse out loud, but when they saw the symbol on Fu Ying's body, their faces changed, and they did not dare to say anything. Not sure. Tong Ji's face congealed, and shook his head. Actually, after Meng Ta, I already felt that he would not have much strength left. I didn't expect that even after 3 of them came, they still couldn't take him down. This person's tenacity is truly terrifying. Sighs could be heard all around. Everyone felt that if they pushed a little more, the gatekeeper would definitely not be able to hold on. Who would have thought that just as they were about to win, the gatekeeper would activate the barrier? The protective barrier was raised, and all the saints dispersed. The streets were quiet. Ren Yu Hai and the others also noticed this person. When their eyes fell on the mark on the man's chest, their expressions changed. Honorable Martial Alliance. Ordinary saints would not be able to deal with teleportation. But to Fu Ying, who had been on the battlefield for many years, he would not back down. Teleportation didn't have a lot of space to move around, and the place to escape wasn't very far. The light of Yaya's umbrella dimmed. Even the snow mountain on the umbrella's surface was broken. Ransom. Fu Ying's eyes flashed with killing intent as he raised his right palm. You're courting death. He raised his right palm and chopped down at the light barrier. He held onto the dormant spear, and walked around the ancient cold city seemingly aimlessly. Fu Ying snorted. Although the stronghold in front of him was strange, he had conquered countless strongholds, so he did not put it in his eyes. He lingered in the air for a while, but there was still no sign of the enemy's chi. The man in white walked in front of Tong Ji and asked coldly, "Where is Yi Zhao Ji? How long do you think he can last?" Ren Yu Hai asked. Fu Zhongshan and Yang Haoran, who were initially suspicious of Tang Tian, were now completely convinced by Tang Tian. Counting the number of saints in the Chancellor's residence, there were as many as 12. Within a day, 9 saints were under his command. Such an expansion speed was terrifying. No matter how strong you are, there will be a time when you will collapse. Li Ruo said coldly. His palm suddenly released a glaring light, like a small sun, causing people to be unable to look at it. Since you are hiding in your turtle shell, then I will break your shell. Look, what a cute form spirit. He is called Little Fool, the first form spirit to be able to refine spirit treasures. Fu Zihong felt as though she was in a dream. She never thought that there would be a day where the number of saints in the Chancellor's residence would be so high. Fu Ying looked around and suddenly noticed the light barrier not far away. He squinted his eyes. He realized that he could not sense what was inside the light barrier. If that was the case, then there was only one possibility. A surging blade aura was released from his palm. Once it left his palm, it became dark and disappeared in the air. In the next moment, it appeared 700 feet away, as though it had drilled out from the void and instantly engulfed the house. Bang! Hence, everyone was fighting to pass the barrier. Everyone was betting that they would be the one to succeed. Fu Ying frowned. He did not manage to hit his target. Tong Ji's expression returned to normal. I never thought that I would meet Master Fu Ying here. However, Master Fu Ying's question has stumped me. You can't be thinking that I am the one behind this, right? What was the problem? The force from the umbrella caused Tang Tian and Little Fool's expressions to change. The two figures, one big and one small, flew out as though they were hit by a heavy hammer. That's right. Ren Yu Hai nodded and said, we do need to find a few more like-minded experts. Let's leave the vanguard to these idiots. A loud sound could be heard from within the light barrier. From the intensity of the light barrier's vibrations, one could see the power of the explosion. The dazzling light shone through the light barrier, illuminating the night sky. Ren Yu Hai's face turned pale. Bang! The entrance of the stronghold was in chaos. Many saints were fighting inside. Even a strong martial artist like Ren Yu Hai did not dare to step into the chaos. Tang Tian, who had been holding back the entire day, took this opportunity to sneak out of the Chancellor's residence. Although the single-valve stronghold was airtight, with Bing around, he could still fight his way out. Bing had specially created a backdoor for Tang Tian. Tang Tian could use it to teleport out. Of course, there was a certain level of risk. However, with the current strength of the stronghold, there was no need to be afraid of anyone coming in. The other two nodded in agreement. Tang Tian scoffed, Yi Zhao Ji is now my captive. As long as you pay the ransom, I will hand him over to you. Why was it completely different from what he had imagined? Why was it that every time, he would lose control of the situation? The difference in strength immediately caused Tang Tian to wake up. He picked up the injured Little Fool and teleported, disappearing. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, raised his palm and slashed towards the house that was 700 m away. The blade aura swept across the sky, causing a tremor that sounded like a dragon's roar. The opponent was hiding inside the light barrier. What a pity, this person will have a chance to breathe. Tong Ji said. Everyone was familiar with the single-valve stronghold's characteristics. It was a protective layer formed by the stronghold absorbing the chaotic energy from the battles. For such a ferocious person to appear in ancient Cold City, to everyone, it was like a thorn in their backs. Was that asshole dead or alive? His emotions were complicated. In the past, he only had hatred for that asshole. But now that he knew more, he could not hate him. Although he did not understand, but he could vaguely see the big net behind him. That year, the situation was much more dangerous and complicated than what he had imagined. Fu Ying had always been at the front lines. He was the Honorable Martial Alliance's blade, and was known as Killer Ying. Among the Bronze Saints, he was definitely ranked in the top 10. The number of Bronze Saints that had died in his hands was uncountable. His figure flickered lightly, and he flew over 1,000 feet, heading forward. Suddenly, he stopped and slashed again 1,000 feet away. He is coming for Yi Zhao Ji. Li Ruo's voice had a tinge of fear. Right at this moment, the light barrier suddenly expanded, completely protecting the groundsmaster's residence. A layer of gentle light aura lit up from the umbrella. Cold chi filled the air, and the water rippled. Yaya's umbrella spun around. The single-valve stronghold was a strange stronghold. He had already locked on to the opponent's chi. As long as the opponent was in ancient Cold City, he would not be able to escape his search. Seems like Elder Rong Bo really likes Yi Zhao Ji. He actually sent Master Fu Ying here. I do not dare to play any tricks in front of you. If I have any news, I will definitely inform you. Tong Ji said. Bang! Bang! So he was from the Honorable Martial Alliance. The blade light was still deflected by Yaya's umbrella, and flew into the sky. Suddenly, Tong Ji's gaze was attracted by a figure. So many years had passed. Was he dead or alive? 9. Tong Ji reported an accurate number. Tang Tian's eyes were filled with confusion. Buzz. That's right. Tong Ji nodded his head, but, we have to find more people. If not, when the opportunity arises, we will not be able to rush over. Within a radius of 10 m, everything was turned into ashes, leaving behind a charred pit. A small umbrella appeared in front of the blade light. How many have entered? Ren Yu Hai asked. Although the people in front had all fallen, the saints continued to advance. Every battle inside was solid, and some of them even lasted for 4 hours. It was obvious that the other party was bitterly holding on. Tang Tian felt a strong sense of danger the moment Fu Ying raised his palm. Without thinking, he shouted, "Xiao Er." Xiao Er's face darkened. He had been thinking about it for the past few days. At that moment, the entire ancient cold city fell into a dead silence. All the saints were overwhelmed with shock. Fu Ying did not even look at them. He was still searching. The attack just now had not hit its target. Tang Tian walked aimlessly, thinking about his own matters. "A palm strike. Hand Yi Jiao Ji over," Fu Ying said. "Only you can't think of it, but there is nothing he can't cultivate. Genius spirit treasure master." Ren Ru Hai and Li Ruo kept quiet. Fu Ying felt his gaze and turned to look at him. The white-robed man walked towards Tong Ji. Damn it. Fu Ying's intuition was very strong. Fu Ying deduced that he was not injured after receiving his attack. His strength was much stronger than he had imagined. "You don't have the ability," Fu Ying said coldly. It was only until a white-robed man appeared in front of Tang Tian that he regained his senses. At the start, Tang Tian was rather pleased with today's defense, but very quickly, he felt bored. "This umbrella is beautiful. It's freshly made. Bronze lower grade. No, it's definitely a bronze middle grade. This was an extremely powerful force." Chapter 514. No. Tang Tian shook his head and said with concern, "Xiao Er, you should rest well. Why are you refining a spirit treasure now? Don't worry, I will definitely avenge you." Fu Ying would definitely not give up so easily. But Tang Tian looked at the report in his hands expressionlessly. He then turned and left to see Xiao Er. To reform his body, he would need to continuously use spirit techniques and energy to stabilize his spirit domain. And now, the only thing he could do was to refine a spirit treasure. Fu Ying moved like a ghost and appeared hundreds of feet away in a flash. His left arm was completely gone and his white robe was charred black. The saints in ancient Cold City were all shocked by such a shocking attack. Fu Ying's powerful battle prowess was already inconceivable to them. The title of Hero of Killer was indeed well deserved. To be able to enter the top 10 bronze saints was someone they had to look up to. "Are we really going to refine it?" Tang Tian was suspicious. But very quickly, he sneered. The reason why Fu Ying appeared in ancient Cold City was because he was entrusted by Elder Rong Bo to save Yi Jiao Ji. He had just retired from the battlefield, which was equivalent to a vacation. That was why he had the leisure to make this trip. Tang Tian continued, "Tell Tang Chou to finish off Big Dipper as soon as possible." Seeing this, Tang Tian gathered a group of saints. With so many saints, it would be a waste not to make use of them. He slowly squinted his eyes. Deep in his eyes, he was filled with killing intent. Thinking about how Crazy Tang almost got into trouble, his heart tightened. Luckily Crazy Tang was fine. If something had happened. They then realized that they were all rushing to break through the barrier in the day. Now that they thought about it, they were all scared. In that moment, Tang Tian actually had nothing to do. Suddenly, his face changed. Tang Tian was ambushed. Because of the commotion last night, no one dared to break through the barrier. The scene of Fu Ying being injured was too shocking. In everyone's eyes, the single-valve stronghold had become even more unfathomable. Tang Tian immediately went to gather the saints. Upon hearing that Little Fool wanted to refine spirit treasures, everyone became excited. But Tang Tian's spirit treasure was obviously not that easy to obtain. Only those who decided to participate in the battle with the Honorable Martial Alliance would be able to obtain the spirit treasure first. Little Fool's condition was not too good, his figure was a little disorganized. Bing was currently directing the repair of the stronghold, although there were not many damages, but towards the war, Bing's attitude was meticulous. The waiter's face twitched. "I want the soul-refining treasure. I want the soul-refining treasure." Little Fool's face darkened, and his childish voice sounded like a child who was angry. The energy barrier was struck by a light whip and burst like a bubble. At the brink of life and death, Fu Ying glared angrily at Fu Ying. He roared and channeled all his true power into his left palm as he slashed at the lightning. Fu Ying flew for a few thousand miles in one breath before stopping. He casually slashed downwards, and with a boom, a deep pit with a diameter of over 6 meters appeared beneath his feet. He then flew down. That's right, let's fight. Now, these fellows were still far from being able to fight alone. There was another piece of information that attracted Tang Tian's attention. Not far from Sexton's constellation, an Honorable Martial Alliance army was gathering. The Honorable Martial Alliance did not specialize in armies, but as the war progressed, the Honorable Martial Alliance realized that the advantages of armies were not something saints could compare to, and started to develop armies. Bing's mouth was wide open, but he could not say a word. To a military leader who revered plans and strategies, such arbitrary and impulsive actions were simply preposterous. But, against Tang Tian's unreasonable decision, Bing was powerless to oppose. Bing handed over the responsibility of defense to Fu Zihong. The young lady's talent was actually quite good, and with more training, she might be able to hold her own. As for Bing himself, he entered 3 Spirit City from the Martial Spirit Chamber, and from 3 Spirit City to Ursa Major Constellation. He wanted to meet up with the rookies from the Sky Martial Wolf Academy in advance. They were the backbone that he had painstakingly nurtured, and he did not want them to die just like that. Single valve stronghold? The other party was obviously startled, and his eyes lit up. Where is it? Fu Ying had suffered such a huge loss, and would definitely not let it go. And the Red Leaf Army's mobilization was even more obvious that a huge war was approaching. Rather than that, it would be better to get the spirit treasures, and in the war, it would increase their chances of survival. After a moment, Bing suddenly laughed lightly. Hee hee. The originally dim light barrier suddenly erupted with light, and the light barrier trembled violently. The saints inside the light barrier were shocked to realize that the light barrier had a layer of densely packed fine lightning. The fine lightning was gathering at an astonishing speed. Who dared to ambush Tang Tian? All right, Bing said subconsciously, but he quickly reacted. That's not right. If we openly send out an army, it will cause the other constellations to retaliate. And if we clash with the Red Leaf Army, it will not be in line with our original plan. This also started the precedent of the Gold Branch Palace building an army, and the other branches all followed suit and built their own armies. Then let's fight. Tang Tian interrupted him. This brat had indeed become tyrannical. His heart was bleeding. Those despicable people who surrendered were coveting his spirit treasures. He had long decided not to refine spirit treasures for them, but he did not expect that he would actually be injured. Little fool, are you all right? Tang Tian squatted down, his face full of worry. I have finished changing. Bing could not help but be cautious. Crazy Tang was going to go crazy. Fu Ying's strength was indeed something that Tang Tian had never seen before in his life. Landing in the cave, his honorable martial plate suddenly lit up, transforming into a light screen, and a person with a face full of sunshine appeared on the light screen. Seeing Fu Ying in such a sorry state, he was shocked. What happened to you? The other saints were completely shocked by Tang Tian's performance. With just a few words, they could see that a bitter battle was about to begin. Fu Ying only felt a ferocious current of energy, suddenly crushing down on him. His left arm could be seen with the naked eye, charred black, charred, and flying ashes, but his desperate attack gave him a chance to live. He endured the pain, gathered his remaining energy, and retreated. Tang Tian was not afraid at all. Instead, he was full of fighting spirit. The army that was assembled was called the Red Leaf Army, and the military leader was called Jones. Jones was not from the Honorable Martial Alliance, but was from the Dolphin Constellation, and was discovered by Fu Ying during one of his missions. After that, Jones displayed his outstanding military talent, and was appointed to form the Red Leaf Army. Even, Hero of Killers, was heavily injured. These saints were very clear, since they had already joined the Ursa Major Constellation, they could not avoid being branded with the Ursa Major Constellation's brand. If they were to clash with the Honorable Martial Alliance, the Honorable Martial Alliance would definitely not let them off just because they did not participate in the war. The gentle white ball of light protected his entire body, but the sense of danger in his heart did not diminish at all. He did not dare to imagine the outcome. Swoosh! He quickly ran towards the secret door that he had left behind, and a figure appeared out of thin air, and when he landed, he staggered. It had been a long time since he saw Crazy Tang in such a difficult situation, but for some reason, Bing's heart was suddenly filled with anger. They had already secretly informed their families, and asked them to migrate to the Ursa Major constellation. Bing's head was in a mess. Once Crazy Tang went crazy, he would be unreasonable. It was obvious that Crazy Tang did not want to be reasonable anymore. Fu Ying's face changed. The intense sense of danger caused all the hairs on his body to stand. He immediately released his energy barrier. His energy barrier was the Honorable Martial Alliance's, Honorable Martial Alliance's, Honorable Martial Protection. Attack the barrier. Bing looked at Tang Tian. His heart was slightly worried. Crazy Tang had always been carefree. It was rare to see him so full of killing intent. Bang! Tang Tian did not expect that no one would hesitate. Although the Red Leaf Army had just been formed, the quality of the soldiers was very high. Fu Ying even persuaded the 10th Gold Sub-Palace to send a large number of gold-ranked martial artists to be the backbone of the army. Tang Tian asked expressionlessly, "Has the Sky Martial Wolf Academy finished changing their equipment?" Tang Tian received the information from Bell, and finally understood Fu Ying's background. Fu Ying was a member of the Honorable Martial Alliance's tribunal. Every member of the tribunal was a killing machine, and Fu Ying was even more fanatical about fighting. He had always been in the most dangerous place, and ever since the war between the Honorable Martial Alliance and Leo Constellation broke out, he had been on the battlefield. Fu Ying, who was in the sky, faced the light barrier, and slashed down with his palm. The blade aura gushed out, and transformed into a dazzling current. With a whistling sound, it crashed into the light barrier. Little Fool looked at Tang Tian. He was not moved at all. His face was full of misfortune. He felt that he was unlucky. Why was he the one who blocked that attack? If it was this fool, he reckoned that he would have already regained control. "I will bring people over now," the other party said without hesitation. Sexton's constellation, ancient cold city. Fu Ying squeezed the words out of his mouth. After suffering such a huge loss, if he did not get back at Fu Ying, he would not be Tang Tian. Fu Ying's spirit value had actually reached a shocking 298 point. He did not expect that he would need to refine spirit treasures in order to recover his strength. An Honorable Martial Alliance army, just thinking about it made him look forward to it. He had just refined and repaired the Yaya umbrella, and his body was indeed stronger, at the cost of consuming a large number of star rocks. Fu Ying closed the Honorable Martial plate, sat down cross-legged, threw a pill into his mouth, and began to meditate. Fu Ying's figure quickly disappeared into the horizon, and his sharp voice resonated throughout the snowy plains. "None of you will escape. We have been tricked." Fu Ying's face turned green. "We have encountered a single valve stronghold, and Yi Zhao Ji has yet to be rescued." He had the urge to kill himself. What made him even more depressed was that he needed to reform his body. Let them gather. A few of the saints who had trained in eye-related spirit techniques were even more fearful. Everyone looked at the light barrier of the stronghold, their eyes filled with fear. The single-valve stronghold had been lost for many years, and in everyone's eyes, it was just a strange stronghold. But when they personally witnessed the earth-shattering attack, these independent saints were all stunned. Their vision suddenly brightened, as a lightning bolt as thick as an arm lit up the night sky, and with the speed of lightning, it struck his energy barrier. That's right. Little Fool could no longer be bothered to look at Tang Tian. Chapter 515. Poison. Lots of poison. We only have one target this time, and that is Fu Ying. Don't even think about being merciful, we just want to get rid of him. Tang Tian was definitely an outstanding school tyrant. 3 Spirit City. Old Man Fei did not expect Tang Tian to come, and was overjoyed. Although there was no smithing bitch, the current 3 Spirit City was more like a training ground for mechanical weapons. This person's character must be extreme and stubborn. To be able to train the Honorable Martial Spirit / to a spirit value of 210 is unheard of. That's right, boss's idea is brilliant. Tang Tian took out the information sent by Bell and asked everyone to take a seat. Then, he distributed the information to everyone. Tang Tian did not hear what they were saying, But he felt that the idea of using puppets was not bad. He had a feeling that it would be difficult to use the Sea of Clouds to trap Fu Ying, and he needed to add more ingredients. Just like how Bing commanded the army, the complicated control aura was something that Tang Tian could not catch up to. But if it was a group fight, Bing would not be able to fight against Tang Tian. Tang Tian's unorthodox ideas were endless, and those seemingly absurd ideas were often very effective. There were also many other bad ideas. Every time this happened, Bing would be stunned. Meng Ta was the most cunning. After hearing Tang Tian's words, he immediately knew that it was a good opportunity to show off. Furthermore, it was obvious that whoever spoke first would gain the upper hand. He coughed lightly and took the lead. No matter how powerful a saint is, there will always be a weakness. Although Fu Ying is powerful, he is still a high-level country bumpkin. Tang Tian decided to go to Three Spirits City to take a look. As for his arm, when he returned to the Honorable Marshal Group, there would naturally be a way to recover. But, when he thought about that night, a ruthless look surfaced in his eyes. He had dominated the battlefield and killed countless people. When had he ever suffered such a loss? Other than that, Fu Ying's energy barrier was the Honorable Marshal protection. He had spent much less effort on it, and only had 20 spirit value points. Meng Ta did not forget to flatter Tang Tian, but it had to be said that he had summed it up well. Occupying 210 spirit value, this should be a spirit technique belonging to a silver saint. Fu Ying's handsome face was now filled with malevolence. He did not bother to conceal his killing intent. His left arm was only left with a small piece of charred skin. His tone was cold. You have two choices. One is to become my subordinate, and the other is to die. After this, I'll let you live. Everyone's hearts trembled. It was effective against saints, and the other technique that took up even more spirit value was his flying spirit technique, Shadow Step. Shadow Step was not an exclusive spirit technique of the Honorable Marshal Alliance, but a common technique, but he was able to forcefully comprehend this common technique to a spirit value of 68 points. Upon hearing the two words spirit treasure, everyone's morale immediately rose. Tang Tian muttered to himself. Sigh, how could I forget that? This type of spirit technique was usually cultivated by the saints of the big powers, as it was more suitable for war. Independent saints were usually lone wolves, and very few of them would cultivate it. Although it could trap the enemy, it lacked the ability to kill in one strike. It should not be a problem for him to deal with ordinary bronze saints. With a casual Honorable Marshal Spirit Slash, no one would be able to block it. His outstanding flying spirit technique allowed him to increase his power, but he still has a weakness. His defense is too weak, and although his flying spirit technique is outstanding, it is still far from reaching 100 spirit value. Let's target his weakness. The three of them felt their scalps go numb. The current Fu Ying was like a demon. His terrifying aura made it impossible for them to resist. Even Tong Ji knew that it was not the right time to go against him. But Tang Tian, who had been a school tyrant before, knew that battles were not only limited to duels. Ganging up on an opponent was also an effective method. Of course, the level of ganging up on an opponent would show the level of a school tyrant. The other saints were shocked. Sea of Clouds was a type of large-scale spirit technique. It could create a sea of clouds and trap the enemy. Once trapped in the Sea of Clouds, one would lose their sense of direction. They would think that they were flying in a straight line, but in fact, they were flying in circles. Master, this is our latest developed poison, White Illusion. Its biggest characteristic is that it does not enter the human body through breathing, but through energy. As long as a little bit of energy is infected by the White Illusion, once it enters the body, it will quickly spread. It will directly affect the spirit domain, and create all sorts of illusions. Everyone was cursing in their hearts. This bootlicker, why didn't they see this in the past? But on the surface, they were praising Fu Ying. Meng Ta's eyes lit up. Great. Fu Ying's strength was indeed much higher than his. Regarding this, Tang Tian had no choice but to admit. That slash immediately caused Little Fool's body to scatter. This kind of attack was something that Tang Tian had never seen before. Meng Ta was also excited. If he could get rid of Fu Ying, just thinking about it made him excited. Needless to say, it was good to have a big tree to lean on. Even before the battle started, he had already gotten the enemy's information. He did not plan to wait for the Red Leaf army. His figure flew out of the cave and towards the ancient cold city. Continue. Tang Tian was excited. As expected of Fu Ying, he was quite good at it. Everyone's face was pale. Entering the ancient cold city and seeing the single valve stronghold, Fu Ying's eyes flashed a cold light. Because of his battle, the independent saints did not dare to barge in. Bing would definitely not admit that Tang Tian was more intelligent than others. He attributed it to Tang Tian's battle instincts. Can we add something into the sea of clouds to attract Fu Ying's attention? For example, a puppet. It would be best if it had the chi of a saint. Tang Tian asked. He thought about the battle last night and said, his intuition is very strong. Even if I used teleportation, it would be difficult to escape from his senses. Everyone was enlightened. Using the sea of clouds to trap the enemy and then using the spirit treasure to kill him in one strike was a good idea. A few of the saints were envious. The sea of clouds was not very useful to the independent saints. But now that everyone had joined the Ursa Major constellation, it would be very useful. This guy would definitely be put in an important position. No one said anything. They were all looking at the information in their hands. If the information was true, then Fu Ying's strength was too strong. With a sea of clouds with a spirit value of 70, Fu Ying would definitely not be able to escape. Then let's use the sea of clouds to trap him and give him a good beating. Meng Ta said, everyone spread out. This way, he can disperse his attacks. Boss is really wise. Everyone's hair stood on end. They then remembered that the first poison battle was started by their boss. The entire Onyx Soul was in an uproar. At that time, Heaven's Road was in a state of fear. The terrifying scene was still fresh in everyone's mind. Spirit value of 298. There was only one attack spirit technique, Honorable Martial Spirit / Ren Yu High, and the other two's faces changed. They were all on guard. With the white illusion in his hands, Tang Tian's confidence soared. Seeing this, everyone could not help but take in a deep breath. Honorable Martial Spirit / was a common technique among the bronze spirit techniques of the Honorable Martial Alliance. The initial spirit value was only 8 points. It was not even comparable to Tang Tian's teleportation. But Fu Ying had invested an unlimited amount of effort into this seemingly ordinary spirit technique. Currently, his Honorable Martial Spirit / was already at 210 points. It was only 20 points away from the record of 230 points that the Honorable Martial Alliance, Honorable Martial Spirit / could achieve. Everyone was speechless. 10 minutes is enough. Tang Tian's spirit was roused. Everyone was attracted by Meng Ta's words. Even Tang Tian was listening attentively. Meng Ta was even more excited. No wonder Fu Ying's attacks were so terrifying. I have to go take a look. Sigh, the last time they said that they had developed a new poison that was effective against saints, Old Man Fei gave Tang Tian a large amount of antidote. If he consumed it in advance, he would be able to avoid being affected by the white illusion during the battle. If they were to be affected, it would definitely be a disaster. Hearing Tang Tian's intention, Old Man Fei did not hesitate to take out a crystal tube. Seeing everyone's gaze, the saint was slightly embarrassed. I have another spirit treasure. Fu Ying opened his eyes in the cave. His eyes were filled with killing intent. His left arm had completely disappeared, leaving behind only a small part that was charred black. But after 2 days of recuperation, his battle strength had recovered. Tang Tian's opening speech set the tone for the discussion. Meng Ta praised, as expected of the boss. Your brain is not something we can compare to. Tang Tian was slightly unhappy. He stared at the crowd. I asked all of you here to think of a solution. Today, all of you have to think of a solution, regardless of whether it is good or bad. If anyone can't think of a solution, we will talk about the spirit treasure later. A spirit value of 68 points, Shadow Step, it is unimaginable. Meng Ta sighed. This Fu Ying was not valued in the Honorable Martial Alliance. He did not even train in any powerful spirit techniques. Meng Ta turned to ask the rest. A saint raised his hand. I, Sea of Clouds, have a spirit value of 70 points. He wanted to prepare a feast for Fu Ying. Shadow Step only has a spirit value of 5 points. For him to be able to train it to 68 points, he is indeed powerful. But, Shadow Step is a spirit technique that emphasizes on dodging in a small area, and not in a straight line. Since that is the case, we need a large area of effect attack, one that he cannot escape from in an instant. Who has trained in a large area of effect illusion spirit technique? He only has 3 types of spirit techniques. To sum it up, he has a silver rank attack, an outstanding but not top-notch bronze rank movement, and a terrible bronze rank defense. That is why I said, he is just a high-level country bumpkin without a spirit treasure. Compared to a tyrant-like boss, he is simply incomparable. Fu Ying sensed for a while and flew towards the west of the city. After a while, he appeared in front of Ren Yu Hai and the other 2. To surround and attack a target, one had to be prepared beforehand. In other words, one should not fight a battle without preparation. Fu Ying did not care about them and said coldly, "Let us go and pay a visit to the most powerful ones." Old Man Fei then carefully said, "Saints are very strong in all aspects. The white illusion has a limited time. It can only last for 10 minutes before the opponent's spirit domain will recognize it and kill it." Tang Tian raised his head. "How about poison? I have a lot of poisons, poisonous smoke, poisonous fog and the like. If it is mixed in the Sea of Clouds, they will not be able to tell. This is a good idea. It would be best if it is a white smoke. Puppets, using them in the Sea of Clouds, why did no one think of this before?" Chapter 516. Fu Ying floated above the ancient cold city. His 7 subordinates gathered all the saints in the city. Many of the saints saw that the situation was not good and tried to escape, but they were all killed by Fu Ying. Jones was not worried about Fu Ying. To him, Fu Ying's injury was just an accident. Fu Ying's battle prowess was unquestionable. Even Jones, who had always advocated for unity, felt that Fu Ying had the ability to break the balance. The adjutant's breathing became heavier. Little Fool listened to Tang Tian and Meng Ta's discussion without saying a word. He was very attentive to their discussion. After listening, he was satisfied. It had to be said that Meng Ta was indeed a person who could make wild guesses and hit the nail on the head. The reason why he agreed to send troops was because he was very interested in the single-valve stronghold. Any military leader would be tempted by a stronghold that had been lost in history. On the other hand, he had a close relationship with Fu Ying. If not for Fu Ying's support, he would not have been able to sit in this position. "Stop talking nonsense, hurry up." Jones interrupted the adjutant and frowned. "Our target is the ancient cold city." His threat was very powerful. No one dared to resist, and no one dared to surrender. Every saint that entered the stronghold was a solid battle. But the opponent's gatekeeper was very tenacious, and was able to hold on. "Yes." The adjutant immediately replied, but he could not help but add, "But I think that by the time we arrive, Master Fu Ying would have already massacred the entire ancient cold city. He had to enter the ancient cold city before everyone else could react." All the saints in the city gathered together. One by one, break through the stronghold. If you die, you will be able to protect your family. Whoever surrenders, I will kill his entire family. Every saint held a secret treasure that could record everything that happened here, and they would record everything that happened here. The Altar Constellation and Pictor Constellation spent a lot of effort to get one for each of them. Outside the single-valve stronghold. This was the only way to minimize the impact of the battle. Little Fool laughed coldly in his heart, his killing intent overflowing. Fu Ying's mouth curled into a cold smile. Little Fool calculated the possible changes that Fu Ying might make, his cold eyes flashing with excitement. But he did not want to open up another battlefront because of himself. The Marshall Group and Leo Constellation were fighting intensely. If they were to open up a new battlefront at the back, they would be attacked from the front and the back. Fu Ying stood at the back with killing intent. He was well versed in the art of war and had a wealth of battle experience. Under the lead of Ren Yu Hai and the others, he found the most powerful saints and forced them to become his subordinates. There were 7 people in his hands, All of them were the strongest saints in ancient Cold City. Meng Ta's train of thought was good, and it was highly feasible. However, his methods were too simple, and he was not good at deceiving people. It didn't matter. He could help them enrich their methods of attack and deception. Everyone couldn't help but laugh knowingly. Even Tang Tian had to admit that Meng Ta was extremely cunning and wretched. They all knew that Fu Ying was using them as cannon fodder to exhaust his opponent's strength. However, they did not expect the honorable martial alliance to be so overbearing and unscrupulous. They were just a flock of sheep. Jones made up his mind to end the battle quickly. He wanted to end the battle before the other parties could react. He was really looking forward to it. After killing 5 people consecutively, no one dared to escape. Outside of the sea of clouds, there was a layer of mirage light. It would be even more confusing. Furthermore, the cunning little fool had already thought of what the mirage light would mimic. It would mimic the ancient Cold City, and even the location would be the same. Fu Ying retracted his gaze and stared coldly at the stronghold. He was waiting for the stronghold to be breached. When that time came, he wanted the entire stronghold to be soaked in blood, leaving nothing behind. "They're coming for us." Jones glanced at his adjutant and clicked his tongue. "You don't look good." It was not his style to only have illusions without killing techniques. Little Fool suppressed the excitement in his heart and quickly thought about it. If Xiongying found out that the ancient Cold City was fake, what would his first reaction be? This sudden news caused the surrounding atmosphere to suddenly become heavy. But Fu Ying knew that he would not be able to hold on for long. Everyone had a critical point. Once this critical point was crossed, they would completely collapse. Jones frowned. What does the Ursa Major constellation mean by this? There was no need to put themselves in danger. Meng Ta was too cunning. This is a good opportunity. Jones suddenly said, "The higher-ups have no confidence in us. If we can defeat the mechanical army, it will definitely be a good thing for us. The Ursa Major constellation's energy is now tied up in Big Dipper, and the only army left is the mechanical army." Hee. The Sea of Clouds was a large-scale illusion and was very practical. But the opponent was an experienced combat expert, and this degree was far from enough. The strange movements of the Red Leaf Army had attracted the attention of various parties. As one of the parties in the war, the movement of the Honorable Martial Alliance Army would attract attention no matter where it was. He was actually beaten to the point that his body and spirit were scattered, and he almost lost his life. How could the arrogant little fool endure such a thing? This was human nature, a foolish human nature. One by one, the saints took turns to enter the stronghold. They are going to break through. Tang Tian rubbed his hands together. He was worried that the independent saints would not come to break through the stronghold, but Fu Ying had helped them a lot. But the 5 bloody corpses on the ground woke everyone up. Furthermore, the saints who were guarding in all directions were the strongest among them, and they had all become Fu Ying's minions. The miraculous use of the Sea of Clouds, the confusion of the puppets, were all memorized by him. How could the sinister little fool be satisfied with just these? From his point of view, Meng Ta's way of thinking was correct. However, Meng Ta's methods were really useless. He didn't even care about the poison that the fool had mentioned. 2 of them refused, and were killed on the spot. Hee. Fu Ying's cold and arrogant voice floated down from the sky, and the saints' faces all changed. Everyone's faces were filled with grief and anger. Although they could guess Fu Ying's intentions, but when Fu Ying said those words so arrogantly, the humiliation they felt caused them to tremble in anger. How exciting! Beside him, the saints were all furious. Saints had their own pride, and seeing the saints being bullied outside, they were all enraged. He had forgotten that he was no longer an independent saint. It was not only Tang Tian who wanted to prepare a feast for Fu Ying, but also Little Fool. Fu Ying looked down at the cannon fodder below him. With these cannon fodder, he could easily flatten the stronghold. 36 saints. Although they were slightly weaker, but when they gathered together, they would definitely be a powerful force. A spirit treasure gradually formed in his mind. All the independent saints in ancient Cold City were chased to the front of the stronghold. If we win, the Ursa Major constellation will suffer. I don't know. The adjutant's face was ugly. Not only him, but the rest of the people also had ugly expressions. The Ursa Major constellation and the Honorable Martial Alliance had a hostile relationship, and the Honorable Martial Alliance had suffered a few losses under the hands of the Ursa Major constellation. Unfortunately, the Honorable Martial Alliance was held back by the Leo constellation, and could not find the time to teach the Ursa Major constellation a lesson. Instead, the Ursa Major constellation's strength had increased exponentially. Absolutely unbearable. The saints were in an uproar. Everyone looked at Fu Ying with eyes that were spewing fire. Imagining Fu Ying struggling free from the sea of clouds, thinking that he had escaped from the illusion, only to be played by the mirage light, little fool could feel his blood boiling. Meng Ta shouted, "Everyone, take a good picture. Take a good picture of everyone's expressions. Oh, and the corpses on the floor, it's too bloody, too brutal, too inhumane. The Honorable Martial Alliance has trampled on the dignity of the independent saints. This is unforgivable. All of us independent saints must unite together to resist the Honorable Martial Alliance." Jones laughed helplessly. "I hope that they do not destroy the stronghold. If not, we would have wasted our time. If the Mirage Light was the main focus, then they would use the Pisces constellation's treasure. The Pisces constellation's true and false illusion had always been strong." Fu Ying looked at the light barrier expressionlessly. As compared to the previous time when he attacked, the light barrier had shrunk a lot. Inside the light barrier, there was a flickering light aura and rumbling sounds. It was obvious that there was an intense battle going on inside. The adjutant was a little ashamed. Indeed, he was frightened by the Ursa Major constellation. Even though he was injured and could only refine spirit treasures, he still had the power to retaliate. It was simple. A spirit treasure that could kill him could solve all his problems. So this is Sexton's constellation? The adjutant looked around and was disappointed. The energy concentration is not that high. It was a pity that they were just a motley crew. Little Fool did not even want the fool to help him take revenge. Since when did he have to fall to the point where he needed others to help him take revenge? The previous time when he was injured, it made him fearful of the single valve stronghold. The stronghold that was lost in history was filled with danger. Who knew if there were other killing techniques inside? Inside the stronghold, Tang Tian laughed coldly. He thought about what Uncle Bing had said before. If the gods want to destroy you, they must first make you crazy. As expected, Uncle Bing was a cultured person. His words were so reasonable. The saints revealed looks of despair. Jones glanced at the adjutant. This is a huge merit. It would be difficult for the 7 strongest saints to kill the 36 people. But if they were to surround them and give them hope, they would not have the courage to resist. Suddenly, the triangulum constellation treasure on the adjutant's body vibrated. The adjutant immediately received the information. After a while, his face changed. The mechanical army of the Ursa Major constellation has entered Sexton's constellation. If these images were to spread, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. Ordinary people would definitely not dare to provoke the anger of the masses. But Fu Ying, who had come from the battlefield, knew that without a leader, these people would not be able to resist. So when he returned to ancient Cold City, he quickly gathered the 7 strongest saints into his subordinates. Fu Ying's killing intent was so heavy that it caused people to be fearful. It was not the first time he had massacred an entire city. As long as he was on the battlefield, there would not be any casualties. Ancient Cold City. Chapter 517. The 7 of them were very fast. Very quickly, they rushed to the valve entrance, which was where the original guards were. Only with the power of the stronghold could such a situation occur. Even the power of the stronghold was still holding on, and that was shocking enough. Such a powerful stronghold was unheard of. If not for the fact that it was the famous single-valve stronghold in history, he would have suspected that there was something more to it. Yarrow was immediately unhappy, and shouted, "Master, are you looking down on us? We have many new companions, and we have many more future. But, once all the strongholds are breached, we will be able to embrace the beauties without any protection. If this is not lost, how can we live on?" "That's right, Xiao Wu, work harder. I hate the Honorable Martial Alliance the most. In the past, they swaggered around our Lupus constellation. If we do not beat them up like dogs, I will change my surname to theirs. It is not that I am looking down on you. Bing said, although the Red Leaf Army is newly formed, but they are still the backbone of the Honorable Martial Alliance's 10th Gold Branch Palace. You bunch of rookies, what do you have to fight against them? The 7 of them were roused, and rushed in like a swarm of bees. He was even more glad that he did not rush in rashly. Under such a strong attack, they were able to hold on for such a long time. This single-valve stronghold was truly powerful. Fu Ying's face revealed a sinister smile, and he shouted, "Rush in, kill them all. Leave no one alive." More importantly, these saints did not spend a single star coin, and were given to them for free. Xiao Wu, this time I will definitely not let you win. I want a new mechanical spirit weapon. All of these saints hated Fu Ying to the core, and all sorts of sinister methods were constantly thought of. All the methods that they were not willing to use to protect their lives were now used without hesitation. But he had already noticed that the light barrier was getting thinner, and this made him feel relieved. The cannon fodder was not wasted. Seems like my strategy was correct. Screw said, "Hey, brat, don't lose. If you lose and cry, it will be embarrassing." But the method was a little special. Haha, you will definitely not die. If you die, I will give the mechanical weapon to someone else. You will definitely be so angry that you will come back to life. These saints all joined the heroic killing group. In view of Meng Ta's wretchedness and treachery, Tang Tian was reassured to hand over the team to Meng Ta. When the light barrier was activated, Tang Tian would immediately run over to discuss with everyone. Soon, he was shocked by the idea that everyone came up with. Even he had never encountered such strength before. Tong Ji and the rest knew that if they disobeyed Fu Ying's orders, they would definitely be killed by Fu Ying. They did not care about anything else and rushed into the stronghold. The Ursa Major constellation was not as strong as the Honorable Martial Alliance, but it was definitely not something that the Honorable Martial Alliance could casually suppress, which meant that they had a complicated opportunity. Alright, stop resting, let's move out, we still have many things to do. Bing said, I more or less understand the enemy's military general's thoughts. We need to entertain our guests well. In the past, when he had just entered the army, every time he was about to go into battle, Screw would run over to encourage him. From time to time, the voices of the youths would be carried along by the breeze and entered his ears. Arshin would definitely say, "Brat, you haven't made any progress even after 10,000 years, that's right." The ecstasy of being able to escape from death's door was like this. Screw glanced at the young lad. I was afraid that you would damage the mechanical spirit weapon that I made, causing me to have to repair it again. You were in such a miserable state the last time, as expected of someone who has nothing to say, and is not reliable at all. To be bestowed as a saint, how could he be weak? Everyone had a few tricks up their sleeves, and with more firewood, the flames would rise. If they did not have Fu Ying's intelligence, they might not have many ideas. But with Fu Ying's intelligence, they would naturally be able to target them. The young lad was enraged. Screw, don't you look down on me. Inside the light barrier of the single-valve stronghold, Tang Tian was training alone in a corner. And the saints were bombarding the ground, their faces full of joy. They had come in full of despair, and never would they have thought that the one guarding the stronghold was actually Tang Tian. Master, this is a good opportunity. Let's fight fair and square, and defeat them wholeheartedly. Whatever *T Honorable Martial Alliance, they will all be defeated by us. We must fight until the Honorable Martial Alliance armies see us in the future, and take a detour. Turning his head, Bing looked at the energetic young lads, and could not help but reveal a smile. These brats are not bad, Screw and Arshin, when you see them, you will definitely like them. The rest of them were also secretly shocked. This single-valve stronghold was actually so ridiculously strong. After this battle, Ursa Major Constellation's strength would have a qualitative leap. Dozens of saints, such a strength, could be said to be terrifying. Tang Tian was even fantasizing that in the future, every army would definitely be equipped with a few saints. Xiao Wu, when the time comes, you must perform well. What Jones, how can he be your opponent? Screw, I still want to heal you, I still want to bring you to see Shin. We still need to find the commander. We still need to rebuild our Southern Cross army. Oh, they want to find us for a decisive battle. Bing was slightly happy. Bing's eyes slowly became more determined. Don't look down on me. This is no longer something that can be described as an Iron Man. They could not imagine how intense the battles that happened in the past few days were. It had been 10,000 years, screw. The Bumpkin army was about to become a tyrant army. Lun said simply, I support Xiao Wu. The three of them were hailed as the Sky Marshal 3 heroes. The one who spoke was Yarrow. He had a head of dazzling silver hair. Tong Ji was moved. If he could research the structure of the single-valve stronghold, it would definitely be a huge contribution. In truth, he did not believe that the Guardian could hold on for so long with his own strength. Xiao Wu and the rest noticed the movements over at Bing's side, stopped their discussions and ran over. The scouts were sent out, and the troops stopped to rest. The young lads also came out from the mechanical spirit weapons. The space inside the spirit weapons was very narrow, and staying inside for a long time, it was easy for them to get tired. During rest, everyone liked to come out to get some fresh air. Xiao Wu thought for a while. With the help of the Kangyang fighting grounds, we have the advantage, and there is no need to fight with them. And the quality of the enemy's soldiers surpasses us. If we fight, it will be disadvantageous to us, and we will not be able to display our superiority. Yarrow's words stopped abruptly. Bing slapped the back of his head. Little rascal, use your brain more. Bing smoked quietly. When he thought about it, the cigarettes were left behind by Screw. He could not help but reveal an undetectable warm smile. Bing looked at the sky in a daze. Bing laughed out loud, and turned to ask the other two, what do the two of you think? Don't worry, Screw, I'll win this battle just because of these cigarettes. Furthermore, if I lose, when I meet Shin, I will definitely be ridiculed to the point that I cannot show my face. Not a single piece of the ground was intact. It was filled with potholes, big potholes stacked on top of each other, countless of them. Some of the potholes were charred black, some were covered with snow, some were melted, and the air was filled with all sorts of remnant energy. Not to mention a piece of the ground that was intact, there were no large pieces of ice or rocks, and only a thick layer of floating soil. The floating soil was as fine as flour, and it could be imagined, how many terrifying attacks did they suffer, to be able to shatter so thoroughly. No wonder it was lost. Yarrow held onto the back of his head, pouting. He stood at the side resentfully. Tang Tian's face was filled with killing intent, his heart feeling great. It was as though someone had sent him a pillow when he was asleep. Suddenly, his silver triangle trembled. Oh, there's information. The majestic Sky Tiger sat on the ground. Bing sat on Sky Tiger's shoulder, his back leaning on Sky Tiger's big head, and was puffing out smoke. Ancient cold city. Pay. Screw you, Jinx. Not far away, the passionate discussion of the youths interrupted Bing's reminiscence. The checkpoint was even more dilapidated. There were spiderweb-like cracks everywhere. More than half of it had collapsed, and the remaining half was in ruins. It was a ghastly sight. Fu Ying, who followed behind, upon seeing the situation, although his expression was calm, his heart was filled with ecstasy. He was extremely experienced in battles. Just by looking at the remnant energy in the air, he could roughly estimate the intensity of the battle. The 7 of them were stunned by the scene in front of them. Their hearts were secretly in awe, as expected of the single-valve stronghold, to be able to withstand the attacks of so many saints. In his heart, he was somewhat glad that he did not rush in recklessly. He definitely did not believe that this was a manifestation of the gatekeeper's individual strength. None of the saints chose to resist. All of them chose to join the Ursa Major constellation without hesitation. Everyone was holding back a wave of anger. The humiliation and fear that Fu Ying had forced upon them had all turned into the motivation to take revenge. Big Sister Sai Lei said, whoever contributes the most will be given a custom-made mechanical spirit weapon. Bing stood up. He stood on Sky Tiger's shoulder, biting on his cigarette, looking afar, the wind blowing on his poker face. Everyone formed a small circle, and behind them, the mechanical spirit weapons formed a larger circle. This way, if they were to be ambushed, they could use the mechanical spirit weapons to fight in the shortest time possible. 30 saints as cannon fodder, they were indeed powerful. Without hesitation, Fu Ying ordered the 7 of them, rush in. Only the strength of the stronghold itself could last for such a long time. It was his first time encountering such a powerful stronghold. Thinking about the lightning that struck him that night, his heart still palpitated. Haha, you have ambition. But, your life is more important, brat, don't die. Fu Ying, you are such a good person. I miss my leader, I really miss him, he must still be alive, yes, he must be. If he were to die like this, how could he be fit to be our leader? That must be the strength of the stronghold itself. Luckily, the light barrier was getting thinner. Xiao Wu, Yarrow, and Lun were the three most outstanding youths in the Sky Martial Wolf Academy. Xiao Wu was quiet, introverted, calm and determined. Lun was steady but tyrannical, while Yarrow was lively and extroverted, but a little stubborn. The young man's face was flushed red. After a while, he bellowed, "This time, it won't happen." What a terrifying attack. Qi was still the most powerful. If not for Qi asking him to come to the Sexton's constellation, how could he have earned so many saints? How could our army flag fall? How could our war song disappear? Hey, you two. Fu Ying stared at the light barrier, his face expressionless. The light barrier of the stronghold was getting thinner. Fu Ying did not hesitate to push the last few saints in. When the last saint rushed in, there was a loud rumble, and the light barrier finally broke. No saint could endure such a high-intensity battle, even he could not. The distant black and white images appeared in front of him, and unknowingly, Bing's eyes became moist, but the smile on his face widened. In the smoke, he grinned towards the sky. Chapter 518. On the ground, Xiao Er's adorable face suddenly revealed a trace of killing intent. His eyes turned cold. "I have long expected you to fly up and have been waiting for you." At that moment, Fu Ying rushed in from behind. After dodging a few attacks, Fu Ying regained his senses. He was still dodging, but he suddenly flew up. He was like a nimble fish, rapidly ascending and dodging at the same time. There was actually someone here who had trained in this spirit technique. This was obviously a spirit technique that only the Honorable Martial Alliance would train in. This was a spirit technique that was specially used against Blood Meridian's saint. He forcefully activated his true power, constantly changing his position, dodging the unpredictable attacks. Rumble, rumble. Although he had started to hallucinate, he was still conscious. He knew that he was in grave danger. The ferocious energy in his body flared up. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly sank down. He could feel that when the spirit domain activated his true power, it was not as smooth as usual. It was as though he was always half a beat slower. Fu Ying's heart turned cold. The opponent actually had a poison that could threaten a saint. A strong sense of danger enveloped him. Fu Ying stared angrily at the light ray in front of him and slash. One side had planned this for a long time, while the other side was caught off guard. Furthermore, these saints hated Tong Ji and the rest to the core. Usually, they would not be willing to use their trump cards, but now, they were using it all at once. One-on-one, they were not a match for Tong Ji and the rest. But now that they had the advantage in numbers, Tong Ji and the rest could not even lift their heads. The 7 of them who had just rushed through the opening were stunned. The surging blade aura was like a torrent, instantly breaking through the school of fish. Fu Ying did not dare to delay. His figure flashed, and he escaped through the opening. The light shuttle swept past him, leaving behind streaks of blood. But at that moment, he could not care less about the pain, and rushed out. Fu Ying's honorable martial protection was instantly broken. Bang! He was about to escape. Not good. Poisoned. The danger did not cause him to panic, but he did not have any intention to fight. There was only one thought in his mind, to leave this place as soon as possible. He secretly praised Xiao Er's spirit treasure. It was indeed powerful. Damn it. Soon. These people. How could they still be alive? Countless white clouds gathered from all directions, and in the blink of an eye, it was a vast expanse of whiteness. After ascending a few hundred feet, Fu Ying suddenly became alert. Something is not right. Why is it so quiet? Fu Ying's reaction was the fastest. He was the first to realize that something was amiss. Without thinking, he immediately retreated. However, the sea of clouds was faster than he had imagined. Even though it was whistling in his ears, the sea of clouds quickly devoured his figure. Fu Ying, who was descending rapidly, suddenly disappeared. Almost at the same time, he appeared tens of feet away, rushing towards the sea of clouds. At this moment, he suddenly heard Tong Ji's scream. His mind trembled, and an undetectable fluctuation appeared on his body. He had experienced countless battles, but none of them were as dangerous as this. The other party had made meticulous arrangements. From the very beginning, he had been tricked. Everything was linked to each other. The mastermind behind the scenes was truly terrifying. The sea of clouds almost engulfed half of ancient Cold City. The scene was extremely spectacular. But at this moment, he didn't have the time to appreciate this beautiful scenery. Without hesitation, he flew out of the city. A streak of light descended from the sky like a meteor, flying toward Tong Ji. Suddenly, his mind trembled. Without thinking, his honorable martial spirit slash lit up in his hands and slashed behind him. At this moment, Tang Tian, who had been hiding in the dark, suddenly had a cold look in his eyes. The origin mark box in his hands quietly disappeared into the sea of clouds. A loud shout, like thunder from a clear sky, woke Tong Ji and the rest up. But the first person to react was the experienced Fu Ying. Fu Ying did not even see the people near him before he reacted. His face changed. Not good, there's an ambush. Fu Ying immediately made a decision. At this moment, the sky was undoubtedly safer. As long as he flew high enough, he would definitely be able to escape from the ambush. Furthermore, he would be able to fully unleash the power of his honorable martial spirit slash. What was more frightening was that he did not sense the opponent's attack at all. The sea of clouds weakened his intuition. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong with his spirit domain. The sea of clouds around him started to become blurry. He had to quickly escape from the sea of clouds. If not, he would be in danger. Whoosh! His vision cleared up as he leapt out of the sea of clouds. He did not expect that the auras that appeared around him were actually the bronze puppets. Without hesitation, his body shot up like a rocket, rapidly ascending. This was where his rich battle experience came from. Compared to the horizontal position, the vertical position was much less affected. Every step he took, the strong impact would cause the ground to crack like a spiderweb. His speed was extremely fast, bringing along a smear of blood. As he dodged, he frantically climbed upwards. About 500 m away from them, there was a black mass of people. Tens of saints stared at them coldly. Some of them were floating in the air, some were standing on the ground, but they formed an arc-shaped encirclement. Tong Ji and the other 6 saints were the strongest among the saints. All of them had extraordinary strength. However, in just a short moment, 2 people had already lost their lives. Sea of clouds. Tong Ji's entire body was suffused with a bloody light. He struggled in the rain of light, like a trapped beast. He did not immediately attack. The Tang Tian who was in battle seemed to have changed into a different person. He was patient and experienced like an experienced hunter. He hid in the sea of clouds and did not reveal any flaws. He was waiting for an opportunity to deal a fatal blow. Fu Ying's surroundings suddenly lit up with countless light auras. These light auras were the size of barracudas. The countless light auras were like a school of fish, swimming quickly. The opponent actually had such a saint. When he reacted, the white worm had already been dyed with a layer of blood, becoming like a red jade. Among the few of them, he was in the best situation. He was a blood meridian saint, so the white illusion had the least effect on him. But, around him, there were countless of green light bands. These light bands were like aquatic plants, tightly wrapping around his ankles. It was as though they were made of steel wire. The bloody light on his body flashed. The light bands broke. He was like a raging bull, withstanding the rain of attacks, frantically trying to break out. Only by breaking out would he have a chance of survival. His body was suffused with a layer of bloody light. His defense was extremely strong, but the sharp blade auras that could cut through mountains only caused blood to spurt out. His entire body was bathed in blood, and the bloody light was even more intense. But his body had an astonishing amount of life force, as though he was not affected at all. Luminous vines. Tong Ji's shrill scream resonated throughout the entire city. Following that, there was a loud rumble, and a blazing blood flame rose up. He gently pulled on the thin thread. His surroundings were all white, and he could not see the end. Fu Ying, who was experienced in battles, knew that his sense of direction in the sea of clouds was often distorted. But if he were to sit and wait for death, he would definitely die. Tong Ji's face changed. The ground beneath Tong Ji's feet cracked, and a luminous vines grew crazily, wrapping around his legs. He held onto a thin thread in his hand. Only a small portion of the thread was in his hand, while the rest disappeared in the air. Just as he moved, a sharp attack brushed past the bottom of his feet. Fu Ying's heart turned cold. This blade aura definitely had a spirit value of more than 50 points. His honorable martial protection was unable to block it. The attack was too fierce. Fu Ying's heart sank. Such a ferocious sea of clouds, the spirit value must be at least 60 point. If he were to be placed in the army, such a saint would definitely be a killing machine. The battle within the sea of clouds was extremely intense. More than 10 blade auras, like a school of sharks, quietly closed in. The red light surrounding his body was visibly dimming, and Tong Ji could feel his strength being sucked away like a tide. Tong Ji and the rest were shocked to see the saints that were supposed to be dead, but they were all appearing in front of them. This scene was extremely shocking, causing them to be momentarily dazed. Tong Ji's face revealed a look of ecstasy. As long as he could rush out of the sea of clouds, his chances of escaping would increase greatly. He did not notice that within the sea of clouds, there were small white worms floating. As he rushed out, the blood aura on his body had absorbed many of these white worms. Such an unorthodox spirit technique was actually practiced by people. If it was a one-on-one battle, he would have sufficient methods to deal with such a spirit technique. But in such a dangerous situation, a slight hesitation could be fatal. These luminous vines were extremely annoying to him. They were as disgusting as flies, causing him a lot of trouble. Something was wrong. Tong Ji and the rest could only feel attacks coming from all directions. The attacks were like a torrential storm, causing them to suffocate. They were completely stunned. And the power of Fu Ying's honorable martial spirit slash had caused the saint to vomit blood and be sent flying. No matter how stupid he was, he knew that he had fallen into his opponent's trap. His battle experience was not as good as Fu Ying's, but he knew that his opponent had set up many traps. The sea of clouds that he saw as an ambush was now his last chance. Although the poison in his body was effective, the hallucinogenic effect was not enough to cause him to lose his judgment. His flying ability was not known for its speed. If he were to escape in such a state, it would be difficult for him to escape. The chaotic battle within the sea of clouds was actually more beneficial to him. As long as he could withstand the poison, he would be able to regain control of the situation. At the same time, 3 light arrows whistled through the air as they flew towards him. The poison spread throughout his body, and his vision started to crumble. No. He continued to fly upwards. Boom. Fight. But at this moment, within the sea of clouds, Tang Tian was holding his breath as he waited for Fu Ying. His heart was beating wildly. Illusion. The intense collision caused the sea of clouds to churn, but there were no signs of it dissipating. Fu Ying's mind was already in a blur, but his strong survival instincts saved him at this moment. His body moved like a ghost, and a few attacks brushed past his body. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. Charge. Tong Ji had never imagined that there would be a day when he would be in such a sorry state. Snow leech. After flying for a few meters, he felt that something was wrong. He did not know why, but he felt a sense of fear. It was as if there was danger waiting for him outside the city walls. Fu Ying, who had just come out, felt a few auras around him. His face changed. Not good, he had fallen into an encirclement again. He suddenly realized that after flying for a few meters, the city walls did not seem to be closing in. Chapter 519. After a while, Tang Tian finally reacted. They had killed Fu Ying. He was sliced in half and did not even have the time to scream. The spherical beheader landed on the ground as though it was a piece of tofu. But in the next moment, a loud bang could be heard. The mud and ice on the ground were blasted into the sky. Die. All of you must die. Regardless, they had won. In truth, Tang Tian was shocked by Fu Ying's counterattack. Fu Ying's counterattack was more powerful than any other martial artist that Tang Tian had ever seen. The terrifying might of the honorable martial spirit slash made Tang Tian's hair stand on end when he thought about it. Such a terrifying honorable martial spirit slash could not be blocked or even touched. The spirit value was too high and the power was too shocking. The sea of clouds was kept. Some of the higher-ups did not even know where Fu Ying had died. When they found out that Fu Ying had died in ancient Cold City, they could not believe it. The first thought that came to the Leo constellation's mind was that Lei Yang must have been behind this. If not, how could anyone in ancient Cold City kill Fu Ying? When the white light disappeared, a small piece of bone and a silver Aquarius bottle fell from the sky. What about the legendary gold saints? How could the Leo constellation miss such an opportunity? Why did we choose to fight against the Honorable Martial Alliance? Because we could no longer tolerate the Honorable Martial Alliance's way of doing things. Oh, they call it a trial. They have lost their way and think that they are gods. As for us, oh, we just have to wait for the trial. Fu Ying's hysterical voice reverberated through the sea of clouds as he waved his right palm crazily. However, before they could send anyone to ancient Cold City, the news of the battle had spread to every corner of Heaven's Road. Such a scum, how could he be a member of the Honorable Martial Alliance's trial group? I do not know what qualifications he has to judge anyone. Or perhaps, if you are not satisfied, he will kill your entire family. Is this the so-called trial of the Honorable Martial Alliance? The Honorable Martial Alliance has been doing this for so many years. How many trials have they done? Who knows? Those who know are probably dead by now. One after another, the dense and astonishing blade auras shot out in all directions, the spirit value of the Honorable Martial Spirit Slash that was as high as 270 points, even its outer appearance had a clear change. But now, the city that was built with the fusion of cold waves and star treasures was destroyed by Fu Ying alone. Every saber radiance was as round as the sun, exuding an astonishing might and speed. All that could be seen was a white waterfall. In fact, within the Honorable Martial Alliance, Fu Ying had always been the idol of ordinary martial artists. The most common, Light Soul Slash, the most common, Shadow Steps, and the most common, Light Protection, were able to create a Judgment Squad elite. All the saints looked at the completely destroyed ancient Cold City. They could do something to it, but no one could destroy it. However, Fu Ying was dead. Tang Tian subconsciously caught it. The bone was boiling hot, like a piece of red-hot metal. Tang Tian almost threw it away, but he quickly reacted and quickly transferred it into the Aquarius. There was not a single place left intact in ancient Cold City. In a moment, the Honorable Martial Alliance became the target of scorn, and everyone wanted to beat them up. The battle in Yunhai had ended, and Tang Tian's saints had obtained a complete victory. But at that moment, everyone was suppressed by the terrifying might, and all of their expressions changed, and they could not muster up any thoughts of resistance. On the contrary, the morale of the Leo constellation army was high. They all believed that they were resisting the tyranny of the Honorable Martial Alliance. Hero of Killers had fallen in ancient Cold City. In a moment, the Honorable Martial Alliance had fallen into an unprecedented predicament. The reputation of the Honorable Martial Alliance had plummeted. A dazzling white light surged out from the wound. A thin line of blood appeared in the middle of his body. And Tang Tian would definitely not miss out on Fu Ying's Aquarius cabinet. Tang Tian had thrown out 30 origin mark boxes in one go. His technique was extremely ingenious, and the origin mark boxes did not make any sound. Other than the shocking news itself, the video that was spread at the same time caused an uproar. Fu Ying's tyrannical, arrogant, and disregarding human life was perfectly displayed in front of everyone's eyes. Bang bang bang, bang. I will definitely become stronger, little fool swore in his heart. A spirit value of 270 points. More than one person had this number. This was definitely a silver grade attack. Tang Tian was previously proud of his endless methods, but in the face of this absolute attack, he realized that he had no way of defending himself. A true silver saint, how strong would he be? This was a true strong martial artist. On Tang Tian's side, 5 saints had died, and all of them were killed by Fu Ying's final counterattack. The fear of death caused him to unleash all of his potential, and let out a roar from deep within his throat. It was like a wild beast that was in a desperate situation, filled with madness, despair, and unwillingness. The Honorable Martial Alliance was in a terrible predicament. Even their own internal department had a different attitude towards Fu Ying's actions. Some of the elders who hated evil were enraged. What was worse was that this directly affected the morale of the frontline army. To the soldiers, justice was always a part of their morale. When the video was being spread, the military leaders of the army did not do anything to stop it at the first instance. Hence, it caused an uproar among the soldiers and the middle ranks. That is why I will not join the Honorable Martial Group. Abel, who was ranked higher than Fu Ying and was an independent saint, said. No one present could block this attack. Kang Yang, you had spent a lot of effort to build the ancient cold city, and it flew into the sky. The ground was not stable at all. Mud and ice fragments flew up one after another like raindrops. I will definitely become stronger, Tang Tian swore in his heart. This feeling was extremely terrible, and even the joy of victory was greatly reduced. One of the saints was slightly slower in escaping. The perfectly round blade aura flew in front of him, and he did not even have the time to react. The energy barrier with a spirit value of 40 points did not stop the blade aura at all. Fu Ying, who was still falling, suddenly felt his heart beating wildly. An unprecedented sense of danger surged out from his heart and spread to his entire body. In his blurred vision, he could see the Grim Reaper grinning at him, and all the hairs on his body stood up. This sense of danger caused his mind to go blank. Fu Ying had been victorious in the battlefield, and his impressive results had continuously motivated the martial artists. He was also a role model that the Honorable Martial Alliance had specially set up, to give the commoner disciples some hope and hope. The Honorable Martial Alliance had no choice but to make a statement. This was Fu Ying's personal actions, and they would investigate his actions. It had far exceeded the record of the Honorable Martial Alliance's Honorable Martial Spirit / which was 230 point. A saint of virtue and prestige voiced his strong doubts. The independent saints had their own circles, and the independent saints who were unwilling to be recruited had an almost instinctive aversion to all kinds of power. Hence, when the video was released, they were the most affected. Fu Ying's blatant use of the independent saint's family to threaten them had caused countless people to criticize him. We can die, but we cannot accept such threats. Another independent saint, Mu Ziheng, who rarely showed his face, expressed his dissatisfaction. Fu Ying was completely engulfed by the surging white light. The white light was like a flame, shooting up to the sky. In the blink of an eye, Fu Ying, who was in the white light, turned into ashes and disappeared. There were no energy undulations from the origin seals. They were either sharp, cold, blazing, or destructive in nature. Every ray of origin seal was extremely faint, and like raindrops, they entered Fu Ying's body. Boom! At the same time that Fu Ying died, the Honorable Martial Alliance received the news. The Honorable Martial Alliance was shocked. Fu Ying was a member of the Judgment Division. He was extremely strong, and had perseverance in battle. Although he was not from a good background, he was able to reach his current state through his own hard work, and that was enough to earn the respect of everyone. Everyone quietly cleaned up the battlefield. They needed a period of time to recover from the trauma of Fu Ying's death. Fu Ying had used a living example to show them that as long as they worked hard enough, no matter how ordinary their background was, they could still become a saint, and even enter the Judgment Division. The powerful Fu Ying had been killed by them. Amidst the sea of clouds, Fu Ying, who was in a frenzy, suddenly heard a strange sound. He did not sense any energy undulations. He did not see that around him, the 30 origin seal boxes had all exploded. Xiaoer's face was also pale. His spirit value was only 80 points. But Fu Ying's Honorable Martial Spirit / had a spirit value of 270 points. The difference in strength between the two parties was huge. The Honorable Martial Alliance was caught unprepared. When they reacted, the situation was already out of control. Pu. All the saints were scared silly, and everyone tried to dodge in a panic. In the dense white light, Fu Ying's palms melted like snow, revealing his white bones. Fu Ying did not feel anything. His spirit domain expanded rapidly, and at the same time, the Honorable Martial Spirit/laws continued to grow. The boundaries of the laws expanded outwards, and his Honorable Martial Spirit/spirit value reached a shocking 270.2 seconds later. The light in his right palm became extremely dense, and a suffocating power enveloped the entire battlefield. But, the Honorable Martial Alliance had been running amok for so many years, and had left behind many bad deeds. Very quickly, a few of the Honorable Martial Alliance's evil deeds were exposed. Among them, there were many cases where an entire family was killed. Fu Ying stopped in his tracks. His eyes were wide open, and his face was filled with disbelief. His body was instantly filled with wounds of all sizes, but strangely, there was not a single drop of blood on his wounds. Xiao'er's face turned pale. Luckily, the previous slash was not this powerful. If not, he would have been dead by now. Tang Tian and Xiao'er clenched their fists at the same time. Regardless of whether they were stupid or cunning, their determination to win, pride, and unwillingness to lose were all the same. The saint who created flowing water, the current generation's outstanding sword Saint Pei Yong, was even more ruthless. A saint actually has to resort to such methods to win. He has already lost his saint's heart, and is only a blade of the Honorable Martial Alliance. The Lion Army's military leaders were all outstanding, and they were aware of this change. They took advantage of the situation to launch a wave of beautiful attacks. Chapter 520. It had to be said, Tang Tian's move was extremely beautiful, with some traces of Meng Ta's wretched aura. The Honorable Martial Alliance could no longer care about Sexton's constellation. The battle was thrilling and bitter, causing everyone to be extremely nervous. Fu Ying, I will definitely take revenge for you. His eyes were filled with killing intent. But pain was pain. The rewards from the battle still made Tang Tian happy. Especially the silver Aquarius cabinet on Fu Ying's body, although it did not have many star coins, but it had many good things. Fu Ying had fought everywhere and killed countless people. The spoils of war that he had obtained were naturally countless, and what he left behind were all the best. Suddenly, Little Fool's childish voice came out, I want this card. But, he knew, Jones's words were not the least bit exaggerated. Tang Tian turned his head, and could not help but laugh. Although Little Fool was trying his best to control himself, and maintain his composure, but the excitement in his eyes betrayed his thoughts. Especially the expression of trying his best to control himself. When it appeared on a 3-year-old child, it would be extremely cute. Jones was expressionless. If we go back like this, we will definitely be the scapegoat, we will be finished, the Red Leaf Army will also be finished. I originally have nothing, so it doesn't matter. What about you guys? Are you planning to be banished to the Cold Palace? Or even be executed? Little Fool's contribution this time was huge. Tang Tian did not hesitate to throw graceful sword to Little Fool, and could not help but exhort, for you, but take it easy, I don't know if there are any problems with this card. Tang Tian's face was filled with shock. Tang Tian jumped in fright. All of the light auras were different, some were tyrannical, some were soft, some were sharp, some were simple and unadorned, and what was more amazing was, all of these different auras could actually fuse and intersect, giving rise to countless changes. The sharpness could be hidden or revealed. The auras became more and more unpredictable. That was very far away from everyone. Under Tang Tian, the highest spirit value was 160 points, and Tang Tian only had 80 points. It was truly the Saint Sword Ocean Prison, the bewitching long and narrow ocean prison sword, being held by the adorable Little Fool, looked even more bewitching. The strong contrast made the bewitching feeling even more prominent. The adjutant asked, so what? The Honorable Martial Alliance needed a scapegoat. Fu Ying was dead, and the only one qualified to be the scapegoat was the Red Leaf Army. A blood-stained yin-yang pearl, a complete golden skull, a zither, and a spirit technique card. This was definitely an opportunity for him to soar into the sky. He thought even more. If he could occupy ancient cold city, even if he could not find any evidence, he could still fabricate some. What the higher-ups needed now was not evidence, but a way out, a fulcrum. As long as the higher-ups were given a fulcrum, the Honorable Martial Alliance itself would have enough power to make these seemingly right but actually wrong things more real. From top to bottom, everyone in the Red Leaf Army was in a state of panic. Everyone, including him, had lost their composure. Everyone was in despair, and only Jones remained calm. If they could find evidence, then not only would the Red Leaf Army not be guilty, but they would also have done a great service. Fu Ying's matter had caused such a huge impact. When they returned, they would definitely be severely punished. The Honorable Martial Alliance would definitely not be lenient on such matters. If the Honorable Martial Alliance wanted to appease the anger of the masses, the punishment would be extremely severe. To the Red Leaf Army, it was a devastating blow. Tang Tian's eyes revealed a look of shock. That was Saint Sword Ocean Prison. He muttered, there shouldn't be a problem with this card, right? If not, why did Fu Ying not use it? Tang Tian was overwhelmed with shock. Could this be the graceful sword? This subordinate will go now. The adjutant said without hesitation. There was nothing more exciting than seeing hope in such a hopeless situation. Little Fool closed his eyes. His expression was solemn. Admitting guilt would not change their situation. Instead, they might as well give it their all. The higher-ups were extremely sullen about this matter, but they did not have any strength to retaliate. If they could find even a bit of evidence to prove that ancient Cold City was a conspiracy against the Honorable Martial Alliance, then the higher-ups would definitely think of ways to prove that it was a conspiracy to discredit the Honorable Martial Alliance. Little Fool. The sword fingers spread out, and the chubby little hand grasped the air. As long as we kill our way to ancient Cold City, we will be able to find out what is going on. Jones said calmly, as long as we expose that this is a conspiracy against the Honorable Martial Alliance, then we will be able to clear our name. In the blink of an eye, Little Fool's body was covered with a net of light. Tang Tian was the first to be attracted by the Spirit Technique card. This Spirit Technique card was not the Spirit Technique card of the Honorable Martial Alliance. This Spirit Technique card did not have a grade on it, and only had 2 black words written neatly in thick ink, graceful sword. Seeing his adjutant rushing out, Jones was in a daze. He subconsciously extended his hand out to touch the light beams that pierced through him, but touched nothing. What is this? The adjutant was quiet for a moment, then asked, then what do you want to do? He was not even surprised that he was being executed. The bright net of light, with a speed visible to the naked eye, became as black as ink. That's right. The adjutant no longer hesitated, and pretended to say, Master is wise. He had won, but Yi Zhao Ji had fallen into his own hands. Originally, Tang Tian planned to use Yi Zhao Ji to extort money from the Honorable Martial Alliance, but since he had smeared Fu Ying's name, the deal could not be done. The higher-ups used a strict tone, and requested for the Red Leaf Army to return, and punished him for his actions of sending troops. Fu Ying's death caused the Honorable Martial Alliance to sink into an unprecedented storm. This storm was extremely fast, causing the unprepared Honorable Martial Alliance to fall into an extremely passive situation. The front lines were continuously losing battles, and had no choice but to adopt a defensive stance. Could it be a silver-grade Spirit Technique card? The reason why it was 200 points was because the Saints had discovered through their long-term research and observation any Spirit Technique, when it occupied more than 200 points of spirit value, would have a qualitative leap, and its power would increase by a large margin. Before he could finish, he watched in shock as Little Fool used a lightning-fast speed to eat the graceful sword card like a biscuit, crunch crunch crunch. A straight light beam appeared in front of him. The adjutant's eyes lit up. What Jones said made sense. Tang Tian's face was bitter. His adjutant's face changed. Little Fool seemed to have understood something. His delicate and cute face, in that moment, revealed a bewitching beauty. Little Fool suddenly pointed at one of the intersecting points of the light net. Zheng. The intersecting point suddenly lit up, transforming into a light spot the size of a coin. The faintly discernible and dense qi suddenly rushed towards Tang Tian's forehead. Jones continued, "This is our only chance, our last chance. Go and cheer for everyone. This battle is for ourselves, We can only win, we cannot lose. If we lose, we will die. Little Fool did not say a word, his entire body releasing an indescribable aura. He was immersed in a strange state, his fingers like a sword, drawing out a straight light beam. These light beams were either vertical or horizontal, crisscrossing, forming a gigantic light net. Tang Tian had a feeling that he was in a situation, unable to struggle, and did not even know how to struggle. All the light spots that were like chess pieces were definitely not as harmless as they looked. The interweaving aura was fake and real, as though there was a blade behind him. Gently waving the Saint Sword Ocean Prison in his hand, whoosh, Ocean Prison sword seemed to have melted, transforming into a black flame, dispersing into the horizontal and vertical light beams. Little Fool's eyes were filled with splendor. He flicked his fingers, one after another light spots formed, as though they were chess pieces arranged. Straight for ancient cold city. Jones said coldly, I was thinking before, why would Ursa Major Constellation's army enter Sexton's constellation? I know the answer now, because Ursa Major Constellation's target is Sexton's constellation. They have people in ancient cold city. He could not help but admire Jones. In such a hopeless situation, he was actually able to think of a way to break out of the situation. It was truly powerful. The relaxation after a big battle was the most enchanting. Tang Tian was dumbstruck. The backbone of the Red Leaf Army were all from the 10th Gold Branch, and his adjutant was a gold-ranked martial artist from the 10th Gold Branch. Jones was clear, his adjutant would usually listen to his orders, but at the crucial moment, the adjutant would only care about the benefits of the 10th Gold Branch. Tang Tian's eyes were glued to the light beams. When the void dark flames landed on the light beams, it was like a drop of water on a thin rope, flowing along the light beams. Now, ancient cold city is at its weakest. Jones analyzed, all the saints have become cannon fodder, and, I understand Master Fu Ying very well, to kill Master Fu Ying, it is impossible to not pay a price. Ancient cold city definitely does not have many survivors now. A vast aura of nothingness enveloped the entire area, causing Tang Tian to feel as though he was in nothingness, and all the black spots had an additional aura of nothingness and danger. ZZZ. That also meant, only with 600 spirit value points and above, could one become a silver saint. Fu Ying only had a silver rank attack, and was not a silver saint. Suddenly, Little Fool opened his eyes lit up, he raised his chubby little hands, with his fingers like a sword, he suddenly slashed downwards. 100 billion star coins, how could Tang Tian not feel the pain? Seeing Jones' actions, his adjutant's face changed. Master. Normally, the definition of a silver saint requires at least 200 spirit value points for an attack spirit technique, 200 spirit value points for a flying spirit technique, and 200 spirit value points for a defensive spirit technique. Just the chi in front of him was much stronger than Yi Zhao Ji's glimmer. Many of them were Fu Ying's preparations to step into the silver saint rank. Jones crushed the communication treasure in his hand. And its initial spirit value shocked Tang Tian, it was actually as high as 40 point. That also meant, to train it, at least 40 spirit value points was required. One had to know, the number 1 bronze-ranked spirit technique of the Honorable Martial Alliance, Glimmer, only required 20 spirit value points, which was the peak of all bronze-ranked spirit technique cards. The originally bright spots also turned into black spots, like thick ink, like the black pieces of a Go game, hanging on the black net. A sword that was flowing with black flames was slowly pulled out from the void. Tang Tian was surprised, but the surface of the card did not have any special features. Tang Tian was admiring Fu Ying's collection. After consuming the spirit technique card, Little Fool closed his eyes and quietly floated in the air. Chapter 521. A wave of ferocious qi rushed straight to his head, causing Tang Tian's mind to tremble. Little Fool's gaze was also attracted to the pearl in Tang Tian's hand. But he did not think that the pearl was ordinary. The pearl made him feel danger. It obviously did not have any qi, but Little Fool did not know why, but he felt that it contained an astonishing amount of danger. Seems like it. Tang Tian closed his eyes again, and carefully looked through the memory fragments. From what he saw, the person should be called Gui Wu. Are fools blessed with fools? All sorts of strange ideas and attempts were endless, and in this aspect, the most recent success was the possession of the legendary Blood Meridian Saint. The reason why it was a legend was because no one had seen it before. Little Fool, who had Yaya Umbrella, was equivalent to having 2 spirit techniques with spirit value of 60 points, which was equivalent to having 120 spirit value of fighting ability. This fighting ability was already comparable to Meng Ta and the rest. But the following scene caused him to be dumbstruck. Little Fool's face changed. That was the scene of the saint spirit combusting. One could imagine how expensive spirit treasures were. Any spirit technique was not easy to train. But spirit treasures could be used immediately. Of course, spirit treasures also had limitations, although it did not use up spirit value, but it was limited by the saint's maximum spirit value. This fellow seems to be called Gui. Woo! The flame chi was terrifying, causing Little Fool's mind to instinctively tremble. Tang Tian let out a long sigh. He slowly opened his eyes, his face revealing fear. That was close. Little Fool's Yaya Umbrella had the same spirit value of 60 points, which was already the maximum spirit value of a bronze low-grade spirit treasure, so Yaya Umbrella was the pinnacle of the bronze low-grade spirit treasures. It was definitely not an exaggeration. What a pity. Tang Tian's face was filled with pain. If I had known, I would have sold it. Such a powerful thing, it could at least be sold for a few 100 billion star coins. Tang Tian felt that his loss this time was too heavy. Yi Zhaoji was unable to sell it. A broken pearl was actually a priceless treasure, and was destroyed by him. The zero energy body had saved his life. What a powerful spirit technique. Little Fool is becoming more and more powerful. Yaya, you have to learn from Little Fool. Tang Tian laughed. Tang Tian acted as though nothing happened, and picked up the waiter from the ground, and even patted the ground twice, as though he was patting away the dust on a broom, and then very amiably placed the waiter back to its original position. Ha 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 ha, for you, for you. Tang Tian generously placed the golden skull and Fu Ying's bones into Little Fool's hands. Oh, the guqin was given to magic flute. The guqin was much cooler than the bronze flute. What was the pearl for? A spirit technique with 60 spirit value points. Its might was already rather strong. Ordinary saints would need to train for 5 to 6 years before being able to train a spirit technique to the point of 60 spirit value. The legendary forceful subjugating bead. Legend has it that some extremely powerful bloodline saints were able to seal their saint souls within their own blood. Once they met a suitable target, they would be able to replace their saint souls. Yaya crawled out with a blank face. The stone was still embedded in its butt. Little Fool. Well done. If not for the zero energy body, he would have become the target of someone else's possession. He did not know that it was a killing technique left behind by Fu Ying. Fu Ying had coincidentally obtained the forceful subjugating bead and knew how powerful it was. He knew that if news of it were to leak out, he would definitely not be able to keep it. Fu Ying placed it in the middle of his silver Aquarius cabinet. If anyone were to kill him and obtain the silver Aquarius cabinet, they would definitely pick up the forceful subjugating bead and study it. That unremarkable pearl was actually a forceful subjugating bead. One of the Onyx Soul's 3 blood saints, Gui Wu. I believe in the existence of the zero energy body. But up till now, it has not been realized. I have done many experiments, but I am still unable to realize it. But if the zero energy body truly exists, then it would definitely have a strong repulsion towards energy. Because only by doing so, would it be able to eliminate the energy corrosion in this world. The pearl was stained with blood and was extremely unremarkable. If not for its weight, Tang Tian would have treated it as an ordinary pearl. And, thinking about the scene just now, his heart was filled with fear. If it was not for the zero energy body, then the dull blood stains became bright and demonic. It was like a living creature, drilling into Tang Tian's body. Without waiting for Tang Tian to react, the blood quickly seeped into Tang Tian's blood vessels. Who exactly is it? Tang Tian closed his eyes and continued to flip through Gui Wu's memory fragments. To be able to become one of the 3 strongest blood meridian saints in the history of Onyx Soul, Gui Wu's intelligence was unfathomable. The contents of the memory fragments were extremely cryptic and difficult to understand, and extremely profound. But Fu Ying did not expect that in this world, there would actually be such a weird existence like the zero energy body. Tang Tian's zero energy body had an intense repulsion towards energy, while the saint spirit was a spirit domain that was completely converted into energy, and was instinctively repulsed by Tang Tian's body. So powerful. Tang Tian was shocked. One of the 3 strongest blood meridian saints in the history of Onyx Soul, this name could definitely scare people half to death. Bang! Suddenly, the pearl spun towards Tang Tian's palm, and in the blink of an eye, half of the pearl had entered his palm. Although the saint spirit was burnt to ashes, a few imprints were left behind. But what Tang Tian did not expect was that these imprints were actually the saint's memory fragment. It was a pity that Tang Tian did not train in blood meridians, and was not interested in these profound and difficult to understand things. He flipped through them one by one, and suddenly exclaimed, he finally found something that he could understand. Tang Tian suddenly thought of a question, then this thing should be worth a lot of money, right? After burning for half an hour, the saint spirit was burnt to ashes. Little Fool was completely stunned. This person's saint spirit was actually able to burn for such a long time. What kind of powerful saint spirit was that? The golden skull and Fu Ying's bone, I want them. The childish voice sounded like an old man. These 2 were good things. The golden skull was an honorable martial alliance's famous saint weapon, the honorable martial cauldron. Fu Ying's bone was a saint bone. What do you think? Little Fool said snappily, a priceless treasure. With that, it was equivalent to taking revenge for himself. I have thought for a while, if there really is a zero-energy body, how can it evolve? The zero-energy body's characteristic is that it strongly repels energy. Maybe it can be seen as a kind of ability. Any kind of ability can be trained and improved, that is evolution. Thinking about it, the evolution of the zero-energy body should be the evolution of the ability to repel energy. This idea makes me very interested. This person's saint spirit was unfathomably strong. If it was a normal body, he would have gotten it long ago. These few days I have been thinking, if there really is a zero-energy body, then how can it evolve? This is a very interesting hypothesis. After thinking for a long time, I thought of the stupidest method, which is to use a large amount of energy, and gradually, continuously stimulate it. From that, let the zero-energy body evolve continuously. I guess, when the zero-energy body's repelling ability increases to a certain level, it will form a special existence that is completely different from the spirit domain. I guess it will be called Source. It will become the core of the zero-energy body. Forceful subjugating bead. Suddenly, the back of his head suffered a heavy blow. The strong force caused Little Fool, who was floating in the air, to immediately flip, and his face smashed onto the ground. He was secretly strengthening himself. If this content landed in the hands of any blood meridian saint, it would be an existence that surpassed the spirit law, and would definitely be viewed as a heavenly book. 60 spirit value points. Tang Tian and Little Fool were completely shocked silly. Little Fool's mouth twitched. Little Fool was already speechless. He could not be bothered with the fool. Sell. If Onyx Soul knew that this thing was in their hands, the entire Onyx Soul would definitely come out, and at that time, it would not be easy for them to die. The blood in Tang Tian's body suddenly seemed to be boiling. Tang Tian's entire body was red, like a cooked prawn. He bent his body, his face filled with pain. Tang Tian slapped the back of Little Fool's head, as if. Little Fool's face turned black. Little Fool looked at Tang Tian as if he was looking at an idiot. Not very powerful, but extremely powerful. One of the 3 strongest blood meridian saints in the history of Onyx Soul, don't you think is powerful? It could be seen that Fu Ying placed the most importance on this pearl. Tang Tian's body suddenly released a transparent flame. Inside the flame, a figure screamed out in fear, no. Impossible. No energy. How can there be no energy? Zero energy body, haha, so there really is a zero energy body. Endure. Little Fool was startled, his eyes immediately exploded, he cried out in shock, you said he is called Gui Wu? The transparent flame released a terrifying chi, causing Little Fool to retreat in shock. That was the flame formed from the saint spirit's combustion. If one were to touch it, they would be burnt to ashes. I have to admit, the characteristics of the zero-energy body allows it to be extremely useful. Energy's damage to it is too low. If there really is a zero-energy body, and his zero-energy body evolves to the extreme, he will definitely become the world's public enemy. Little Fool closed his eyes, slowly coming out from the miraculous state, his heart filled with joy. Graceful Sword was created by someone to actually be so powerful, and he had good luck, merging the Saint Sword Ocean Prison into it, causing the spirit technique to become even stronger. I used too much power. Little Fool was satisfied. He had just started training and was able to reach 60 spirit value. His future potential was huge. What he urgently needed now was to raise his spirit domain's spirit value. Little Fool's exclamation caused Tang Tian to jump in shock. He opened his eyes in a daze. Is this gooey woo? Very powerful. Spirit value was not only used to measure the power of spirit techniques, it could also be used to measure the power of spirit treasures. Spirit treasures did not use up spirit value, but could unleash the same effect as spirit techniques, or even more powerful. Pursuing immortality was the ultimate goal of every generation's saints. For those peak martial artists who held the power to destroy the heavens and earth and the strongest authority in the entire Heaven's Road, the only thing that could make them fear was death. These two items could increase a saint's spirit domain spirit value. Both of them were treasures that could not be bought even if one wanted to. Ordinary saints, absorbing these treasures would have a huge limit, and it would be extremely slow. But Little Fool was a form spirit. He had no difficulty absorbing them. Chapter 522. Both parties used all their strength. Tang Tian saw that Little Fool actually wanted to challenge him, and immediately became enraged. And Little Fool despised the fool from the bottom of his heart. Making him lower his head was worse than killing him. But Tang Tian was still deeply attracted to Gui Wu's theory, and the problem of training had always been bothering him. Just like how the spirit domain could be strengthened, it could increase spirit value, and could train in even stronger spirit techniques, then what about the zero energy body? How could the zero energy body improve further? That was Tang Tian's most vexed question. Give me one, Tang Tian said. What was even more miraculous was that Little Fool, Tang Tian's vengeful beating actually caused Little Fool to have an obvious improvement. Little Fool's body became even more congealed, and his spirit value actually increased by 5 points. The saint jumped in fright. This subordinate doesn't dare. The congealed blade aura, when it was about to touch Tang Tian's body, suddenly twisted, and became extremely unstable. Bang! A light sound came out. The trembling crescent blade aura crumbled into a fine aura, and disappeared. So when Tang Tian and Little Fool appeared in front of everyone jumped in fright. Tang Tian was enlightened. I understand now. It's to take a beating. That's right, it's to take a beating. As long as you take a beating, your skin will become thicker. This method is brilliant. Bang bang bang. Hee hee. Bang bang bang. No problem, no problem. I asked you to give me one, just give me one, Tang Tian said. There were many saints in ancient Cold City, and they were extremely united. Before, there were still people who had doubts, but after the battle, they no longer had any doubts. By killing Fu Ying, they had already offended the Honorable Martial Alliance. By killing Tong Ji, they had also offended Onyx Soul. They were very clear that other than Tang Tian, no one else could protect them. Gui Wu's theory made Tang Tian's eyes light up, as if he saw the light. Although the fool was unreasonable and vented his anger from training on him, and beat him up to vent his anger, but he had never stopped training halfway. All the attacks during training, this fellow would completely endure it, and would definitely not be discounted. Little Fool did not expect this, but he would never thank Erhuo. In fact, he had some respect for Dumbass. Without Dumbass' permission, he could not attack Dumbass. Should I reduce my strength? A few of the saints who were closer subconsciously took a few steps back, only then did they feel the pressure lessen. Tang Tian was covered in wounds and his clothes were in tatters, but no one cared. All the saints looked at Tang Tian in shock. Tang Tian was emitting an aura that made them feel extremely uncomfortable. It was as though they were being suppressed. What a ruthless fellow! Tang Tian and Little Fool were killing each other crazily. Tang Tian was even more pleased. It's not a spirit treasure either. And Tang Tian's zero-energy body, under such crazy training, improved greatly. Tang Tian's body could already endure spirit techniques with 50 spirit value points. Attacks below 30 spirit value points, before they could even touch Tang Tian's body, they would be forcefully repelled and destroyed. Bang, bang, bang. Little Fool sneered in his heart, but his expression did not change, and said in his childish voice, "Seems like it. Don't talk nonsense." Tang Tian spat on the ground. Tang Tian was excited. "Come, little fool, let us try." Tang Tian showed off. Who has a spirit technique with 30 spirit value points? And then he would be beaten up even more. All the saints looked at Little Fool with fervent gazes. The world's public enemy, Tang Tian did not care at all, thinking about Ursa Major Constellation's large-scale reduction of energy transformation. Oh my, the world's public enemy seems to be a bit too much. Little Fool's face was gloomy. Seeing the happy look on Erhuo, he felt extremely unhappy. Independent saints usually trained extremely hard, lacking communication, lacking guidance. No one knew who suggested for everyone to exchange their experiences, but it received everyone's support. Following Meng Ta and the rest unreservedly sharing their own training experiences, the atmosphere became even more heated, and everyone took out their usual trump cards. The hatred between both parties rose quickly. But the price to pay was that Tang Tian's entire body did not have any good spots. Little Fool did not make a sound, his face was harmless, and said in his childish voice, "A large amount of energy, it should be a spirit technique." The light aura of the spirit technique struck onto Tang Tian's body like rain, causing Tang Tian's entire body to tremble like a sieve. Truly a real man of iron blood. Little Fool praised while increasing the power of the spirit technique. Finally, it's time for revenge. This sentence immediately caused many of the saints' eyes to light up. There were many spirit techniques that had a suppressive effect. This type of spirit technique was highly sought after by the powerful saints. It was able to exert pressure on others mentally and psychologically. Little Fool continued to release spirit techniques, the energy striking onto Tang Tian's body, causing Tang Tian's body to tremble like a sieve. Tang Tian opened his eyes wide, his face filled with pain, and stared fiercely at Little Fool. With that, everyone started to think even more. If it was not a spirit technique, could it be a spirit treasure? Everyone became excited. Little Fool's spirit treasures were actually so powerful. This was definitely an effect that only high-level spirit treasures could have. But the following scene caused them to be dumbstruck, to the point that their jaws almost dropped to the ground. If it was someone else, maybe they would put their energy into helping Little Fool. But to Tang Tian's understanding, Little Fool was his own person. Little Fool was Little Fool, he was himself. Was he going to let Little Fool go in the battle? And he could only hide behind Little Fool. The godlike young lad was definitely unable to tolerate such a stifling way of fighting, and very quickly, some of the saints threw out some of the doubts they had during their training, and immediately attracted the interest and resonance of many of the saints. Everyone formed groups of 3 to 5, and started to discuss enthusiastically. Truly a real man of iron blood. Tang Tian was about to explain, when suddenly he felt an intense undulation. He was startled, but quickly reacted, and rushed out of the house. All of them had experienced the same battle, faced the same predicament, and between them, they trusted each other even more, and were even more united. Tang Tian was instantly happy. He patted Little Fool's head, and said, "Little Fool is so obedient, it's fine, it definitely can't hurt me. The power at the start is not so strong." For the next few days, from time to time, there were saints who broke through, and gained enlightenment. Everyone's face was brimming with joy, and many of the topics they discussed were beyond imagination. Little Fool laughed coldly in his heart. You asked for this yourself. In this period of time, he had been tormented by this fool, to the point that he had almost lost all hope in life. Now that such a good opportunity was presented to him, how could he let it go? You were the one who asked me to hit you. Why did you hit me? Little Fool asked back. Master, this is... Meng Ta stammered. He was also shocked. He did not expect that Master actually trained in such a spirit technique. Every saint was immersed in such an excellent atmosphere. They had never experienced such a pure discussion before. Saints were always on guard against each other. Every single one of them was afraid that others would find out about their true strength. Every saint was extremely intelligent and talented. In such a passionate and pure discussion, sparks of inspiration would fly out from time to time. Bang, bang, bang. After a round of training, Tang Tian, who was covered in injuries, walked to Little Fool expressionlessly, grabbed Little Fool, and swung him up, smashing him violently. A spirit technique with 30 spirit value points was already very powerful. If not for the energy barrier, or the protection of the Saint Blood, he would definitely be sliced into two. Tang Tian's previous train of thought was to destroy the enemy's spirit domain, but he did not have any good ideas on how to effectively destroy the enemy's spirit domain. But Gui Wu's idea helped him perfect his way of thinking. The zero-energy body's characteristic of repelling energy was extremely suitable for the path of destruction. If this ability could be continuously improved, then this path would truly be able to be walked. Little Fool, shut up. A golden pillar of light surged out from the ground, soaring into the sky, straight into the clouds. But he did not immediately agree, and said, "What if I injure you?" Tang Tian scratched his chin, with a face of distress. "Little Fool, what do you mean by using a large amount of energy to gradually and continuously stimulate it?" Tang Tian was unreasonable. "I don't like it. Vent my anger. How can I be the only one getting beaten up? Master, what kind of suppressive spirit technique did you train in?" Meng Ta's eyes lit up. He could not help but ask. Tang Tian was immediately pleased. He shook his head. "It's not a spirit technique." Everyone became even more curious. Little Fool sneered in his heart, then attacked even more heavily. All right, everyone's understanding of brilliant was not even on the same level. But, taking a beating. Little Fool, who was being patted on the head, had an innocent face, but deep in his eyes, there was a gloomy look. Ah 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 ah. Tang Tian's screams of pain rang out incessantly. Over and over again. Little Fool was violently beaten by Tang Tian, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to shake, dust flying everywhere. Clenching his teeth and waiting for Tang Tian to stop, he once again floated up into the sky, coldly staring at Tang Tian. He squeezed out a sentence from his teeth. "The second round of training is about to begin." Little Fool did not say a word as he was beaten black and blue. He would definitely not beg for mercy from the fool. It was too shameful. He wanted to return all the pain double. Little Fool was already too lazy to curse in his heart. Brilliant. Such a stupid method. Everyone looked at each other. A saint stood out. This subordinate's crescent blade, coincidentally trained to 30 spirit value points. The surroundings were silent. Everyone was completely shocked by this unimaginable scene. For the next few days, this kind of rapid escalation of conflict-type training caused Tang Tian and Little Fool to become enemies, their eyes extremely red. When the saints of ancient Cold City heard the rumbling sounds coming from the training room, they could not help but reveal looks of respect. After obtaining a shocking victory, Master was still training so bitterly. No wonder he was called godlike young lad. "Does it hurt?" Little Fool's voice was like a demon. "Do you want me to reduce the power?" The childish voice made his words filled with childishness. The saint hesitated for a while, then released a crescent blade aura, seeing the blade aura getting closer and closer to Tang Tian, but Tang Tian did not make any movements. Everyone was shocked. And Tong Ji and the rest spoils of war allowed everyone to make a small fortune. Yaya shrunk into a corner, looking at the two crazy people with a face of fear. It was completely at a loss. Are they playing? Such a scary game. Chapter 523. The higher-ups of the Honorable Martial Alliance were also divided because of this matter. Maybe you are already dead, maybe you are still alive, but I can die contentedly. The oath that I made that year, although only I heard it, but I have never thought of giving up. Having just received the image of the Red Leaf Army, the Honorable Martial Alliance were extremely excited, and were preparing to make a statement. To say that for the sake of investigating the Battle of Ancient Cold City, the Honorable Martial Alliance would send the Red Leaf Army to Ancient Cold City, and tell everyone the truth. But they never thought that before they could even make a statement, Sexton's constellation would become Ursa Major constellations. After the intense argument, the second opinion finally prevailed. The Honorable Martial Alliance's long rule over Heaven's Road had formed their pride, and had long penetrated deep into the clan elders' bone marrow. A rising star like Ursa Major constellation, in their eyes, was just a newly rich family that had just entered the city from the countryside. The entire Sexton's constellation's star power became unprecedentedly lively. Everyone in Sexton's constellation ran out of their houses, their faces filled with shock as they looked at the night sky that suddenly descended, and the stars that filled the sky. The adjutant nodded his head. He could only do that. The golden sexton's eye floated in the light pillar, like a golden snowflake. The 6 eyes released a dazzling light aura. The blurred eyes surfaced the figure that was as profound as the wind, the person that saved him, the person that gave him hope to live. He was truly happy. Kang Yang-yu floated upwards. Now, there is only one thing left. In that moment, he was filled with emotions. Furthermore, if at this time, the Honorable Martial Alliance were to display a weak state, not only would it cause their own allies to lose confidence, it would also cause the hidden enemies to become restless. Very quickly, the Honorable Martial Elders came to an agreement. The me that was unknown in the past, the me that was trapped in a desperate situation, the me that was cowardly, the me that was already past middle age but was useless, the me that even looked down on myself. The surging star power instantly surged into Sexton's constellation, and the martial housemasters who originally had doubts about joining Ursa Major constellation were immediately surprised and happy. They were happy because the dense energy showed that Ursa Major constellation's strength was much stronger than what they had imagined. What surprised them was that Tang Tian of the Ursa Major constellation was known for his scheming, tyrannical and strong personality, and was definitely not an easy-to-deal-with constellation master. He wiped his tears and gently pointed at Sexton's eye in the light pillar, causing it to slowly float out and land in his hands. Kang Yang-yu passed Sexton's eye to Tang Tian. "I'll hand it over to you, my mission is complete." Kang Yang-yu looked at the Sexton's eye inside the light pillar in a daze, and repeated with a trembling voice, "I said I can definitely do it, I said I can definitely do it." He flew to the side of the light pillar. This light pillar was released by Sexton's constellation's Saint Treasure, Celestial Sextant. The Celestial Sextant had been in his hands for many years, but he had never revealed it to the outside world. The Honorable Martial Alliance wanted to use a strong victory to declare that they were the true rulers of Heaven's Road. Kang Yang-yu's face revealed a smile. He was suddenly filled with anticipation. Back then, he didn't have the right to say this, but now, he could finally say it without any guilt. Jones hesitated for a moment. "Continue forward, we will advance while waiting for orders from above." Even though they were far away, everyone could clearly feel that at the position of the light pillar, the surging energy undulation was gathering like a storm. Ursa Major constellation was immediately in a precarious situation. Using 4 gold rank armies at the same time, with 10 saints accompanying them, the Honorable Martial Alliance's move caused the entire Heaven's Road to be silent. But in this period of time, because of Fu Ying's disturbance, the front lines had suffered many losses, and for the sake of stabilizing the situation, the experts of the Honorable Martial Alliance were all sent to the front lines. If they were to start a war with Ursa Major constellation at this time, it would not be an easy matter. This sudden change caused Jones' Red Leaf Army to be dumbstruck. Kang Yang-yu smiled. He was relieved of a heavy burden. For the past few years, all of his life, all of his efforts, were all on this, and now, he had completed all of his vows, and felt an indescribable sense of relief. They did not know that the Honorable Martial Alliance was currently in a mess. But, now that Sexton's constellation had become a part of Ursa Major constellation, the Honorable Martial Alliance felt that it was difficult. Compared to Sexton's constellation, Ursa Major constellation was not to be trifled with. Tang Tian was difficult to deal with. The Honorable Martial Alliance had experienced it firsthand, and the group of people from Ursa Major constellation were a group of battle maniacs. And another group of Honorable Martial Elders felt that the disturbance of Fu Ying had affected the Honorable Martial Alliance too much, and if this matter was not resolved, it would affect the Honorable Martial Alliance for a long time. And although the front lines were somewhat tense, but they had already stabilized the situation, as long as they adopted a defensive stance, Leo constellation would definitely not succeed so easily. Compared to the Honorable Martial Alliance, Ursa Major constellation was at its weakest. The main armies were all tied up in Big Dipper, and only one mechanical army was outside. Tang Tian's voice sounded out in every corner of Ursa Major constellation and Sexton's constellation at the same time. It was time to change all of this. He suddenly thought, if these people knew that their own boss had been changed to such a powerful and tyrannical king, how would they feel? When the higher-ups of the Honorable Martial Alliance received the image, they were all shocked. Such power was definitely not something an ordinary treasure deposit could possess. The ray of light entered Ursa Major constellation, only to see that Sexton's constellation in the sky had disappeared, and Ursa Major constellation had an additional piece. And at the same time, there were 10 other saints that came out to battle. At that moment, the Lightblade Army, Raging Inferno Army, Dawn Army, the 3 Gold Grade armies, all came out from their respective encampments. The Lightblade Army would reinforce the Red Leaf Army, while the Raging Inferno Army and the Dawn Army would directly attack Ursa Major constellation. In the sky, Ursa Major constellation suddenly blossomed with light auras. Tang Tian felt an indescribable excitement surging in his heart. He composed himself and spoke out slowly. "What do we do?" The adjutant looked at Jones. Bang! The gold light pillar in the distance shot straight into the clouds. "If you were here, you would definitely laugh at me for not having any ambition, because I was originally very ordinary." He was the true ruler of Sexton's constellation, but he was naturally low profile, and under his secret push, Sexton's constellation had become a neutral constellation with fighting grounds as its main focus. Adding that the battle in ancient Cold City was so intense, although Ursa Major constellation had succeeded, but Ursa Major constellation's losses would definitely be extremely huge. In other words, ancient Cold City was extremely weak. Tang Tian solemnly received Sexton's eye. He could feel that Kang Yang valued Sexton's eye, and the feelings he had for it. A portion of the Honorable Martial Elders felt that, at such a crucial time, to place their energy on the Fuying disturbance, and start a war with Ursa Major constellation, was definitely not a wise move, and could possibly cause the Honorable Martial Alliance to be attacked from both front and back. My king above. Sexton's eye, what exactly was inside? Receiving the order, the morale of the Red Leaf Army soared. They increased their speed, and advanced towards ancient Cold City. The higher-ups gave them the authority to attack at any time. Kang Yang raised his head, and looked at the sky. "Because I did it, I did what you wanted me to be, and did not disappoint your trust." The vigorous voice was like rolling thunder. At the same time, it swept across the entire sky of Sexton's constellation. Inside ancient Cold City. So it was Ursa Major constellation playing tricks in the dark. Jones's eyes became gloomy, killing intent flashing past. The adjutant's exclamation entered his ears, and Jones also revealed a look of shock. The Red Leaf Army stopped, exclamations sounded out. They looked at the light pillar that shot straight into the sky in shock. That is. The light pillar transformed into a ray of light, flying towards Ursa Major constellation in the sky. The Red Leaf Army immediately received praise from the higher-ups, and was ordered to immediately move towards ancient Cold City. The light pillar started to change, becoming even more turbulent. The sky also became darker, and in the sky, stars appeared. I, Kang Yang, hereby announce, Sexton's constellation, will merge with Ursa Major constellation. As he spoke, tears flowed down his face. Rather than that, why not take the opportunity to strangle it in the cradle? 2 hours later, the Honorable Martial Alliance released a stern statement, directly pointing out that Ursa Major constellation was the true mastermind behind the Fuying disturbance, and requested for Ursa Major constellation to unconditionally accept the Honorable Martial Alliance's investigation. If not, it would be seen as Ursa Major constellation's provocation and declaration of war against the Honorable Martial Alliance. And Ursa Major constellation's aggressive development had long made the Honorable Martial Alliance feel threatened. Ursa Major constellation and the Honorable Martial Alliance's relationship had always been hostile. If they were to grow, they would definitely become a huge problem for the Honorable Martial Alliance. But for the Saint treasure of Sexton's constellation to be in Kang Yang's hands, the entire Sexton's constellation did not find it strange. Kang Yang Fighting Grounds had been the true controller of Sexton's constellation for a long time. I, Tang Tian, the master of Ursa Major constellation, welcome Sexton's constellation. From today onwards, we will never leave or forsake each other. The adjutant quivered, his face filled with ecstasy. Jones was right, although up till now, they had not found any evidence, but just the light pillar in front of them was enough to attract the attention of the higher-ups. That is ancient Cold City. Jones was the first to react. The shock on his face turned into ecstasy. Quick, send this video back to the honorable group. There must be something amazing there. We made the right bet. What you entrusted, what you requested, what you said, what you ridiculed, what you joked about, I did it all. This time, they immediately felt that they were in a dilemma. If it was another time, the Honorable Martial Alliance would not have such restraining fear. Fu Ying's disturbance was truly terrible, and they knew that it was most likely Ursa Major constellation playing tricks in the dark. If it was just Sexton's constellation, they could investigate if they wanted, they could directly send troops, although there would be disputes, but as long as they were able to take out something that could be explained to everyone, they could do whatever they wanted. The entire Heavens Road was shocked by the Honorable Martial Alliance's killing intent announcement. Everyone could feel the determination of the Honorable Martial Alliance from the announcement. Following that, the Honorable Martial Alliance announced that the Red Leaf Army had already headed to ancient Cold City to investigate the matter. To lower their head to such a nouveau riche, the Honorable Martial Elder found it hard to accept. Kang Yang-yu flew to the sky above ancient Cold City. Looking at the messy ancient Cold City, he sighed. He had built ancient Cold City for Sexton's Eye. He had long expected that Sexton's Eye would meet with trouble, so he had spent a lot of effort on ancient Cold City, but he did not expect that ancient Cold City would almost be destroyed. Chapter 524. Suddenly, a black dot appeared in front of them. It was their own scout, but Zheng Yu was skinny and did not stand out. He was a saint who was passionate about treasure hunting, and had extremely deep attainments in eye-related spirit techniques. The army was such a big target, the energy undulation in the air allowed him to easily lock onto the enemy's position. Unfortunately, the disparity in absolute strength was not something that tactics could make up for. Different colored spirit techniques simultaneously landed on every corner of the maple leaf. They touched it and then left. This creative idea immediately won everyone's applause. The general's willpower infected the surrounding soldiers. The long period of training formed an instinct, almost made them roar at the same time. Kill. Just wait to move out. Through the military general's control, the entire army was integrated into one. It could be said that there were no blind spots. Regardless of which spot was attacked, the entire army's energy would naturally converge towards the place that was attacked. At the same time blocking the attack, they would also counterattack. Everyone became excited. Today's achievement was all because of Master Fu Ying's guidance. Under Tang Tian's command, 43 men rushed forward. Tang Tian's command came out in the air. Everyone immediately understood Tang Tian's intention. With so many points of attack, it would result in an all-out counterattack. After everyone heard Tang Tian's idea, they all laughed out loud. Although they felt that Tang Tian was a bit of a prankster, but they still released their energy barriers and adjusted it to a conical shape. Jones's heart jumped. A bad premonition was born. Just at that moment, a light aura lit up in the distance. Saints naturally had some eyesight. The Red Leaf Army below was currently one. It was an extremely powerful tactic. The entire Red Leaf Army's energy undulation was completely synchronized. Below was like a fiery red magma, containing an astonishing amount of energy. The speed of the flames was extremely fast. They did not even hear any sound. In the blink of an eye, the flames had rushed close. Jones then saw clearly, there was actually a group of people inside the flame. His voice in the surging torrent of vibrations was like a leaf swaying in the wind and rain. It was extremely weak, but when it landed in the ears of the soldiers who were at a loss, it was the last straw to clutch at. His attack missed. Jones was not discouraged. He roared, "Red Leaf." The light aura was extremely fast. Before the scout had even landed on the ground, the light aura had already arrived. Jones's pupils constricted, that is. The attacks, which were as dense as light pillars, missed. Not only the Honorable Martial Alliance, the others did not expect that the saints of ancient Cold City did not sacrifice much, and were all under Tang Tian's command. A saint. Jones' mind went blank. Saint. Saint. The surging rain of light erupted with a loud bang. He suddenly quivered and yelled at the top of his lungs, "Enemy attack." The light around Jones had reached a terrifying level, like an ocean of light. He raised his arm high, like the determination of Jones, and slashed it down towards the saints who were whistling towards him. Will the children be scared to tears? The saints in the sky were no longer joking around. If they had been hit by that dense energy just now, even someone as strong as a saint would have been turned into ashes. Even Li Da, who was most proficient in energy barriers, had a slight change in expression. Even if he used all his strength to support the energy barrier, he would not be able to survive such a terrifying attack. However, it was nothing before 42 Saints. If it was an ordinary martial artist, the attack would be sharp, but the Saints could easily escape and dodge. The entire Red Leaf army suddenly lit up with light auras. The light auras converged towards Jones at an astonishing speed. The Red Leaf army was advancing quickly. They were already very close to ancient Cold City. Victory was right in front of them, and everyone firmly believed in it. What would be left of an ancient Cold City that was ravaged by Fu Ying? Fu Ying's final counterattack was enough to raze ancient Cold City to the ground. Then we will use our lives to repay Master Fu Ying's kindness. Like a group of meteorites descending from the sky, they dragged a long tail of fire, bringing with them the power to destroy the heavens and earth. None of the soldiers could maintain their calm. All of their faces were as white as paper, their legs trembling. The opponents started to dive down. Bang! The Honorable Martial Alliance, who did not know what was happening, released a statement filled with killing intent, causing the Saints of ancient Cold City to burst out laughing. Currently, everyone and Honorable Martial Group no longer had any leeway to turn things around. Both sides would not rest until one side was dead. The Red Leaf Army and the Light Blade Army, in everyone's eyes, were two fragrant meat buns with thin skin and big fillings. Charred. Everyone's reply was messy. Compared to the army's uniformity, it was much weaker. But Tang Tian did not mind. In front of him, there were a total of 42 Saints. The terrifying whistling sound came late. It was a torrent of sound that caused everyone's body to tremble. 43 Saints released their own attack spirit techniques at the same time. Inside the flames, there were indistinctly human figures. Densely packed light beams, like raindrops, shot into the sky randomly, like a pile of fireworks being ignited. Jones's face completely changed. The maple leaf formation was invulnerable. Upon receiving the enemy's attack, they would immediately counterattack. This was originally an advantage, but at the moment, it had become a fatal flaw. What is that? Tang Tian felt that it was a good idea. If everyone were to do it together, it would definitely be a spectacular sight. Tang Tian randomly gave out commands, and finally managed to form the most basic attack formation. If Bing was here, he would definitely snort in disdain. This attack formation was truly ugly. No, this was because every single one of them had their entire bodies wrapped in blazing flames. Everyone's morale was high, everyone's faces were full of smiles. With regards to the battle that was about to begin, they were not the least bit worried. 42 Saints. Even if they were independent Saints with average strength, it was still a terrifying force. The Honorable Martial Alliance did not have a clear understanding of the Battle of Ancient Cold City, and Tang Tian and the rest's recording was only of Fu Ying's threat before the battle. To the Honorable Martial Alliance, all the Saints had definitely become cannon fodder, and were destroyed. Jones raised his arms and roared. At that moment, he had already forgotten about fear. His heart was only filled with killing intent. Everyone responded loudly. 43 figures flew up into the sky, and flew towards the northwest direction. Tang Tian's order was straightforward. To the Bronze Saints, what they could use was still their own true power. This meant that their attacks definitely had a limit. Although spirit techniques were more efficient than martial techniques, and had greater power, but it was not limitless. Ready. Kill. In truth, the Red Leaf Army and the Light Blade Army's strength were extremely outstanding. After all, they were built with the Gold Branch as the backbone. Compared to ordinary armies, their quality was not just a little bit stronger. 43 figures were like flower petals that opened up in the sky, dragging a blazing fire tail, suddenly flying towards different directions of the Red Leaf Army. They were like a flock of nimble birds, fighting for the maple leaf at the same time. A saint called Zheng Yu suddenly said excitedly, "I found them, they are over there." Jones's face changed. Tang Tian did not care, he was excited. The scout's figure was in a sorry state. The expression on his face seemed to be fear. His heart calmed down. Prepare to attack. The opponent did not fall for it. At that moment, there was no time for him to change. The sharp whistling, the scalp-numbing trembling sound, once again converged into a torrent, suppressing them from all directions. Scatter and attack. Be careful to break away. In just one move, all the energy of the army was depleted by a third. Is everyone ready? A perfect formation. So many saints. The momentum before the battle was very important. Everyone increased their speed at the same time, as expected of a saint. Jones's voice completely changed, it was mournful and filled with fear, immediately pulling the stunned soldiers back to their senses. Everyone looked at the sky in fear. The enemies, wrapped in flames, were closing in on them at an astonishing speed. Everyone in the Red Leaf Army were all excited. Tang Tien shouted at the top of his lungs. The young man was eager to fight. A very powerful military leader. Line up, line up. Later everyone must maintain the same speed. Don't go too fast, don't go too slow. As long as they were the first to occupy ancient Cold City, this merit was enough for them to soar. In the entire Red Leaf Army, the only one who still maintained a trace of calmness was Jones. He knew that the chances of survival were extremely slim. It was a true desperate situation. But after experiencing the initial fear, his eyes were bloodshot, his heart was completely determined. Jones exclaimed in his heart, the strength of a saint was truly much stronger than a normal gold-ranked martial artist. To be able to freely control the direction while diving at such a high speed, only a saint could do that. The maple leaf formation suddenly surged with densely packed light spots. Every light spot surrounding energy suddenly exploded. The soldiers' bodies all lit up with red light auras. Looking down from the sky, the army below was surging with red light, like a red maple leaf. The dazzling light beams, connected between the soldiers, looked like the veins of the maple leaf. A sharp whistling sound came from the sky. Everyone who was relaxed started to play all sorts of tricks, spiraling forward, after images in the air, flickering lights and passing shadows. The most powerful was a fellow called Li Da. His most proficient spirit technique was the energy barrier. He adjusted his own energy barrier into a sharp conical shape, then crazily accelerated. The friction between the energy barrier and the air produced a dazzling flame, only to see him dragging a long fire tail. The momentum was extremely spectacular. Tang Tien waved his hand. Move out. Scatter. The big fire in the sky suddenly split into pieces, like exploding fireworks. It transformed into 43 rays of flames, drawing 43 arcs in the sky. Tang Tien was also surprised. The opponent's tactic was truly powerful. His intuition was extremely astonishing. The energy undulation below contained an extremely intense danger. Tang Tien, who was diving at high speed, did not have the slightest bit of his usual playfulness. His eyes were cold. The opponent's commander's calmness did not make him too surprised. To him, it was a normal reaction. Because any army under his command would not lose their will to resist just because the enemy was too strong. How is that possible? Wait. Line up neatly. Meng Ta, pull back a little. Chapter 525. 43 saints sealed off the sea of clouds, and every martial artist that rushed out of the sea of clouds would be killed. The shrill screams that were constantly approaching from above made everyone feel as if the Grim Reaper was rushing towards them. Everyone felt that the master was being overly cautious. With so many saints against an army, wouldn't it be easy? Furthermore, with so many saints, it was already bullying enough for them to fight against an army, but master did not even give them any face, and even used such underhanded methods. His gaze became more and more unfocused. He closed his eyes helplessly. He did not want to see the massacre that was about to happen. Jones closed his eyes in despair. He knew it was over. He didn't expect that the sea of clouds would make them collapse. Fresh blood spurted out from his mouth, soaking the front of his clothes. He had suffered the heaviest impact from those spirit techniques just now. The military general was the hub to organize and gather true power. At the same time, when an attack arrived, the power would be the first to reach him. If the formation was maintained, and they were united as a fortress, the impact could be dispersed layer by layer, and the entire army could withstand the impact, and no one would be injured. Tang Tien already had an idea. He chuckled and said, "We'll charge down like we did just now." But this time, they threw a sea of clouds first, and then everyone threw their spirit techniques down. Explosion-type spirit techniques were the best. Once you're done, pull it up immediately. As expected of a gold-grade army, 43 people floated in the air, looking at Tang Tien. Although the battle had just begun, Tang Tian's performance had already won everyone's trust. Be careful. Before he finished speaking, the white mist came very quickly. In the blink of an eye, everything in front of him was a vast expanse of whiteness. White mist surrounded him and did not disperse. Tang Tian didn't expect the others to have so many thoughts. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Until just now, when the 43 saints dove down at the same time, attacked at the same time, and then quickly pulled up, this strange tactic caused Jones to smell danger. Some of the more powerful saints were deep in thought. It seems that Sir is most concerned with practical benefits, not with false reputation, not with extravagance, and only with practicality. He knew that his thoughts were preposterous, although he was the commanding general, but he had never truly controlled the army. Although the gold branch allowed the quality of the soldiers to be outstanding, it also caused the army to not truly trust their commander. If only he was stricter with the training of the army. Cloud C. The others looked at each other in dismay. A few of them wanted to say something but stopped themselves. It was unlike any battle they had experienced before. When the war appeared in front of everyone, even the saints who were used to seeing life and death were shocked by the brutality of the war. So saints aren't as terrifying as I thought. Many of the soldiers thought so, and some of the stronger gold-ranked martial artists were eager to try. This was war. The rest of them looked down on Meng Ta. They had heard that Meng Ta was a tough man, but they did not expect him to be such a shameless bootlicker. To lead such an army, it is truly lamentable. That was only because they were forced by the situation. Most of them felt the same way. Because of this, they didn't have much faith in Tang Tian. Tang Tian wasn't the strongest among them. Because he realized that he could not deal with such a tactic. All the saints pulled themselves up and shot up into the sky like a rocket. Boom, boom, boom. When a person's connection with his surroundings was cut off, most people would subconsciously panic. This was an instinct that could only be overcome through strict training. The newly formed Red Leaf Army was obviously unable to achieve such a test. Within the Cloud Sea, it became an azure field. During the battle, it was also when Tang Tian was the coldest. Many of them even felt that Tang Tian was a little kid with extremely good luck. He was so young that it was hard for people to believe that he relied on his own strength to build up the strong foundation of Ursa Major constellation. The Red Leaf Army was immediately in chaos. The chaos immediately caused the dome shield to fluctuate violently. This young man is not simple. Speed, height, these were the most direct advantages of a saint. The advantage of being able to fly, Tang Tian used it thoroughly. He did not understand complicated tactics, but his outstanding battle instincts allowed him to know how to use his advantages. Suddenly, a white mist floated past Jones's eyes, and he suddenly became alert. As time passed, the sounds in the Cloud Sea gradually stopped, and no one else rushed out. Tang Tian's voice broke the silence. Only he had a normal expression. He was the youngest out of all of them, but if you counted it, he had experienced more battles than any of them. The Red Leaf Army completely collapsed. Those soldiers who were in fear rushed out like crazy. And those gold-ranked martial artists were also panicking and running for their lives. And in the Cloud Sea, it was difficult to differentiate between friend and foe. Fear made everyone lose their rationality. Some people made a move because they were blocked, and it immediately caused a chaotic battle. During the battle, it was when Tang Tian's intelligence was at its highest. The saints immediately dispersed the Cloud Sea. There was no one left standing inside, and the ground was filled with corpses. The entire army, just like that, fell here. Blood flowed like a river, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. It had to be said, the Red Leaf Army was much stronger than Tang Tian imagined. Originally, Tang Tian thought that the Red Leaf Army would collapse upon meeting them. He did not expect that the opponent was still stable. Although he was admiring them, Tang Tian did not have any intention of relaxing. He shouted, "Pull higher," until just now. 43 figures, once again rushed down quickly. But, those who were smart, realized that they did not have any casualties. Even in the entire process of the battle, they did not meet with any danger at all. Master's idea is brilliant, Meng Ta praised. His expression was normal, and he quickly cleaned up the battlefield. The deafening explosion, a series of explosions, caused the dome shield that was already shaking violently to shatter. Jones was hit hard, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Jones screamed, and before he could finish his sentence, the intense explosion exploded on the dome shield. But, just now, the army was already in chaos, and the impact could not be dispersed, so he was the first to be heavily injured. Mournful screams once again enveloped the sky. Jones' judgment before he died was not wrong. The scene quickly became a massacre. The opponent's military leader was also very outstanding. Facing the attack of more than 40 saints, not only was he able to maintain his composure, he was also able to make the correct response. This was rather impressive. The cloud sea was now dyed with a faint blood-red color, and looked abnormally terrifying and demonic. As long as they were obedient, it would be fine. If they were not obedient, then he would beat them until they were obedient. Tang Tian's way of thinking had always been simple. He did not care what these people were thinking, since they had already signed the contract to sell themselves. As a military leader, how could he not research on the high-level strategic force of the saints? From the looks of it, the entire Heaven's Road's usage of saints was still at a relatively low level. Of course, this was only the unspoken criticism in their hearts. No one dared to say it out loud. Thinking back to the battle, Tang Tian's command did not have any complicated or high-level tactics. Even the final result did not seem to be anything worth praising, as though it was supposed to be like that. "Are you ready?" Tang Tian shouted. After a while, he shouted, "Go go go." The opponent rushed down again. Jones was alert, and waited. The opponent had learned from the previous lesson, and rushed down from all directions. Jones laughed bitterly in his heart. Other than defending, he was unable to retaliate. The way everyone looked at Tang Tian was different from before. Dome shield. Even more explosive spirit techniques were thrown into the formation. Meng Ta had long noticed the disdain in everyone's eyes, and sneered in his heart, "Idiot. Wait till I get my refined spirit treasure, let's see how tough you guys can be." This time he did not choose. Red Leaf was a formation that used defense as an attack. But against saints, Red Leaf's attack was not effective. It would be a waste of the soldier's true power. Although Tang Tian was usually unreliable, but once he fought, he was like a different person, sharp, flexible, decisive, strong battle instincts. Anyone who was familiar with him would be amazed. Even Ling Shu, who was a battle maniac, would sigh in admiration. Ling Shu would lose his rationality in battle, but Tang Tian would not. Although the energy of the army had been depleted by a third, they were not defeated, which made the Red Leaf army heave a sigh of relief, and their confidence increased. Steady. Bang bang bang. Meng Ta and the rest did not have much joy of victory on their faces, only silence and shock. When everyone was shocked by the brutality of the war, Tang Tian remained indifferent to the point that he acted as though it was nothing out of the ordinary. They then realized, this young man who was too young, was not as simple as they thought. Dome Shield was specially used to deal with attacks from the sky, although it did not have the ability to counterattack, but its defense was not weaker than Red Leaf, and more importantly, the consumption of true power was much lesser. Most of them were not convinced with Tang Tian. Even if it was Ursa Major constellation, it did not make them feel that they were too strong. If not for Fu Ying's humiliation and pressure, they would definitely not have chosen to rely on Ursa Major constellation. Jones's face was gloomy. He was not happy at all. On the contrary, the bad premonition in his heart was getting stronger. The strength of the saints was not enough to make him feel fear, but if the saints knew how to make use of their advantages, then it would not be good. What a pity. I was not able to take revenge for you. Every saint had stepped on fresh blood and fought through countless battles. None of them were merciful or merciful. Furthermore, they were very clear, this was a war. This war did not have the slightest bit of leeway. They then suddenly realized. On one hand, it was because of the long period of peace. On the other hand, it was because the position of the saints was too high. Military generals could not mobilize the saints. Even those saints who followed the army could only act as high-level bodyguards. Their position in the army was too high, and military generals could not order them around. Not good. Jones bellowed. The Red Leaf army suddenly lit up with light auras. A half-arc-shaped light barrier appeared on top of the Red Leaf army. The light barrier was like a gigantic glass dome, appearing on top of the Red Leaf army. The battle between the Saints, in essence, was no different from a group fight. Everyone found their own opponents, and then killed each other. Clean up the battlefield. Chapter 526. Everyone jokingly called this wall the Wall of Life and Death. What exactly is inside ancient Cold City? Sean frowned, but this subordinate was usually calm. It was rare to see him in such a panic. He asked, "What happened? Why are you making such a big fuss?" Sean's face was ashen, his mind was blank. The vice president, who followed closely behind, was also stunned by the empty wall of life and death. His face turned white. Tang Tian waved his hand. This time he must make the Honorable Martial Alliance feel pain. Although there were not many twists and turns in the battle, but unknowingly, the attitude of the Saints towards Tang Tian had quietly changed. And following the birth of the Gold Rank Army, the position of the Gold Branch was once again stabilized. Saints were definitely strong, but Saints with high-level fighting strength were unable to become the main force of the battlefield. It could be foreseen that the rapid production of gold rank martial artists would become the main force of the battlefield. Although Tang Tian had never led an army before, but after mixing with Bing and the rest for a long time, under the influence of what he saw and heard, he could talk nonsense. These few professional words immediately made Meng Ta and the rest feel that the master's standard was not to be underestimated. Sean's lips trembled, his face full of fear as he looked at the empty wall of life and death. He was speechless. There was only one result in the scene in front of him: complete annihilation. Every honorable martial artist had an honorable martial plate, and the honorable martial artist of the army had an even higher level. It had many unknown functions. In the 10th Gold Branch, there was a wall. On it was a projection of every honorable martial artist of the Red Leaf army. If the martial artist died, the projection would disappear. Sean's mood was good. Recently their research also had new progress. Impossible. The one who spoke was Rong Bo, his face congealed. There was a cold wave just now. In such a short period of time, it is impossible for a second cold wave to occur. Tang Tian waved his hand, and said loudly, "If it was my army, who dares to be so defeated, I will definitely beat them up like dog." These words immediately caused everyone to be in awe. Beat them up all the way. These words sounded extremely domineering. Although it was hard for these produced gold rank martial artists to improve, and as compared to the naturally formed gold rank martial artists, they were much weaker. But in a short period of time, they could greatly strengthen the army. Absolutely impossible. But he did not know that the sudden destruction of the Red Leaf army would cause a huge uproar. How could this be? Xiao Yan asked. How short? The gold branches had no choice but to make changes. They became a training camp for gold-ranked martial artists. The Gold Branch had a long history that could be traced back to the birth of the Honorable Martial Alliance. Each Gold Branch was very independent from each other. Every Gold Branch had their own secret technique. Sean was the president of the 10th Gold Branch. He had been in a good mood for the past 2 days. When the higher-ups decided to give up on the Red Leaf army, his mood was extremely bad. The performance of the Red Leaf army would directly affect the position of the 10th Gold Branch. Honorable Martial Alliance, 10th Gold Branch. Could it be a cold wave? A radiant elder asked in a low voice. They would select suitable youths from the various branches, and let them use secret techniques to groom these martial artists into gold-ranked martial artists in the shortest time possible. Tang Tian immediately boasted proudly, "Actually, the Red Leaf army's general standard is rather powerful. The martial artists are also very strong, but their training is too poor. The soldiers do not have enough trust in their generals. They are strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Their willpower is too weak, and this is very fatal. An army with weak willpower is easily defeated. I never thought that the Honorable Martial Alliance's army martial artists would actually have such weak willpower. Willpower is much more important than individual strength." Haha, well done. Xiao Yan revealed a satisfied look. "When this batch of gold-ranked martial artists come out, we can build the 2nd and 3rd gold-rank armies. All the gold-rank armies will be thrown into the front lines, and before they die, they will earn enough merits for us. Haha, Leo Constellation can wait to be drowned by our gold-rank armies. A saint. Only a saint. And a large number of saints. No wonder Master is so skillful. Meng Ta did not miss the opportunity and cleverly clapped. It's not considered much. Tang Tian tilted his head and thought for a long time. He wanted to count with his fingers, but the exact numbers seemed to be a bit messed up, so he could only say, anyway, we just fought our way here. Just when he was feeling smug, who knew that Fu Ying's disturbance would cause the entire Honorable Martial Alliance to be in a difficult situation, the higher-ups mercilessly used the Red Leaf Army as a scapegoat, and this made him feel despair. Tang Tian was filled with disdain towards the Red Leaf Army. Any army beside him would definitely not be so defeated. In comparison, the Red Leaf Army was more like a group of cowards. That's not possible. The Red Leaf Army did not send back any information, so there is only one possibility. They were suddenly attacked, and the attack was very fierce. They did not even have time to send out any information, and were completely annihilated. A mechanical army definitely does not have that kind of strength. The one who spoke was a sinister-looking honorable martial elder. Meng Ta and the rest were immediately stunned, and all of them were filled with deep veneration. Xiao Yan almost did not dare believe his own eyes. That was a complete gold rank army. Such a gold rank army, how could they be completely annihilated without any movement? Xiao Yan's figure disappeared. He madly rushed to the front of the life and death wall. The huge wall was empty, there was nothing. I don't know. His subordinate swallowed his saliva with difficulty. His face was pale white, but the honorable martial plate was completely annihilated. The vice master reported to him. This is a brand new secret technique, we call it Light of Red Leaf. It is able to stimulate the potential of a martial artist, and in an extremely short period of time, it can help a martial artist form a higher level dantian. Of course, the gold rank martial artists that are produced like this have a very short lifespan. All the higher ups of the Honorable Martial Alliance were completely stunned by this sudden news. A gold rank army, this was a complete gold rank army, and it was actually quietly annihilated. Impossible. Xiao Yan used the last bit of his strength, and said with difficulty, Red Leaf. Red Leaf Army was completely defeated. They are far from us, they need martial artists of the 8th level and above, while we only need martial artists of the 7th level. The Vice Master's face revealed a pleased look. Although we only have a 50% success rate, but we still have a huge advantage. The number of martial artists of the 7th level is much more than the number of martial artists of the 8th level. Even if half of them die, our advantage is still much bigger. But Tang Tian's words were not boasting, because the person in charge of the army was Bing. Bing, who had survived the most bitter battles, had a much deeper understanding of war than anyone else. And as the chief instructor of the Southern Cross Army, he was extremely knowledgeable on how to build a new army. Every army of Ursa Major Constellation was trained extremely harshly, including Ta Dun's Plateau Army, which was also reforged and looked brand new. In terms of the individual strength of a martial artist, there was no army under Tang Tian that could compare to the Red Leaf Army, but in terms of willpower to fight, the Red Leaf Army could not compare. Suddenly, a martial artist stumbled into the room. President. Not good. Not good. But what he did not expect was that the development of the situation would take a turn. Sean was only 45 years old this year, and was at the prime of his life, and had even more ambitions for the future. That was also why he stood out from the crowd, and pushed Jones, who was recommended by Fu Ying, to the position of commander. Jones did not disappoint him. In the few competitions between the gold rank armies, the Red Leaf Army's results were rather outstanding, and this made Sean stand out. Everyone quietly cleaned up the battlefield. Then the question now is, what kind of power can achieve this? Elder Rongbo's question made everyone silent. Sean was satisfied. It's just that military leaders are not easy to find, we need to find a few. Nurture them well. Military leaders are rare talents in the future. We need to change the army but not the general. Let's go, we need to find the Light Blade Army. So many saints, only the ecliptic palace constellations could have them. To the Honorable Martial Alliance, that was something they did not want to see the most. 5 years is enough. Sean waved his hand and said disapprovingly, based on the current situation of the war, in 5 years, who knows how many battles have been fought. They do not need that long of a lifespan. What about the progress of the other branches? At most, they only have 5 years of lifespan. The Vice Guild Master immediately said, "We will further improve the secret technique and extend their lifespan." The accumulation of the Honorable Martial Alliance could be seen at a glance. Meng Ta's words attracted everyone's interest. Tang Tian had always felt that if one's strength could not be compared to others, it was nothing, as long as one trained hard. If one's willpower lost to others, then it would be worse than killing him. With regards to the destruction of the Red Leaf Army, Tang Tian did not put it to heart. 43 saints, such a powerful force, victory was a matter of course. Sean was startled. After a while, he reacted, and his face changed. "What did you say? How could the Red Leaf Army be defeated?" "Guild Master is wise," the Vice Guild Master immediately said. "Then who did it? Tang Tian? Or that mechanical army?" Another honorable martial elder asked. Forming an army had also become a necessity, because an army was more suitable for gold-ranked martial artists. Rome Bo asked and answered his own question, his gaze sweeping across the entire field. The current situation was advantageous to the Red Leaf Army. As long as they were the first to occupy ancient Cold City, the merit would not be able to run away. The young man had completely forgotten that he had never interfered with the army before. He could not even find the direction of the army. Red Leaf Army. What exactly did they encounter? Report to the higher-ups. All destroyed. Sean's pupils dilated, his eyes filled with fear. The 10th gold branch had always been in the middle amongst the many gold branches. This year, to the various gold branches of the Honorable Martial Alliance, was undoubtedly the most intense year of change. The training of the gold branches was extremely strict. Their position was originally very aloof, but following the continuous escalation of the battles, the gold-ranked martial artists were no longer able to become the decisive force of the war, and the status of the gold branches quickly dropped. Meng Ta suddenly said, "Master, have you fought in many wars before?" All the elders present were very clear. To destroy a gold-ranked army in an extremely short period of time was extremely difficult. The heavy pressure enveloped the hearts of all the honorable martial elders present. Ursa Major Constellation definitely does not have such strength. Then the most important thing for us now is to find out who exactly is it that has intervened in this war. Chapter 527. Little Fool secretly pondered at the side. This secret stronghold, normal methods were unable to cause any damage to it. This question also piqued his interest. He put himself in their shoes and thought, if he were to face this stronghold, what method would he use to break through it? 43 saints. That's great. At that time, we will kill all these saints. When Tang Tian said that, the 42 saints' eyes turned red, their eyes filled with blood as they stared at the star treasure stronghold below. That gaze was like a pack of hungry wolves staring at a plump little lamb. Yi Shou-shin knew that this would be the toughest battle he had ever had. Everyone do not panic, our saints are already on the way, everyone focus on defending. Every soldier took out all of their treasures. Around the camp and in the sky, there were many treasures floating. All of these treasures were meticulously arranged. They were arranged in picturesque disorder, forming a star treasure stronghold. One by one, the treasures became even brighter. The condensed light aura flowed along the stronghold. Gradually, the colors disappeared, and a white dome-shaped stronghold that looked like it was made of ice and snow appeared in front of everyone. This was the largest star treasure stronghold he had ever built in his life. Poison? That's not realistic. With the thickness of the energy, how can it corrode in? As he thought about it, he became entranced. Little Fool even had the thought of killing himself. He really wanted to remind the fool, "Hey, we are enemies, we have already fought for so many days, don't act like nothing happened in the blink of an eye." The Light Blade Army had already received the news of the Red Leaf Army being wiped out, so they maintained their vigilance. When Tang Tian and the rest approached, the Light Blade Army was already in formation. No wonder the Red Leaf Army was wiped out without a word. Little Fool, who was enraged in his heart, had a black face. Without saying a word, he continued to refine spirit treasures. The Honorable Martial Alliance immediately reacted. Over 15 saints, all moved out. In terms of armies, the Honorable Martial Alliance was still lacking. That was Leo Constellation's strong point. But in terms of saints, the only thing that could make the Honorable Martial Alliance slightly afraid was Onyx Soul. Star Treasure Stronghold. Such a star treasure stronghold's construction cost was definitely more than 100 billion star coins. Yi Shou-shin knew that the odds were against them. If the other party only had 10 saints, he felt that there was still some hope. But there were a total of 43 saints floating in the air, and the aura they emitted was so terrifying that it was suffocating. Meng Ta whispered to Tang Tian, "Master, be careful, the scale of this star treasure stronghold is huge, its defense must be very strong. This turtle shell is a bit hard." In the sky, Meng Ta and the rest were having a heated discussion. "Just give me the money and buy that, I won't hit you." "I will definitely agree." Yi Shou-shin calmed down a little. He was glad that he had prepared for the worst from the start. Because he was afraid that the secret treasure stronghold would not be able to resist the enemy, he specially reserved a defensive position. He was determined to rely on the defense of the secret treasure stronghold. He still had some confidence in the star treasure stronghold, close to 2,000 star treasures. The entire army spent a full 2 days to build it. But the possibility of Onyx Soul causing trouble this time was not high. Clan Elder Mu's beloved disciple Tong Ji had died in ancient Cold City. The hatred between Clan Elder Mu and Tang Tian could not be resolved. Clan Elder Mu's position in Onyx Soul was extremely high. No one would support Ursa Major Constellation at such a time. That would be Clan Elder Mu's fault. Is there a need? Is there a need? Haha, saints are only SOSO. Master is still the best. This star treasure stronghold is definitely indestructible. Boss, we only have 15 saints, will it be enough? Is it Sagittarius constellation? Or Libra constellation? After thinking for a while, Tang Tian could not think of anything, so he simply said, "Whoever can think of a way to break it, will be rewarded with a spirit treasure." This was his first time refining a spirit treasure in front of other saints. Meng Ta and the rest looked at Little Fool with bright eyes. When they saw how Little Fool could control the graceful cold flame as he wished, they were completely stunned. "Ha, think of a way to break our star treasure stronghold." Buzz buzz buzz. Yi Shou-shin gave the order. All of the martial artists formed groups of 3 to 5 and entered different halos. Beside every star treasure, there were people guarding it. "Boss, what are they doing?" Little Fool regretted the moment he said it. He should have acted as if nothing had happened and watched the fool make a fool of himself by the side. What was he thinking about? The general of the Light Blade Army was Yi Shou-shin. He raised his head and looked at the figures in the sky. He sucked in a breath of cold air. Although he already knew that the opponent had a group of saints, but when they appeared, it still shocked him. Star treasures of all different shapes floated in the sky. Looking at them, they looked like floating bubbles. They released different colored light auras. These light auras seemed to have substance. Layers upon layers of light auras fused into one, forming a hemispherical transparent stronghold. In the dark, there was Onyx Soul, a powerful enemy spying on them. Even so, the Honorable Martial Alliance was still able to firmly suppress the 12 ecliptic palaces. They displayed absolute dominance in the entire Heaven's Road. What they relied on was the astonishing number of saints. And Tang Tian had already found the Light Blade Army. If he did not make a statement, he would have accepted the loss. But since he had already spoken out, he naturally could not let it go. Even if the Ecliptic Palace's constellation was behind Ursa Major Constellation, the Honorable Martial Alliance had no choice but to declare war. Tang Tian was satisfied. As expected, there would be courageous men under generous rewards. No, it was intelligent men. Tang Tian became impatient. What method do we use? Before Lion King Lei Yang, no one dared to challenge the authority of the Honorable Martial Alliance. Not enough. You are overestimating these independent saints. Saints rely on spirit techniques and spirit treasures. What can these poor bastards have? You will know when the time comes. Those independent saints outside, compared to our Honorable Martial Alliance saints, are as poor as beggars. They only knew that as long as they needed it, they would send out saints to fight. One mystery after another, like layers upon layers of fog. And now, the Red Leaf Army was completely annihilated without any warning, causing the higher-ups of the Honorable Martial Alliance to be extremely nervous. They originally thought that Ursa Major Constellation was a soft persimmon, and that they were being attacked from the front and back, but who knew that the one feeling the pressure was actually the Honorable Martial Alliance. The tortoise shell is a little hard. Tang Tian was angry and hateful, but also in a difficult situation. The opponent had displayed such a stubborn appearance, and with so many treasures piled up into a tortoise shell, even using his toes to think, he knew that it was definitely extremely hard. The light blade army below heaved a sigh of relief. The entire Heaven's Road's gaze was focused on Sexton's constellation. If the Honorable Martial Alliance left with their tails between their legs, then it would be a fatal blow to the reputation of the Honorable Martial Alliance. The alliance that was originally extremely weak could very possibly collapse. As for the 12 ecliptic palaces, the number of saints was definitely incomparable to the Honorable Martial Alliance. How many star coins would they have to spend for so many densely packed treasures? For an army to set up a stronghold, it would be over 100 billion star coins. Honorable Martial Alliance, do you have to be so wasteful? Every star treasure contained a powerful energy, their attributes were different, and their power was different, like pieces of building blocks of different shapes. And those outstanding military leaders were able to organize and use the star treasures to construct fortifications, and that was the so-called star treasure stronghold. No one knew how many saints there were in the Honorable Martial Alliance. The Honorable Martial Alliance was the most proficient in grooming saints in the entire Heaven's Road, and there was no other. On this point, even the archenemy of the Honorable Martial Alliance, Onyx Soul, had to admit. Oh my, the Honorable Martial Alliance is truly rich and overbearing. How many star treasures did they spend? Collective Spirit Technique Attack? That's enough. There are at least 2,000 star treasures, that's enough to crush us to death. The Honorable Martial Alliance first thought of these two constellations. The relationship between the Sagittarius Empress and Crane was not shallow, and the mechanical techniques of Libra constellation and Ursa Major constellation were even more frequent. Fighting a war was truly to fight for money. Little Fool even had the heart to die, but at that moment, Tang Tian sensed it. His body was completely out of control, and he spilled the beans. We can refine specialized one-time use spirit treasures. The energy released by spirit treasures is much stronger than star treasures. It was his first time seeing a star treasure stronghold, and he was extremely curious. So star treasures could be used like that, it truly was an eye-opener. Tang Tian looked for a while, and understood what the star treasure stronghold was about. When Tang Tian regained his senses from his curiosity and surprise, he felt pain in his heart. After discussing for half a day, no one had any ideas. The scale of the star treasure stronghold was unprecedented, and its defense was also unprecedented. Star treasure fortifications were the most commonly used defensive methods for marching in the wilderness, and the star treasure stronghold was one of the strongest star treasure fortifications. Tang Tian was overjoyed. Little Fool is still the smart one. Refine, we will refine now. What's the big deal about star treasures? Let them have a taste of our spirit treasures. Although a large number of saints were sent to the front lines, but the deep accumulation of the Honorable Martial Alliance was completely displayed. In a short span of a day, they had mobilized 15 saints. All of these saints lived in seclusion, focusing on their own spirit techniques, and when the Honorable Martial Alliance summoned them, they did not hesitate to move. Regardless of which guess it was, there was one thing that could not be doubted, and that was that the Honorable Martial Alliance would definitely not allow Sexton's constellation to fall into a passive state. Tang Tian was also shocked by the opponent's formation. It was no wonder that the Honorable Martial Alliance was so suspicious. It was because of all the things that had happened in Sexton's constellation. The single valve stronghold that had been lost for many years actually appeared in ancient Cold City. Who was the creator? Who killed Fu Ying? What kind of treasure was the Sexton's eye implicated? This is a little troublesome. Tang Tian's eyes lit up. Little Fool, do you have any ideas? The 42 people frowned, racking their brains to think. The saints began to discuss among themselves. He raised the morale loudly, but he knew that it would not be of much use. The faces of the soldiers were filled with fear and despair. They were actually already prepared for a tough battle. From the moment they received the news, the Light Blade army had already stopped advancing, and set up camp at the same place, constructing the fortifications. This is definitely a huge investment. If this stronghold were to be exchanged for money, It would be a star coin stronghold. Enter the defensive position. The 15 saints, in a night, completed their formation. Because Sexton's constellation had already belonged to Ursa Major constellation, with the interference of the star power, they were unable to directly teleport to Sexton's constellation, so they were teleported to the Red Leaf Army's encampment. Little Fool, who was deep in thought, blurted out, "Use spirit treasures."